my YouTube channel as well. I don't know what's going on. Here we go. All right. Great. The casters of glorious conspiracies and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. Call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Yami Ajay, Sekhmet, Ali, the divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and every dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath. We give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Greetings, family. So, yes, I was having technical difficulties upon arrival into the live, but it seems to be the order of the day these days. And as far as I'm concerned, that is evidence that what we are doing and what we are embarking upon is working. That's what I claim. That's what I claim. Okay. So there's some things I'm going to talk to you about. There's a lot that we have to discuss and a lot that I have to do. So I am not going to be on here long. I think yesterday was a goddamn record. I think we was out of here in like 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes. That was, child, that was a record, especially since the year has started. You feel me? So anyway, I need that kind of record today. Greetings, everybody that's tuned in via YouTube. Everybody that is tuned in via IG, welcome. And I am going to pour myself some wine. You feel me? And then we're going to talk. So today is the 23rd. Tomorrow, for most of us, tomorrow is the new moon. It is the Leo new moon. And so we have some work to do. Now, typically, I haven't, as a matter of fact, I'm going to do that today too. Typically, I haven't really guided you or even pushed you to do new moon and full moon rituals, unless, like you're doing those yourself in your space or what have you. But today, I am going to be challenging us, calling on us to do a global collective new moon ritual under this Leo new moon. Okay. I have been deliberately attempting to stay off. I've only seen maybe two or three IG news updates, and that was enough. I was like, okay, no more. You feel me? Today, and really for the rest of for forever. Today for forever. Okay. We have to be shifting all gears. We have to be shifting all gears because there is just it's too much. It's too much. There is too much. There's too much happening in the world. There is too much being deliberately done to really consume and occupy every single ounce, every single milligram of our attention into some bullshit. Everything you see is a manipulation and some bullshit. Now, I'm just giving it to you the way I see it. And if we succumb, if we continue to lay up in our social media, overcome by the myriad of opportunities that are being taken to lead us astray, to have us feeling in this bitch subdued, then we are never going to accomplish what it is we say we are setting out to accomplish. We've been having a conversation for a long time here on this channel about what is to be done. And yes, some of those things I feel like I have been very specific. But this period, I feel like my specificity has to be a lot more thorough and deep. And so that's what I want to start with. Okay. Last night, I talked to you a lot. I think I'm going to reread it because I know I did the live very late last night. So there may be people who did not have the opportunity to participate in, get the benefit of the reading that I did last night from the video I was telling you about on the truth of Sekhmet. And the reason I'm talking to you is hot. Today is the first day where it actually feels like summer up in this joint, okay? And it's crazy because I went out for a walk last night and I went in a dress like this, that was kind of like, flimsy scrap. I was just going to grab something to drink. And I walked out the house. I was like, oh, it's nice outside, right? Then I got from outside where my apartment complex meets the street. And so the wind was unobstructed, right? And baby, it was eerie because it felt like it was, I don't know, 50 degrees last night, like crazy chilly. I was like, ooh, now that's creepy. And then today, I'm like misting. It's easily 50 degrees. I mean, it's easily 100 degrees out here. It's crazy hot, like too hot for my hair to be on my back hot. Anyway, so let me fix myself up and I will continue. So, okay, so last night, so I am going to take a moment. One of these days I'll get to do my hair, child. But until then, y'all just gonna have to live with what I got going up on here. All right. So I will take a little bit of time to reread the reading from last night because it's the energy I'm telling all of you to step out into the world with. I'm going to read this reading, but I want you to ponder a question. I want you, and I mean this in all seriousness, okay? I want you for the next few days, especially in your meditation in this new moon, I want you to ask yourself, because I've been asking myself, I want you to ask yourself regularly, especially during this month coming up, this Leo month, the month of August coming up. I want you to really be asking yourself a couple questions in conjunction with one another. With the world, the way that it is right now, the way that it has been deliberately constructed right now. And you have to know, right? You have to know. Thank you, Constance Woo Woo. She's telling everybody, make sure that you like everybody that's on the live. Make sure to like it. Thank you so much for that reminder, boo. I want you all to be serious. I want you to do this in the quiet of your home. I want you to do this, because you have to be honest with yourself. Like, this has nothing to do with me, because I'm having to be up in here by myself. I haven't seen another face in a few days. So I want you to start asking yourself some serious questions, because despite all the noise, despite all the distractions, despite all the scripted conflict, I want you to ask yourself, in this period when we know we don't have to guess, all we have to do is study history. We know what they, whoever they are to you, what they are attempting to orchestrate. There is no question about what the plan is. The only people who can question what they have in store, and I want to remind you that just because a bitch make plans does not mean that their plans are inevitable. Do you understand? So, what makes it so? This is the question. These are the questions. In this world that is changing radically before my eyes, and I know, I sense deep down inside that there is no escaping the world. There is no escaping the world. If there is no escaping the world, and I can visualize in my mind the world that I want to exist, what am I willing to do to make it so? What am I willing to do to make it so? If I know that the world that is being constructed before my eyes is in direct and absolute opposition to the world I want to make real, what am I willing to do to make it so? Not only what am I willing to do, am I willing to do what I know has to be done in order for the world that I want to see made real to exist? That's the question. Because you already know the answer. You already know what needs to be done. You as an individual, I don't care who you are, where you from, where you live, what your economic status is, what your skin color is, what your gender is, what your religious affiliation is. I do not care. It does not matter. If you live in the world the way that it is now, that is a deliberate, willful orchestration. Nothing in this world is by accident. Nothing in this world exists the way that it does on a whim and a fluke. Every single solitary second, we learn this every day. Every day, everything we read takes us right back to that point, that the world that we currently exist in is a construction. It is an orchestration of the extraordinary malignancy that we now know as the sun gone rogue. Every aspect of it. And we have been spinning our wheels trying to fix, mint. Whoosh. Woo. God. Yeah. Listen. We have been spending all these years, all these decades, all these eons, all this motherfucking time trying to mend, trying to repair, trying to fix, trying to make better. Every single effort, every single effort, every single effort. All of our education, all of the opportunities that we have constructed for ourselves within this shit, within the shit. Ugh. Within the shit, within the shit, within the shit, within the shit, based on the rules made by someone else, based on the rules made by someone else, based on the laws made by someone else, based on the institutions built by someone else, based on the laws created by someone else, based on the mythology created by somebody else, but based on the time manipulated to benefit someone else, based on the songs constructed to wheel us away from what we know we must do. Every single thing. I'm trying to tell you, every film, every movie, every cartoon, every song, every school, every single solitary institution, everyone, there is not one that is exempt. There is not one that is exempt. Every single college, every single college, every single hospital, every single program, everything, at least, at minimum, 6,000 years. 6,000 years. 6,000 years of our mother's children in general, and our mother's daughters in particular, attempting futilely over and over and over again to repair what was born broken, to mend what was constructed malignant, to mend. Let me tell you something. Yesterday, a video came through my my Facebook memories, and I didn't realize until this very moment why I love this video. I posted this video, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, I think, and I loved it so much. And and so every time it comes to my Facebook feed, I repost it because I'm like, it's hilarious. I posted it in our Facebook group, the Temporal of Evolutionary Emergence Facebook group. The video, and it came through yesterday, and I watched about 3 or 4 times and giggled every single time because it's such a great video. The video is about the black widow, one species of the black widow spider. And it was talking about how she gets a bad rap, right? Like the black widow, who she eats her baby daddy after she's done. And the commentator for the video is she's hilarious, right? And she's talking about, we give a bad rap to the black widow, but let's take this hardworking spider right here. And so it talks about, thank you guys for the donation. Let's see, Shanta J and it's Miss D. Thank you so much. I love these emojis. Oh my God, they're so cute. I know I'm corny, y'all, but I love the emojis that y'all attach to these donations. They're too cute. Anyway, so the video is talking about, she says, let's take this hardworking spider. She says, unlike most species of spiders who build their web and destroy it and build a new web the next day, right? They spend all day building a web. In the nighttime, they destroy the web, and then they construct a new web the next day. She said, unlike most species of spiders, the black widow spends her entire lifetime constructing this very complex, complicated web, right? And this web does everything, and it's ugly. It's not like a beautiful, pristine, like, symmetrical, like those big flat two-dimensional beautiful webs that we always see, right? She says not that. It's actually a three-dimensional web that's kind of oblong, and she starts on the ground and works her way up by catching on to branches. She builds a whole ass structure, a three-dimensional structure, and she spends her whole life building this web, right? And, it's hard and laborious work. This is the commentator, right? And she says, and then a guy comes along, and unlike the Black Widow female, every time you see a Black Widow, it is a female spider. The widow male spider does not look like her. He is brown. He's about 2 times smaller than she is. And his body is a little scrawny. Like his bottom isn't as big as the females, whatever. And so y'all have to go see this video. It's on my Facebook page. Anyway, she says, this guy, scrawny little guy that he is, he has come here to destroy some shit. She says it is a process that scientists call if I had known it was going to be relevant today, I would have taken notes. It's called I forget what it's called, but it's something when he peeps her house, when he peeps her house, when he peeps what she has built for herself, he's like, oh, this bitch. When he peeps what she has built for herself, what she has taken a lifetime to construct for herself, he's like, this bitch. He's like, I got something for her ass. And then he goes and begins this process of deconstructing her web strand by strand. And they show this shit in like speed motion, where he is literally on the bottom where she started, deconstructing her fucking web strand by strand. You understand? Claudia, I'll cry. You understand? He ain't got to build no shit. He ain't got to prove that he is worthy. He sees what she has constructed for herself, and he was like, this bitch, and commences to beginning to literally deconstructing. And they show it in like speed motion, like speeded up motion, and you literally see him deconstructing level by level by level this web that they say it takes this spider her whole life to construct. You understand? And while he is deconstructing her web, they say that it's not just the act of deconstructing the web. For every level he deconstructs, he has to put his stank on it. He has to put his funk on it. You feel me? His funk he got to put on it to dissuade other suitors from pursuing. I'm just telling you what the commentator said. That is bad enough that the nigga is actually deconstructing her shit brick by brick by brick, that every time he deconstructs a layer of this magnanimous three-dimensional structure that she has built for herself and her children, her future offspring, this motherfucker gonna put his grime and his funk on it to make sure that no other suitors come into the fray. You feel me? And so after he has put his funk all over her structure, then, and so his stank is overwhelming. Okay, what I'm calling his stank is his pheromones. Her building, her structure, her home is covered in her pheromones. Every strand is covered in her pheromones. This is how she attracts a suitor, a suitable suitor. But when the no name, with the no name who ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, and in this particular species, he ain't even got the good looking. At least in other species, they good look. The opposite sex, the male sex, is beautiful because he's like, look, I gotta make sure I stand out over the other niggas. You feel me? I gotta make sure I stand out. So I gotta make sure my feathers are groomed. I gotta make sure I sunbathe so they all bright and vibrant and everything. The gorillas, they gotta get they swerve on so they can stand out. to the female that they vying for her attention. You feel me? Because in the gorillas, let me just backtrack. In the primates, gorillas, orangutans, bonobos, and all of them, did you know that the male, quote, alpha cannot be established until the collective of the females establish an alpha female? That the female, once the female is established in a loving relationship with the other girls, with the other females, they say, girl, you the one. We're going to put you forward. That it is only when the collective decides that she is the one we want to represent us that the males are alerted that now they need to establish an alpha. That it is the female. It's the hierarchy of the females. They say, okay, niggas, now one of y'all need to step up. And so after they groom themselves and everything, then the two who have the most potential, they go toe to toe. They go toe to toe to establish who is going to be the new alpha. And they don't fight to the death because they still love each other, because they a group. They consider themselves one. So they go toe to toe. And then once the one that is bested, then the group say, okay, man, you the one, including the one that got beat. He ain't walking around with an attitude talking about, let me go get my piece because he embarrassed me in front of the homies. He's like, all right, man, you the one. They gesture, man, you the one. I submit, you the one. You did that. And then this is how the female knows that this is the dude that she would like to share genetic material with to secure the strongest of them so that the whole group can move forward. I digress. So unlike the rest of the animal kingdom, this spider, who flimsy, he's scrawny, he ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. All he has is the ability to undo what has been done. Sound familiar? To undo what has been done. By whom? By the mother. Everything she constructed, he seeks to undo. Everything that she has created, he seeks to undo. Everything that she has built, every story she has told, everything that she has created to secure her and her progeny, he seeks to undo. He seeks to undo. And even that is not enough. Because once this flimsy ass spider deconstructs the mother's web, then puts his funky ass stank all over it to make sure that someone that may be more suitable, make sure they is blocked out the shit, you feel me? Blocked out of the potential. Then they say that he basically what y'all call it? A Mickey. Basically, he slips her a fucking Mickey. I'm not lying, y'all. Y'all gotta go and see this video. Basically, he slips her a Mickey. Then by the time he gets to her in his deconstructing process, thank you, FG Apothecary, for the donation, darling. By the time he gets to her, so much of his funky ass funk is on her web, they say that she is actually subdued by his funk. That his funk is overwhelming. Commentator said. That's what the animal specialist said. That by the time he makes it to her, you feel me? That the girl is essentially unconscious. That this great big ass spider that is literally 2 times the size of this scrawny motherfucker who done undid all her hard work, that by the time he gets to her, he has sufficiently drugged her to the point that it appears she is laying on her back helpless. That's what the commentator said, y'all. I am sitting here watching this shit yesterday like, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sitting here telling you this story today about what must be done because this story that I just giggled about yesterday is so goddamn relevant today. And so, in her incapacitated state, because this is the only way he could get the best of her. This is the only way he could get the drop on her. He couldn't face her face to face You see what I'm saying? She all the way at the top of this structure that she has built. You feel me? She is already, she way up here where she is built what she has built. He don't go and choot to face her one-on-one like, yo, I want your phone number. He don't do that. No, he got to be a snaky, insidious, malicious, vindictive, hidden, secretive, mysterious. Sound familiar? He has to make sure that the foundation that she has constructed is forever destroyed, forever gone, forever wiped from memory. He has to make sure that he destabilizes the foundation first. Then he can get the drop on her. That's what he did. That's what he did. This is a story that our mother spider was telling us yesterday, and I didn't even know it. This is a story she was telling us yesterday. This is a story that she was telling us yesterday. As she has this big, brilliant ass hourglass time vessel on her abdomen. Isn't this something? How Mother Nature be talking to us? She's like, bitch, this shit ain't over yet. But you just have to see. You have to see. And so every time I talk about the sun gone rogue, and I'm trying to show you the different ways that this is manifest in real time. Sometimes, most times, I'm talking to you in history. I'm talking to you in stories from the past. And this is what it means. I'm always kind of going back and forth between Chinese medicine and our discussions because this narrative exists and permeates every fucking space. And it ain't one group of people that is responsible. Chinese medicine is just as proliferated with these stories of the necessary deconstructing the foundation of what the mother has built so that the son can erect himself supreme over the mother. Because the foundation is gone. It's erased. So we can't go to it, retrieve from it to build something new. At least he thinks it's gone. You understand? And so I have not finished this story about our mother spider because she had a word for us yesterday and I didn't even know it until this moment. Until this moment. She has a word for us in this story. God damn it. She say, look. So he get the drop on her. You understand? And in the drop that he gets on his on the mother, on this beautiful primordial black goddess laying on her back, subdued. You understand? In this drop he gets on her, the commentator says that he proceeds to wrap, because do you know that she said, the commentator said he can't build his own web. He's so flimsy. He can't even build his own web. So he really got an attitude. He mad because he can't build his own shit. That's why he sets out on a mission to destroy hers, right? She said, so when he finally approaches the mother after a sufficient amount of his body funk is on her web that it drugs her into passivity, you feel me? What is this metaphor for? What is this a metaphor for? Because when I talk about the deconstruction of the foundation that she has built, how was the son able to deconstruct this foundation? Just by telling some good stories? By sufficiently retelling the mother's stories? No. The way that he was able to get the drop on the mother to destabilize her foundation, to destroy what she had constructed, was through fucking violence. That's all. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's all he had. That's all he had. That's all he had was violence. That's it. Nothing else. No smarts, no brilliance, everything. Because when we look at these old stories, when we look at the story of Enki and his attack on his mother, he was already perfect. Isn't that what the story says? That he was like God. Of course he was like God. Why was he like God? Because God created him. How did she create him? She constructed him out of her own body. Out of her own body. This is what it means when I say mommy and I are one. He was created perfect. And she kept trying to tell him, like, babe, like, why you got an attitude? You perfect. Like, you beautiful. Like, you can have anybody you want. The world yields to you. Like, you can do all this creative stuff. You can create things. Like, why you got an attitude with me? Because in his mind, He would never be the supreme presentation of power because his mother was more powerful than he. That's his mind, because she never told him that. She never said that. She never said to her baby, I'm more powerful than you. I'm more powerful than you. She never said it. She said, but you are me, which makes you as powerful as I am. But for him, in his malignancy, it was not enough. It was not enough. That her very existence represented a challenge to his power. His mother's very existence represented a challenge to his power. And in his mind, the only way that he could truly have ultimate power was to simultaneously murder her and attempt feebly to absorb all of her power. That's it. That's it. But little does he know that when he murdered his mother, he killed his own power. He destroyed his own access to power. And so ever since then, he has been trying to piecemeal that shit back together. Ever since then, he has been attempting feebly to piecemeal power back together. Do you understand? And so this spider is subdued on her back by this flimsy excuse of a son of hers. And they say that when he finally reaches the spider, after he has sufficiently subdued her enough with his freaking body funk, you feel me, that he mounts her. She's literally on her back. He gets up on top of her, and she says that he can only spew out this flimsy excuse of a web. Is very sorry, is not very strong. He takes this little flimsy excuse of a web, you feel me, and starts to wrap each one of her legs, cover one of her legs in his flimsy ass web. You feel me? His what you call it? His sperm, his seed, his not his sperm, his his ejaculate, if you will. Okay, he wrapping each one of her legs in his little flimsy ass web, right? Do you know? The commentator says you're gonna find this funny, but what they call this process is he is placing a bridal veil. This is his bridal veil to make sure she remains neutralized. She can't fight back. That the only way he can do what he needs to do is to tie her up and keep her drugged. Is to tie her up and to keep her drugged so that she does not fight back. And the scientists call this his bridal veil. Okay? His bridal veil. Do you understand? And then, okay. And then what he proceeds to do is to mate with her against her will. He proceeds to jump on top of her and impregnate her against her will. Okay? She is not moving. Why? Because the bridal veil, aka the ropes, tied around her legs, make it impossible for her to move. Yes. Yes. This is the story I'm watching yesterday. And once he has dumped his offspring into her body, he begins to clip some of the strands of his bridal veil, but not all of them. Why? This is the telling of the story, y'all. That once he is sure that she is pregnant with his genetic material, he clips enough of the webs to make sure that she can free herself once he is completed, once he is done. You know what the finishing act is? You know what the finishing act is, y'all? Is he only clips a couple of strands so she can get free. But before she gets free, the commentator was hilarious. She says he effectively executes a somersault right into her mouth. That after he has planted his seed into this spider's body, he effectively lays his back into her mouth so that she can begin to eat, so that he makes sure that she is fed enough to secure his progeny. So as her freed legs are trying to free her, the rest of herself, from this web that he has trapped her in, you feel me? After tearing down her house, nigga, you want me to have your babies, and you gonna not only not build me a house, but destroy the house I have built. Then get me knocked up. Then get where our babies gonna live, where our babies gonna be at. You ain't even thought about that. As you think you done did a bitch a favor by feeding yourself to me. It's the least you can do. She said it's the least you can do. Now I'm gonna have to turn around from the ground, from the foundation, and rebuild this bitch all over again to secure a place to live for us, for me and mine. Like you done did a bitch a favor by dropping some seed off. Yo, this story. And it's funny because every story, first of all, she was saying, I did not know this. I'm a nerd. Y'all know I love scientific shit, right? So she's saying that there are actually 31 species of black widow spiders. Who knew? She said there were only 2 species of the 31 who actually eat their spouse. She said, so while you think she's vindicated in the end because at least she gets to eat the dude who wrecked her shit. This is what the commentator is saying. You think she's vindicated in the end. She said, but remember, there are only 2 species of spiders, of black widows, who actually consume the vagrant in the end, that most of them get away scot-free. This is what the commentator is saying of this scientific like thing on the black widow spider. She said most of them get away with it in the end. They do what they do and then just bloop, jump off the web and go about their life. I said, oh my God. So much loaded in this story. So much. Because first of all, we have always been told this story about the big bad, mean old black widow spider who just go around eating niggas. You feel me? who just go around eating niggas. You feel me? And so then what males do is create a whole story about the wicked, evil black widow, and she becomes synonymous with these evil women who seek after unsuspecting wealthy men to take their hard-earned work, the money and the empires they have built for themselves, and to kill them and take everything that they built through legitimate hard work. This is the story we've always been told. Multiple, countless movies about the diabolical bitch Black Widow. Isn't that something? Meanwhile, the only 2 species where there's at least a silver lining in the story is the 2 species where she's still hogtied, house destroyed, her whole life's work undone, drugged, no help to come because his funky ass pheromones is permeating every single solitary brick in the structure she done created. So can't nobody come to her rescue. You feel me? Drugs her enough sufficiently that she don't fight back when he dumps his unwelcome seed off in her uterus or whatever the equivalent is. Only clips enough strings so that she can efficiently free herself once he has, quote, self-sacrificed himself. He done a somersault into her mouth to guarantee that she is fat enough to feed his progeny. Y'all, this story had me in my feelings yesterday. It was I laughed. I watched about 12 times because it's so funny. But in this moment, as I am talking to you about what must be done and why what must be done must be done. Yes, it's important to know the why. It is important to know because we sit here and we revel. We still revel at everything that we see. Every day we see this wicked, diabolical institution unraveling and unleashing unholy hell on the lives of human beings the globe over. The globe over, we witness this rotten, filthy, malignant, beyond imagination and comprehension institution unleash unbridled hell on earth. And we still say, well, it is terrible what's happening in America, but even as bad as it looks, America is still the greatest country on earth. Why do we do that? Why do we do that and not see it for what it is? An institution constructed, it needed for its existence blood and brigandage. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all it required. There's nothing good in it. Nothing. Anything that remotely looks good, anything that remotely resembles some kind of liberty, some kind of freedom of movement, some kind of what you call democracy, which is ludicrous to me. Anything that remotely looks like that, everything that looks like that, everything that looks like some space you can move around in, some space for you to do some things for you and your family. You fought like unbridled hell to free up that little crack of space, that little crack of space, that little ounce of space, that little ounce of protection, that little sliver of land. Everything that people across the world herald, oh, America is so great. I can't wait to go to America. Everything that they lust for, everything that they see some kind of salvation for themselves in. The reason immigrants all over the world come here, they come here based on some bullshit that has been sprouted out of our mouths. America the Great, the land of the free, and the home of the brave, and the this and the this and this and this. They do not know enough politically to understand that the reason that they want to come here is because they are chasing what has been fucking stolen from where they are. Every person on earth fighting like hell to get to this rotten monstrosity has lost something because they have been robbed blind. They have been robbed blind like this spider web. This spider web, deconstructed, 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 and all the while you putting your funk on it. You putting your narrative on it. You putting your story on it. Land of the free, home of the brave, and the great conquistadors, and the great discoverers, and while you deconstructing what was, you are putting yours on it. You putting your funk on it. You putting every to cover, to hide, to shield, to disappear what you destroyed. Because see, this is why the story has to exist. You feel me? It was just a couple of Indians over here and some teepees. So what we did really wasn't that bad. Not that there were estimates of anywhere from 150 to 250 million goddamn human beings in North America when y'all slid the fuck up in here. No. No. So you got to show these Westerns where there was just a couple of Indians here and a couple of Indians there and just a little bit of people. So it doesn't seem so bad when you decimate an entire continent, wipe them out of human memory. Wipe them out of human memory. And then continue to hide the atrocities that continue to happen to them under the guise that they sovereign nations in the United States, so we don't have to cover them in our news. Y'all don't need to know what the hell is happening to them in real time because they live on reservations and them is sovereign nations, and so we don't want y'all to be concerned about what the hell happens to indigenous people because y'all would burn this bitch to the ground. That this shit ain't never been over. This shit ain't never been over. And so you keep speaking this fucking spell That's what you're doing. You keep speaking this spell about America the Great, America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. And they love that. They love that. They're like, damn, there ain't no wrong we can do. There ain't nothing we can steal from these bitches. There ain't no, we've got them working harder than their ancestors did. But because they ancestors, listen, the gap in wealth, your children are dying. I just read an article to you guys about how from millennials, from Gen Zs, all the way on, from millennials and Gen As, they're saying that these are the first generations since they've been taking the polls since the 70s. These are the first generations of human beings. Our kids. My daughter is a millennial. Her kids are probably going to be Gen Alphas maybe, or the generation after them. But these are the first generations, and they can't understand why, of the children who will outlive their parents. In mass, they're talking about upwards of 250,000 unnecessary deaths a year. These are our children. Why do you think that is? Because there's motherfucking 909 billionaires that live in this goddamn country. That's why. That's why. That's why your baby's life expectancy is being challenged. That in the year 1990, there were only 63 billionaires in this country, and that was too much. In the year 1990, there were 63 billionaires in this country. In the year 2020, there were 297 billionaires in the United States of America. That's still too many. One is too many. But there were 297 billionaires in the United States of America 5 years ago, 2020. Today, there are 909. There is no end to their gluttony. And everything that you say they, quote, earned, that's just his wealth. No, every single solitary red penny that every single solitary billionaire possesses is stolen. It's stolen. It's stolen. It's stolen. It's the reason the world looks the way that it looks. It's stolen. Someone somewhere has to die in order for a billionaire to exist. Someone somewhere in the world has to be exploited for one billionaire to exist. God damn it. And y'all call this shit everything but what the fuck it is. 900 and goddamn 9 billion, 600 billionaires. 600 people became billionaires as a consequence of one of the greatest epidemics in modern history. How they did that? Did they just have an epiphany one day and have a great idea? How they did that? When your wealth is literally being squished and squished and squished, your ability to secure the absolute bare necessity just to exist, not to thrive, not to be a little bit comfortable, to exist, to continue to breathe, is because 909 billionaires exist in this country. In that same period of time, 5 years. In the year 2000, there was just over 1,000 billionaires on Earth. Just over. In 5 years, just over 1,000 billionaires on Earth. Still too many. In 5 years, that number has ballooned to almost 4,000. Not just that. When I looked at the stats back in February, the stats were, it was like 3,000. It was like 3,000. I think it was like 3,093 or something like that. From February to today, there have been 600 billionaires just pop up out the motherfucking ground like daisies. Where they came from, who they are. What did they do to become a goddamn billionaire in literally 6 months? Who suffered as a consequence? I just told y'all the other day that I had to do that goddamn that survey on the internet. That damn survey called slaveryfootprint.org. My ass is still considered working class. Do you understand what I'm saying? My ass, as a working class woman that's relatively conscious enough in my spending habits that I don't produce anywhere near as much waste as the average person does. There are things that I absolutely will not buy because I know that suffering is attached to the shit. And even me as a working class woman doing this damn survey on slaveryfootprint.org, they was like, yeah, you are way below the national average, but bitch, 25 people in the world somewhere have to work for free to support your goddamn life. So if 25 motherfuckers have to work for free to support my flimsy ass buying habits, tell me how a motherfucker becomes a billionaire. Tell me how a motherfucker becomes a billionaire if it is not through outright, absolute, willful, conscious exploitation, slavery, theft, brigandage. If it's what it took for this bitch to be born, it is what it takes for this bitch to remain. You understand? And the reason I have to tell you about this motherfucking spider story is because it does give us some idea about what must be done. We got to stop attempting to mend what he destroyed. We can't do that. We can't, not what he destroyed. We can't mend the bullshit he has created. Let me retract that. We can't mend what he has created. We can't mend what he has created. Because as he's destroying what you built, he is creating, he is erecting something new and destructive on top of what you built, on top of your foundation, on top of the legacy you have left. He is building something that can only produce destruction. That's why the world looks the way that it does. That's why every single solitary institution erected from it always seems to be flawed in some way. Why? Because it's not flawed. As a matter of fact, it works exactly how it's supposed to. It works exactly how it's supposed to. It's supposed to be destructive. It's supposed to maintain chaos. It is supposed to maintain just a level of destruction that legitimizes its existence in the first place. And so I'm trying to tell you something today, because we have spent our wheels to the point of absolute exhaustion trying to mend what he has constructed, and he constructed it to do what it has always done, which is to bleed us dry slowly, to keep us compliant, to keep us from raging all the way the fuck out, to make sure that we do not throw a goddamn wrench in the whole filthy shit, to keep us believing in the narrative he has spun enough to keep us quiet and the machine running. If you want to talk about the movie The Matrix, I'm always telling y'all that The Matrix was an inversion, but I never completed. I have to do this. I have to go ahead and do this goddamn breakdown of The Matrix. But the other thing that I missed is that they weren't wrong. The dream world that was constructed was this shit. The American idea, American exceptionalism, land of the free, home of the brave. America, America, God shed his grace on thee. That bullshit. What's a gospel song? Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace. Written by a slave catcher who just had an epiphany one day. Didn't have to pay no dues. Didn't have to go through a process of rectification, judgment. No, he just had an epiphany one day after selling human beings, after committing the worst crime against human beings' bodies. Then he just had an epiphany one day, and Christians hail his name forever. Black ass Christians singing Amazing Grace. It's an example of how thorough God's grace is, that even a slave catcher can be redeemed. This is the spell. This is the spell. This is the bridal veil. This is the bridal veil. This is the goddamn earthly Mickey slipped on the whole of humanity to subdue us, while everything that belongs to us is being slowly drained from us, stolen from us, and then we appear compliant because we don't have the ability to fight back. We have been subdued by an idea given to us by a godhead of war, executed through his malignancy, the children that he has reproduced in his own image, motherless, headless, destiny stolen and replaced with a goddamn tumor. Your destiny has been replaced with a tumor. And so, because the project has been so successful, has been so thorough, you really believe that the destiny of the war god is your destiny. That somehow it benefits you. That somehow this is the best that humanity has ever done. This is the best of what humanity has ever had to offer. Because he has been so thorough in his erasure of your own cellular memory, much less the books, the stories, the mythologies, the cultural traditions passed by griots and bards and the like, that would have remained forever had their tongues not been cut out, to make sure that they could never repeat the stories of old, that could give us some insight how to get out of this mess that we are in. And so, on the eve of this new moon in Leo, we have to see our personal destiny, not only our personal destiny, our personal desires. When they talk about the benefit of the new moon, the reason that we do new moon rituals, right? The significance of the energy of the new moon is to plant a seed, right? That's what they tell you, is to plant a seed. Visualize what you want your life to be and to look like, right? Visualize what you want your life to be like, to look like, whatever, you feel me? And then, just like with the energy of the new moon, you are going to take this seed of possibility, this seed of radical potentiality, and you are going to put it in the very dark earth that is synonymous with the energy of this dark moon. And you are going to cover that seed, and then for a period of time, you are going to meditate on that seed. Not only meditate on it, because meditation is not enough to make sure that a plant come out the ground. You're going to take care of that seed. How you going to take care of that seed? You're going to do everything that you know is necessary to guarantee the outcome, right? So you're going to water the seed. You're going to make sure that there's plenty of sun. There's no plants obstructing the sunlight to the seed. You can't even see the seed yet. But science, your relationship with the mother is science, by the way. Science, your mother teaches you that this is how you guarantee an outcome, that the encapsulated radical potentiality housed in this seed, you have seen your whole life. And you have seen through observation and participation that the things that are necessary to get the best outcome is care. It's watering the seed. It's giving the seed nutrients. It's making sure that the soil is rich before you even plant the seed. It's making sure that you pull the weeds that would obstruct the flow of the growth of the seed. You feel me? And so the energy of a new moon in general, right, they tell you is to plant the seeds of your desires, what you would like your world to look like, what you would like your life to look like, how much money you would like to make, what kind of job you would like to have, do, and this and that. And I'm challenging you today, all of you today. I am challenging you to do the same thing, but do it on a grander scale. When you do your new moon rituals over the next 24 hours and you have your desires, see your desires, your personal desires for your life of abundance. And you can be specific. Don't be general, be specific. I want my life to look like this. I want to be able to travel to and fro. I want to be able to have this car or this life or this boo or whatever. Be specific in the articulating of your desires. But for this time that we're in, we need to be specific about our personal desires, but seeing our desires as aligned with the greater desires of the whole planet. I want what you want. I want what you want. I'm not talking in ambiguities. I want a world where safety is the norm, not the exception. I want a world where happiness outshines any other emotion. People are generally happy. People are generally safe. People are generally upbeat. People up in general are trusting. Why? Because we have created a world where trust is a given. Where trust is a given. Why? Because sovereignty reigns supreme. Because we honor each other's sovereignty. So we dare not encroach on the sovereignty of others. I'm saying be specific. If you want the car, if you want the house, if you want this amount of money per year to support your life, the life that you want for yourself, see it as directly in harmonious alignment with the desires of all others. To see your desires as inseparable from the desires of the many. Do you understand what I'm saying? So as I want this house, as I want X amount of dollars, as I want my life to look like X, Y, and Z, I also want this for those who have never had it across the continent of Africa, for those who it has been robbed from these things that are completely realizable. They're completely realizable, what I'm saying. It's not a mystery. It's nothing that we're looking at is a mystery. I want to assure you of that. For there to be almost 4,000 billionaires on earth is directly tied to the fact that there is suffering anywhere on earth, that there is poverty anywhere on earth. Anywhere on earth. It is a direct consequence of the fact that there are billionaires on earth, and that the desires and the lust, the bottomless lust for everything, to consume everything, just like a tumor, the bottomless, endless lust to consume everything to the degree that it even threatens its own life. That's the madness. That's the madness that I'm always talking about. And so as we do, not only that, when we do these new moon rituals over the next 24 hours, that is my call. That is my request of you. I don't make these requests often. Today, I am making the request that if you are about this life that we are talking about when we say the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, that while we make this declaration of what we want to see made real in the world in our new moon rituals over the next 24 hours, and I will share mine with you just so to motivate you. I haven't done it yet. I'm going to be doing it tonight. But just to motivate you, I'm going to share mine with y'all. But at the same time that we are saying, this is what I want for my life. This is what I want for the future. This is what I want for the earth. This is what I want for the world. We also have to be making with equal amount of courage and confidence. I know that in order for this world to be, in order for this world to exist, in order for my true ambitions for myself, my family, and my immediate circle to exist, that we have to be performing global goddamn life-saving surgery. We have to be performing surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation on this motherfucking tumor that threatens the entire whole. Because we cannot have one without the other. This is the energy of Sekhmet. This is the energy of Sekhmet. You ain't gonna, quote, pray this shit into oblivion. Us speaking the conspiracy, the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, is a step. It is not a means to an end. It is a step to declare out loud for a change what it is we intend for the world to be, and us having the courage to acknowledge what has to be undone in order for the world to be. Declaring out loud what has to be done in order for the world to be transformed. I'm going to tell you something. I've been reading a lot lately. There have been a lot of people, particularly white women, who have been doing workshops and lives and, like discussions online about the necessity of remembering the Inquisition in Europe. It's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of these discussions. I mean, absolute workshops with like slideshows and the whole nine yards about the necessity of women in particular, everyone in general, but women in particular, revisiting with a thorough and keen eye the period of the Inquisition. Now, we just know, quote, about the Spanish Inquisition, but the Spanish Inquisition was just one iteration of a myriad of inquisitions, a myriad. Okay. I don't even remember how, maybe I have the list. I have to count how many iterations of the Inquisition there were. But the last iteration of the Inquisition didn't officially end until 1967. The last person killed as a consequence of a judgment from the Department of the Inquisition was in 1932. The Inquisition lasted 781 years. 781 years. Almost 1,000 years. Almost 1,000 years of murdering women, murdering children, murdering men. Almost 1,000 years. And when we hear the Inquisition, we be detached from the shit because we think, oh, that's just some shit that happened to white people over in Europe. It started in Europe. But the Inquisition spilled out on the whole world as people from Europe spilled out on the whole world to see the age of discovery, to see the colonial period, to see anything that happened in the Western Hemisphere as separate from the Inquisition is lunacy. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. There were departments of the Inquisition all over South America, Mexico, throughout Central America, the Americas, in the South Pacific Island. I'm talking about documented departments of the Inquisition scattered all over the world. But because we learn history as nationalists, we hear the Inquisition and we think, oh, it was just some white people in Europe. It only affected some white people in Europe. And so we be disinterested in learning the truth of what happened. And if you have me tell it, even though the Department of the Inquisition and the Department of the Inquisition was not disbanded, by the way. It was not disbanded by the Roman Catholic Church. It was not disbanded. Its name was changed in 1967. So that's what they say the official end was. The department was not disbanded. The name was changed in 1967. And if you have me tell it, so much of what I talk about in terms of my beef with modern medicine, my beef with modern psychology, my beef with all of these institutions under the guise of health and wellness and medicine and shit are directly tied to and use the same instruments of physical and fleshly destruction as the Department of the Inquisition. It was a same objective, new face. Now it's not witch hunting. Now it's everybody with a vagina is crazy. Now it's every bitch with a period is crazy. It's hysterical. This period is going, if we do this thing right, the challenge being presented by this period, I'm not going to lie to you, is going to be radical and it's going to be uncomfortable. Because we are sick, man. We are sick. There is not one of us among us who is not sick. We are all sick. We are all sick. Fortunately, amidst the madness of sickness, there are those of us who still have, who are still healthy enough cells that we can fight back. That our immune system is still staging a contest, trying to win some of the cells that have succumbed, trying to win them back, trying to seize territory, trying to occupy space and time and shit. You understand? And the healthy enough cells, those of us who bout this life, the healthy enough cells, we have a goddamn contest to stage. We have a goddamn contest to stage. There is no other way to say it. There is no way to be nice about it. Love and light is not going to do the goddamn job. We are literally fighting for the life of the entire planet. That's what we're doing. Because they have told us, not just the United States of America. Do you think it is just the government of the United States of America that is on one, that is trying to do what Pope Francis said they intended to do 3 years ago? What did Pope Francis say 4 years ago? Y'all remember? Because I talk about it all the time. And I said, y'all motherfuckers really think that this is separate from what you experience in political life. He made the declaration that, and he had every bishop on the planet. He called a massive meeting of every bishop on earth for a 7-day closed session. And when they emerged from that closed session, he made the declaration out of his mouth that for the next 7 years, why 7? Why not 10? Why not 20? For the next 7 years, our only work, our only mission is to re-evangelize the world. Those were his exact words, to re-evangelize the world. That's what he said. Well, goddamn, what the fuck happened the first time they evangelized the world? What did the world look like the first time they, quote, evangelized the world? Brigandage, bloodshed, despair, misery, conquest, murder, rape, crimes unimaginable. That's what happened the last time the church evangelized the planet. When the Pope declared race was enough to call someone else an infidel, that made it so that now he weaponized the nobility. He weaponized the whole of Europe. That what I have said now, your white skin, the Pope said that. Your white skin is what places you in proximity to God. So anybody who don't look like you is an infidel who is outside of the sight of God. Thank you so much. The 1493 papal bull that declared race for the first time. That if they do not look like you, they an infidel who is outside the sight of God. And so do with them what you need to secure this loot and to secure this land. That happened the first time, the church. It was in 1518 when the church finally ordained the slave trade. The slave trade had already been happening, but 1518 was when the church finally got involved to legitimize, again, through papal bulls, to baptize every ship that left Europe, to capture Africans. That was the last time the church evangelized the goddamn world. And this motherfucker that y'all just held up, Francis. You understand? He made the declaration. For the next 7 years, there is nothing more important to the Roman Catholic Church than to re-evangelize the whole world. And you think that what is happening in your life, you think that what's happening to Mexican people, you think that what's happening to the people of Gaza, do you think that what is happening to the people of Congo and Sudan and all the other places is outside of this declaration this motherfucker made? He made that declaration the same year that your beloved Biden and your beloved bullshitting ass Kamala got elected. He made it the same year. The same year he made that declaration. The same year. Biden being a Catholic. I told you then. I said, I'm telling you, this man, Biden, being only the second Catholic to take office in the history of this country, is strategic. At the same time that his ass, a Catholic, becomes the president of the United States, guess what else happens? For the first time in the history of the institution, the Supreme Court of the United States, for the first time in the history of the entire institution, the majority of the chiefs, the chief justices on the Supreme Court were active, practicing devout Catholics. For the not only that, the one who was the sitting chief justice. So you had the justices, then you had the sitting chief justice. I don't remember his name, but he was the one that drafted the document that overturned Roe versus Wade. That the chief justice, his ass was not only a devout practicing Catholic, his ass was an honorary Jesuit. And I told you it was going to be a problem. But y'all continue to see religion as somehow separate from the workings of the state. You refuse to see how these and so here we are just a few years later, just 5 years later, after I kept saying, I said, y'all are crazy. If y'all think the fact that this motherfucker is a Catholic is not going to impact your life, you are insane. Here we are just a half a second. Why? Why does it not make a difference that he was Catholic? Because his ass was still a Zionist, even as he was a Catholic. Do you think that's a contradiction? Do you think it is a contradiction that Biden was a Catholic and he is also a Zionist? Do you think that do you think that it was a contradiction that Nancy Pelosi is Jewish and a Catholic, a practicing devout Catholic? Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Do you think it's a contradiction? Do you think that's a contradiction? Do you think it's a contradiction that just 50 years ago, these so-called Southern evangelicals who hated Jews so much because they killed our Jesus are now the loudest shouting from the rooftops that we need to support the state of Israel? And so now all these Southern evangelicals are taking giant trips to Egypt, taking giant trips. I mean, not to Egypt, to Israel, taking all these massive trips to Jerusalem in anticipation. Do you think it's a contradiction? When for the better part of U.S. history, so-called white Anglo-Saxon Protestants hated Jews. Now all of a sudden, the descendants of them same cross-burning white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, just as racist as they ever have been, but now they singing the praises of Israel and supporting Zionism, and because this, do you think it's a contradiction? Do you think it's a contradiction when the Pope is seen many times having dinner and chumming it up with the quote, whatever the equivalent to the Pope is in the Islamic world, the chief imam or whatever the fuck, you feel me? The chief, what they call it in the chief rabbi over there in whatever the global equivalent of the Pope in Judaism is, and they be behind closed doors chumming it up, and then they're taking pictures. This is on the Catholic News Network. I'm a subscriber to the Catholic News Network because I want to hear the news straight out y'all mouth, because y'all really believe that people ain't out here paying attention to what y'all talking about. So they be chumming it up. The three brothers whose goals are the same. Their goals are the same. Their ambitions are the same, but they got to play fight in front of us. They got to play fight in front of us. So we believe the okie doke. We fall for the okie doke and remain perpetual pawns in the orchestrations of deception that they put forward for us, distract us, while they continue to rob every single one of us blind. There is no one on earth who is not being robbed by these three brothers fake fighting. The world of Islam will say, you know what, we'll take one for the team. We'll be the ultimate bad guy. We'll be the ultimate bad guy as long as we get what we need. As long as we can be one of these Arab nations that is overflowing in opulence. Meanwhile, the majority of the people are catching unadulterated hell in these Arab nations. That y'all don't see no contradiction in that? Y'all don't see no contradiction in that? Why y'all hollering about Islamophobia, bitch? It is not Islamophobia. Islamophobia is a construction of these same brothers play fighting in your face and using your ignorant asses as pawns to execute their will. What is their will? It's always the same will. They are all the descendants of a godhead of war. And war, a godhead of war needs one thing all the time: fresh blood on the altar of war. Fresh blood on the altar of war. And all that comes with it: the gold and the oil and the coltan and the cobalt and the diamonds, and all of that comes with blood. So you got, the world of Islam, you understand, saying, yeah, we'll be the face. We'll be the face of the bad guy. That's all right, as long as our personal desires get met. Yeah, we got a few people that we can make suicide bombers. All we got to do is tell them they're gonna have about 40 wives when they die. You feel me? Judaism. All we need is silent compliance to the crimes that we commit. You feel me? All we need is silent compliance. We'll see. We'll donate a few who believe they got something in it for themselves to carry out some diabolical acts. Christians, yeah, we'll have Christians and Catholics. You understand? Really internalize our patriotic duty as Christians to fight for God and country. And then when they come back, all that shit we gave them, purple hearts and this and this and this and this, and cute little flags that we fold up when they die. Meanwhile, when they ass die, they people is out of luck, or they come home disabled, come home with limbs missing, addicted to drugs. What is it? I forget the number, but it's like a third, more than a third of the people homeless in the United States of America done went off, then been convinced through this spell in their skull to go and kill somebody they never met to secure this, to secure you living in a box on the street. That's what you did that for? Not only that, those few who do thrive after they come home from war, after they retire from the military, they're sick, plagued. Ask me how I know. I come from a family of military people, plagued with guilt, plagued about those things that they dare not speak out loud, that they were made to do under the guise of fighting for freedom, fighting for the country. And then they come back and they was like, that was some bullshit. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. But at least my family had a decent place to live. So they succumb to alcoholism, functional alcoholics, functional drug addicts. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. I was an addict. So when I went to college, I focused my study on addictionology, having to go and treat human beings in vet and VA hospitals, primarily those who were addicted to substance. Why were they addicted to substance? To just avoid pain? No. To avoid being in their head, to avoid being alone in their head and having to live with, face what the hell they were hoodwinked into doing under the auspice of patriotism. Meanwhile, there are 909 billionaires in this country. Treating men with acupuncture who had scars literally down one whole half of their body from goddamn shrapnel. This monstrous motherfucker. Do you understand what I'm saying? This thing is monstrous. I told y'all the other day, it's a conflict that people have, and I understand why. It's the only thing you know. You were born here in America, you grew up here in America, and so in your mind, America as an idea and America as the land is inseparable. And I'm trying to tell you it's not. I'm trying to tell you it's not. It's not inseparable. It's not inseparable. So there are a lot of people, I get it, and I understand why, and just do what you feel like you need to do to secure your life. But I'm trying to tell you, everywhere on earth is experiencing the same thing that we are experiencing now. What is happening in China, what is happening in Japan, what is happening in South Korea, what is happening on the continent, what is happening in Europe. especially in Europe, because what is happening in the United States is happening in Europe. This all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, upsurge in white nationalism, this upsurge in radical right violence. It's not a coincidence, boo, that this is happening off the ass end of that white boy in a white dress in that white castle called the goddamn Vatican, making a declaration that we are going to evangelize the whole goddamn planet. And what that meant in real time, in action and in papal bulls, was we are going to rain down white nationalism on the whole non-white world. That's what and that was the dog whistle. That was the dog whistle. But it's not only white nationalism. White nationalism is the cover, because that same dog whistle that he spilt out into the European world, into the white world, guess what? Your homeboys that call themselves the practitioners of Judaism, they had the same dog whistle for them and theirs. And guess what? The motherfuckers that you call the practitioners of Islam, they had the dog whistle too, specific to the ones that look like them and practice what they practice. And do you know what the singular common thread is among them all? Not just them over there in China, them over there in Japan, them over there in South in Africa, them over everywhere on the globe. Do you know what the common denominator is? Do you know what the common thread is? Because y'all still get stuck on nationalism. You know what the common thread is? Even when that Pope declared it, yes, it was the dog whistle to the white world, but honey, he didn't say what was obvious, because he couldn't be that obvious. You feel me? Because he needs people with vaginas to get on board too. The common denominator, the thread that unites them all, is their outright hatred of the female principle in any personification in general, but that black ass bitch with the uterus in particular. Call me wrong, I do not care. If your ass is a female, if your ass is female adjacent, do you hear me? If your ass is a female, if your ass is female adjacent, what is female adjacency? I'm not just talking about trans women. I'm talking about gender non-conforming people. I'm talking about non-binary people. I'm talking about trans men. I'm not just talking about gender. I'm talking about children. Children are considered female adjacent because they too are considered powerless. Children too are considered female adjacent because they considered powerless too. Men who feel, men who care, men who have hearts, men who protect women, they are considered female adjacent too. By the sun gone road, bitch. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That simping. You just a simp. What you mean you gonna carry your baby in a baby carrier? Anybody that is female adjacent. But you have to acknowledge, man, y'all are gonna have to come to terms with, come to grips with, come to accept that there is no future, there is no hope without black-skinned human beings bearing uteruses have participated in a world where all of your hatred and all of your loathing and all of your vitriol, everything that you have negative has been spilled on us. Everything that happens to us is justified by our blackness and our femaleness in direct opposition to the sun gone rogue. In its apex, not exclusively, in its apex presentation as white and female. I mean, white and male. In its apex, not exclusively. In its apex presentation, because there have been apex presentations. There have been presentations of the sun gone rogue. Black is me, blacker. There have been presentations, big, massive presentations of the sun gone rogue in men who look Asian, and in men who are Arab, and in men who are Indian, and in men who are Native American, and in men who are Mexica, and in men who are Azteca. While this institution remains, y'all are all, listen, anybody with a Y chromosome has the potential to be caught up. So it is your proximity to femaleness that keeps you protected from succumbing to the madness of the king. It is your ability to be grounded in your masculinity, grounded in your relationship with the mother. that protects you from succumbing to the madness of the king. Otherwise, your ass is a risk factor for us, for everybody. You understand? I was just reading, I was actually studying this story. I don't even know what got me on it, but I don't know why that's happening, Miss D child. These people have been really up in my shit. And I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any skipping. Usually I'll see a warning or something, but I'm not seeing nothing. So anyway, I was researching Mansa Musa the other day because I just know how much Black people love talking about Mansa Musa. Is this the case for everybody? Because I'm not seeing anything. There's no warnings that usually. There's no warnings or anything. Is there anybody that is able to see me, hear me, whatever? Okay. So they're saying when I go off, it's when it glitches. So maybe for the future, because y'all said that last night too. So maybe for the future, isn't this interesting though? But maybe for the future, I will be unable to, like your preacher, go off. You feel me? Maybe, maybe I will have to practice the art of keeping my voice monotone in order to communicate things of urgency to you, so that they are not inclined to fuck with my interference, to fuck with my my shit. You feel me? Anyway, I'm passionate. I want you to know I'm not angry. I'm passionate. I'm passionate because I know I think that what I read yesterday was so on time. The piece that I got from the video, it was so divinely timed, man, because it was just the perfect articulation of what it is we have to do, right? Like, it was just, to me, so crystal clear yesterday, in such a seemingly simple articulation about the period. I'm gonna read it to you now. I'm gonna reread it to you now. Then I'm gonna stop going off on a rampage. I'm gonna read this card that I pulled from our wonderful Kali Oracle, which I am obsessed with. Right? So I'm gonna read the card that I pulled from the Kali Oracle. But first, I'm going to read what I read to those of you who let's do it like this. Oops. Yeah. Because I've been on it since we read it last night. Okay. So this came from a video. You can go to last night's video, because I think I did link it in this video too. So look in the description below to see the whole video. But this is an excerpt from, I just copied and pasted the transcript. But it's an excerpt from this video that I watched last night about the truth about Sekhmet. So I'm going to read that, and then I'm going to move on to read this card for today for Kali, and then I'm probably going to close with telling you how to execute this new moon ritual that I'm calling on all of you to participate in over the next 24 hours. Okay. The transformation into Hathor or Bastet. So it's talking about Kali. The transformation of Kali into Hathor or Bastet represents the emergence of ecstatic love, joy, creativity, and sensual pleasure. This formula, the formula is this. Okay. So it's talking about the emergence into a state of ecstatic love, joy, creativity, and sensual pleasure. But there's a formula for Sekhmet to transform into Hathor or Bastet. These are all personifications of her. This is the formula. Divine rage, when consciously met and tempered with deep, compassionate embodiment. Embodiment. Real world manifestations and participation. That divine rage, when consciously met and tempered with deep, compassionate embodiment, transforms into ecstatic joy and creative power. You cannot skip this step. If you try to suppress your rage, your Sekhmet, deny it, push it down, pretend it isn't there, it doesn't go away. It hides in the darkness of your subconscious. It turns inward. Suppressed fire becomes bitterness, resentment, cynicism, depression. And on a physical level, it often manifests as immune disorders. Could this be the reason that I can't remember the exact statistic? I'm going to start collecting these health statistics, but it's something like 83% of people with autoimmune diseases are women. Is that why? The majority of people who suffer with so-called autoimmune diseases are female. Does this have something to do with it? Suppressed rage? Suppressed fire becomes bitterness, resentment, cynicism, depression, and on a physical level, it often manifests as autoimmune diseases. The body's own immune system, the Sekhmet principle, turning in on itself. Turning in on itself. This is the fate of a muzzled lioness. She doesn't become a kitten. She becomes a sick, tormented lioness. Alternatively, if you indulge your rage mindlessly, if you lash out, if you blame others, and you spew your fire without consciousness, you become a monster. You become the destructive Sekhmet at the beginning of the myth, creating suffering for yourself and everyone around you. You remain trapped in the fire. The path of the initiate is the third way, the way of alchemy. You must have the courage to feel your rage, to let the lioness roar within you, to honor her power and her message. But you do not unleash her blindly. You consciously bring her down into your body. You ground her energy. You pour, you. Oh my God. You ground her energy. You pour the red beer. How? You move your body. You dance. You run. You scream. You lift weights. You give the fire a physical, earthly channel. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? Do y'all hear what I am saying? What I'm always saying. What I'm always saying. That spirituality has to be embodied. That spirituality not only has to be embodied, it has to be tested and tried in the material world. What you say you believe here has to be tried and tested to see if it's worth keeping, or do you need to place it somewhere the hell else because it does not apply to you. Or do you just have a collection of a bunch of ideas in your brain that you say you believe, but you have not tested, you have not tried to make sure they are true? Huh? You give the fire a physical, earthly channel. You use its immense energy as fuel for your art, for your activism, for your creative projects. You transmute it. You let that fire, that wanted to destroy you become the fire that creates. Now listen. I really love this piece. I do. I really love what this person is articulating. This AI is articulating. The addition that I would make, the addition that is necessary to make, is to remember her true nature. Why? just like Kali, why Sekhmet needs to emerge. That when she is Hathor, when she is Bastet, that is a different personification of her sheep. That personification can reason and win and, and love and nurture that personification. But just like Kali, Kali recognized when Durga was overrun, when Durga was overwhelmed, when the loving, virtuous nature that is she was overwhelmed. And Kali said, sis, that is myself. Sit this one out. I got this one. I got it. You just watch from afar, bitch, while I do what I do. Kali and Sekhmet are the same. So while I appreciate what they're talking about, giving this rage, giving this fire a physical form, and the conclusions that they come to, right? Which is what? Transmute the fire to your activism or your art or your creative projects or your, what else they say here? Giving your fire a physical form. You feel me? And it's saying what? For your creative projects. You feel me? But there's another reason. You want to transmute it, I get it, so that you are not consumed by the fire. But honey, Sekhmet recognizes injustice. She responds to injustice. Her name is she who honors my art and she who honors my art and detests all evil. She who honors the lawgiver. She who honors the lawgiver and detests all her opposition, detests all evil. So why would she come? Why would she come? Why would she be simmering just below the surface of everybody on the goddamn planet if it wasn't her time to be unleashed on evil? Why would she be here harassing the heart of every human being on earth if it wasn't her time to shine? Y'all hear what I'm saying? I get what they're saying here. I get what they're trying to do here. But I'm trying to tell you something else. And I'm trying to be upfront, bold, bodacious, courageous, outright, and butt naked with the shit. Sekhmet did not come here to paint, bitch. Sekhmet did not come here to paint. She ain't come here, what he say, to go lift weights. Sekhmet did not come here to lift weights. Hold on, what else he say? What else he say over here? What else he say over here? Because he ain't wrong. We don't need to be suppressing the rage. We don't need to be suppressing our anger. Anger and rage is not what is wrong with us. It is those things that our natural endocrine system is responding to that generates the feeling of rage and anger. Rage and anger is a response. It's not a sickness. Rage and anger is not a goddamn psychological disease, bitch. It is a response to something that is stimulating those emotions in the world. And those emotions are supposed to be, it is rage and anger that we feel when we see an injustice that is supposed to set us in a motion, a physical motion to defeat those things that happen in the world that elicit anger, injustice, and crime and shit like that. Our body is preparing us with those emotions to galvanize enough energy through our fight or flight response to give us enough superhuman strength to go to war with what is eliciting those emotions in us, to go to war with those things that are initiating those emotions in us. You feel me? And so why is Sekhmet harassing the fuck out of everybody on earth? Because she is. Especially Black women. It's the only way to explain, child. Y'all can say it's everything but what the fuck it is. Y'all say, well, Black women, they always got an attitude. They drink too much alcohol or whatever. That is not the problem. That is not the problem. These Black ass women over here got a raging out of control motherfucking Sekhmet sitting right in their goddamn heart chakra saying, bitch, let me loose all the fuck ready. And you steady swallowing the fire. You steady swallowing the fire. You steady swallowing, instead of unleashing the fire, your ass is steady swallowing the fire, swallowing the fire, swallowing the fire. Your ass quiet. Your ass quiet. And Sekhmet is harassing the fuck out of you. And there is going to come a time in this relationship with your suppressed Sekhmet where your ass is going to burn up from the inside out. And what that means in the real world is your ass is going to have a heart attack without warning. That's why Black women are the most likely of any group of people in this country. And it wasn't always us. Just 20 years ago, it was Black males between the ages of 24 and 45. Now, Black women over the age of 45 are the most likely of any other group in this country to die of a heart attack, to die of undiagnosed cardiovascular disease. We are. Why? Because y'all refuse to see that these archetypes, these mythologies, even this astrology is directly related to what is happening inside your goddamn body. As above, so below, as within, so without. If you can see it in the cosmos, bitch, it exists in your body. In real time, not in metaphor. In real biochemistry, not in metaphor. The Sekhmet is your general, child. Is your general. It's your wood element. The Sekhmet is your general. Yes, we always see it as the fire, but your Sekhmet is your general that protects the emperor, that protects the heart. Your Sekhmet is the observer. It's the warrior. It's the strategist. And when she is too hot, too agitated, too frustrated, because you keep holding the army back. You keep suppressing the army. You keep suppressing the army. With all your talk about love and light. And it's not, wrath is one of the 7 deadly sins. It's a sin for me to feel wrath. So there must be something wrong with me. And so you steady, you as the emperor, you steady holding back your military, holding back that which is fighting like hell to protect you, to preserve your life, to secure the goddamn empire. And the more you hold her back, the more angry she gets. The liver gallbladder, the more angry, the more angry, the more angry. And the more wood you have without an outlet, that wood is going to start spilling onto that fire. Spilling. What happens when you got too much wood on an already burning flame? It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That bigger turns into madness. That bigger turns into cardiovascular events like stroke, aneurysm, and heart attack. That bigger turns into mental illness of all kinds. Depression, bipolar depression, manic depression, schizophrenia, goddamn psychopathy, sociopathy. Too much fire, night terrors, terrible dreams, insomnia. That's all the things that happen when you refuse to allow her to move harmoniously. You keep suppressing, you keep holding her back, you keep holding her back, you keep holding her back. And she's like, bitch, I'm fighting for you. Like, why you keep holding me back? I'm on your side. Why you keep holding me back? Because my preacher said that if I'm angry, there's something wrong with me. And then when I go to work and I have moments where I'm frustrated and they can see it on my face because my eyebrow is crinkled, they say maybe I need to go take anger management classes because I have anger issues. Your rage is pathologized, bitch. Not righteous. Not in a world where they can't afford you to be outraged. In a world where they cannot afford for you to be outraged, outrage, rage, anger, frustration is a sickness. It's pathologized. What does this mean? Because your gallbladder, the general gives you the vision. Your general gives you the vision. Look, I see the whole thing, how we have to secure this future that we want to secure. You feel me? I got a plan. We need to execute the plan because I can see all the players. I can see all the things. You can't see that. Why do I say that? Because the liver governs your eyes. Not only your actual eyes, but your third eye. The liver governs your eyes, your actual eyes, and your spiritual eye. Your liver governs your eyes. So it can see further. It can see higher. It can see all the things. How I need to organize this strategy. Because you say in your mind's eye, this is the future that you want to see for your life. And bitch, we just here to execute what you have in your head. In your mind's eye, we want to make that shit real. Just like the tree, just like the wood. We want to make it real. We want it to come into the world as real. You feel me? I got the plan to make that happen. The gallbladder is my assistant. The gallbladder says, okay, the liver is the general and he got the plan. You feel me? I am the assistant to the general, and I will infuse your life with the courage to execute. That's what the gallbladder does. I will execute in a way that instills you with the courage to execute the visionary plan of the liver. And when you keep suppressing us, and all we trying to do is help unfold in the real world what you say in your mind and in your heart you desire. Why you holding us back, bitch? Why you tied up progress, bitch? Why you holding up progress? And so of course we got an attitude. Of course we talk strong and we make your throat hurt because you want to scream, but you keep swallowing back your rage. I'm just trying to tell you. Okay. Let me keep reading this thing. But baby, Sekhmet did not come here to fucking to force you to channel your rage through your motherfucking daily workout. That's not. I appreciate and respect where this is coming from. That ain't what she here for. It ain't what Kali came here to do. It definitely ain't what motherfucking y'all came here to do, bitch. And if you Shango, all they compadres up in here too. Shango up in here. Shango is Aquarius. Y'all is Pluto. Sekhmet and Kali are both the planet Saturn. Saturn is what? In Aries right now. Not only in Aries right now, Saturn is retrograde in Aries. There's like, bitch, Neptune is up in this bitch. Neptune is up in this bitch. That's Yemaya. That's Yemaya in Aries. All the goddesses that came through this motherfucker talking about, bitch, it's time to slay. It's time to slay. We done did all the reasoning, all the loving, all the nurturing, all the loving, all the shit to try to win a bitch back to their right mind. That shit ain't working. Today is the day to slay. Nothing less will do. Today is the day to slay. Today is the day to destroy. To destroy. And that's the shit don't nobody want to get comfortable with, because y'all want to save this bitch. Y'all want to save America as it is. Y'all want to save America. America is not worth saving. Can you create something new? Can we create the weekend symposium, the week-long symposium where we say, okay, they already deconstructing their own constitution, which wasn't worth the fuck anyway. Since they already tearing their own constitution down, bitch, why don't we go ahead and construct a new way of being, a new way to construct government? We can, since they already destroying their own government, they clearing the way for us to do already what we said we need to do, which is to create something radically new. Not recreate motherfucking America, not recreate the Senate, not recreate the House of Representatives, not recreate the motherfucking White House and the goddamn President of the United States, not recreate the Supreme Court of the United States, which is literally betraying you in real time in your face. And instead of saying, okay, they're going to destroy their own shit, cool, this is what we need to be doing. Whoever we are, if Black power is your shit, if Black radical nationalism is your shit, y'all come together as one whole thing to say, okay, what do we want to see that meets and serves the interest of our people? Do. If you're a Mexican nationalist living in the United States and you see in real time what the hell is happening to you and yours, this is what we want to see. Boopy doopy 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 doo. How can we make sure that in the government that we create collectively, this is what unfolds in our life? If your ass is Native American and you held hostage on your own motherfucking land and so-called goddamn concentration camps, called goddamn reservations, bitch, this is what we say has to happen on our motherfucking land. And even though we ain't but 2% of the population, it's what the fuck we say. And can everybody else agree to follow the fucking line on the conditions that we set? And this is what we want. Women, this is what we want. Boop, 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 all the way down the line. They gonna dismantle their own motherfucking shit anyway. Now we can step in and say, okay, y'all want to get rid of y'all own constitution? Y'all want to get rid of this and this and this and this and this and this? Then fuck your constitution, fuck your Declaration of Independence, fuck all of this bullshit. We will rewrite the new. It is what the fuck we say. It's what the fuck we say. And the first thing we say is, you motherfuckers unhand our shit. Unhand our land, unhand our money, unhand our goddamn lives. That's what that's the starting point. That's the starting point. 909 goddamn motherfucking billionaires in this bitch, and the world is starving. There are more homeless people in the goddamn United States of America than any other nation on earth, including many of the so-called third world countries. Not only that, we call on people around the world, lock down your motherfucking borders. Don't let none of these rotten motherfuckers steal none of your shit. Only do business with people that exist in your goddamn borders. Starve this bitch out. Starve this bitch out. I'm telling you, Sekhmet, Kali, Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Lilith. Somebody mentioned Lilith. All, do you think these mythologies, first of all, you hear mythology and you hear fake or not real or something? It's not. And so these mythologies you hear that are literally, these stories have been told in a way to tell us the future. These mythological stories are a telling of a future that was to come. I'm trying to tell you something. Revisit the story of Kali. And you're like, holy shit, that wasn't a story of the past. It was a prophecy being told in myth. That's what it was. The day when Kali would have to emerge from the head of the great Durga, the mother Durga, from the loving, nurturing mother Durga. She would have to come to save the day. She would have to come to save the world. That the demon, who is the malignant version of the sun, reproducing himself on earth like the demon he is, would threaten to destroy the whole planet, would threaten to destroy everything that she had built. And that she would have to come. She would have to kill the malignancy. That's goddamn land. But Shiva was not dead up under her foot. Shiva was not dead up under her foot. Shiva was the actual sun. Everything else was the malignancies that he had spread all over the goddamn place. Shiva was the demon, baby. Shiva was the demon. Shiva was the destroyer. Shiva was the demon. Shiva was the demon. And so she said, but you are still my son. I still love you. And so I'm going to put my boot on your motherfucking chest until you get your mind right. But everything else that you have created, every demon you have created, every institution you have created, every philosophy you have created, everything you have created, baby, I'm laying that shit to rest. Laying it to rest. Now, sit your ass still until you get your motherfucking mind right. I'm going to have to put my boot in your heart chakra till you remember that you and I are not separate, that we are one. That you and I are not separate, we are one. She said, I'm gonna have to lay waste. This was a fortune that this story was telling. It was not a past. It was not a past, you guys. This story that we see, this image of Kali in a million different ways, and in every single story, she's got some nigga head in her hand. She got nigga skulls strapped around her goddamn necklace, around her belt. Feel me? She dancing, her skirt flying in the wind. She's like, this is my shit. And then she like, you the last one. I got to put my boot on your chest. I ain't trying to kill you. I ain't trying to work you because you my baby. You still my baby, even though you out here wilding out of control. But once I destroy every malignancy your ass has created, then I can spank your ass. I can put my boot on your chest and bring you to your right goddamn mind. Because you with that bullshit. Because you with that bullshit. Because you with that dumb shit. You feel me? Same thing with the story of Shango and Oya, that we had always, all of these interpretations, that all of these goddesses had to be subdued by their husbands or subdued by their fathers. Because the story of Sekhmet is the same. We'd always been told that Sekhmet was only called when the soldiers was threatened to be overrun. And even the soldiers were reluctant to call her because they knew her, quote, bloodlust was out of control. Isn't that the story you always told about Sekhmet? That if you call Sekhmet, you better be ready because she might get your ass too. Even though you the one called her, you might get it too. You might get the smoke too. Isn't that the story? The malignant, twisted, fucked up version of our mother we've always been told. Isn't that the story we've all been told? And it's a lie. It's a lie. That Sekhmet was the right eye of Ra. That she was Ra's daughter. That she was Ra's vengeance. The left eye of Ra, excuse me, the left eye of Ra. She was Ra's vengeance. Not that she predated Ra, that it was an impossibility for her to be Ra's daughter. that she predated him by a goddamn eon. Nah, that ain't the story. It's always the story. Everywhere you go, reading these mythologies about how the great primordial one gets reduced to the boo, the baby mama of, the daughter of some construction, some man child erected out of his own goddamn imagination in his hatred for the mother. And so this story too, the soldiers call on Sekhmet, and she is, after the bad guy is beaten shit, you feel me? She is so bloodthirsty that she threatens to destroy the world. She just like, this my shit. Oh my God. And so she's so, quote, mother of all that is. She don't know, right? So they have to trick her by turning the river red. So they turn the river red by putting red ochre and mandrake root in the river, so the river looked like blood, you feel me? And she's like, oh shit, I love beer, that's my shit. And she go and start drinking up the river, and the mandrake root subdues her enough for them to calm her down so she don't threaten to destroy the world. No, what they were concerned about was her destroying the world they created. Just like with Kali, she wasn't threatening to destroy the world. She was destroying the world that they had erected at her expense. That's what she had did. That was the threat. That was the threat. That was the threat. Not that she is the master physician. She is the chief. She is the patroness of all physicians. Anybody in the healing arts automatically became a consort of Sekhmet. No, not that. That she was the owner of the black arts, the dark arts, the arts that are only used when evil has run amok, and it takes something other than a nice tongue to win a bitch back from their evil ways. That's what the dark arts are for. They exist for a reason. That there are different types of aggressions that you can commit. If you steal some shit because you're hungry, I'm not going to chastise you probably at all. But even if I do chastise you, it's not going to be the same gravity of chastisement if you stealing because you're hungry as it would because you took a bat upside somebody's head that didn't deserve it. The punishment is going to be different based on the motivation for it and the crime that you commit. You feel me? Y'all always wanting to love and light a bitch back to right way. Y'all always want to pray for your enemy. Are you praying for the tumor? Are you praying for the tumor when you get sick with cancer? Are you praying for the tumor? Is it not the same thing? The tumor is you. The tumor is you. It's not an invasive species. The tumor is you. When you develop cancer, it's a part of you. Something in you has forgotten. Something in you has gone rogue. Something in you has run amok. So if it's you, why wouldn't you pray for it? I want to pray for this tumor. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's killing me, I know it don't know that it's killing me, and I want to just pray for this tumor. But you pray for your enemy. You wouldn't do that. You say that's ludicrous, Cassandra. Why would you do that? Why would you pray for your tumor? It's a part of you. It is. It's not a foreign agent. It's not a foreign entity. It didn't happen as a consequence of some invading force. You feel me? Something in you went rogue. But you understand, at the time that cell went rogue and started staging a contest against you, you would still not be like, yeah, I want to pray for the tumor. I just want to pray for the tumor and pray that the tumor remember what it's supposed to do instead of forgetting and wreaking havoc. I want to pray for the tumor to come to its right mind, to remember that it was perfect and all of that shit. Might sound nice in ideas, but what your ass gonna do, you ain't gonna do that. You're gonna take some herbs in the early stages. You're gonna take some herbs. You're gonna change your diet. You're gonna get outside and work out. You're gonna start seeing a therapist so you can have some talk therapy to have a way to get these things out that's plaguing you. You feel me? To talk about your childhood trauma or whatever the fuck. You ain't gonna be sitting up in there praying that the tumor get its mind right. You're gonna actively do some things. But you believe you're supposed to pray for an enemy who cannot hear you, an enemy who literally needs your death, thrives on it, is joyous in their revelation of your death. I'm not exaggerating. They tell you in your face, we love to watch you die. They tell you in the movies that they make about you, y'all call it trauma porn. Y'all literally, they tell you in your face every time somebody gets killed by the police. People of different races get killed by the police all the time. In this city right here, Mexican and Native American people get killed by the police all the time. I read somewhere that last year there was like 1,200 white people that were killed by the police last year. White people get killed by the police too. So if people of all races get killed by the police, why is only black people that you always see on TV? You actually see the cop kill the person. You actually see the cop kill the person, choke them out, break their neck, shoot them. Why is only you? Only you. When's the last time you saw somebody who wasn't black actively being killed by the police? When's the last time you saw that? They kill everybody. Why is it that the only time you see on constant chronic repeat all the time, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, somebody died at the hands of the police, they got to play the video, the news outlets got to play the video 30 times in a loop on repeat, and it's always you, your children, you understand, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, your old people, Katherine Johnson, 89 years old, killed in her bed, in her house by the police. Your young women who thriving, got great jobs. You feel me? Sandra Bland and what's the other young sister name? I can't remember. Damn. But you know what I'm saying? Why is it that these are the only faces that you see on a constant loop? Why is it? Mexican people in this country have had Breonna Taylor, thank you so much. Mexican people have had a horrible, malignant, vicious, foul, insidious, equally fucked up relationship to America in this country. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. It was never put on display though. When's the last time you saw an old, an old documentary on the history of lynchings of Mexican people in the United States of America en masse, and you seeing the bodies of Mexican men hanging from trees? When's the last time you saw that? Never. Do you know how often they were lynching Mexican men in this country right the fuck here? In Oregon, in Colorado, in Wyoming, in Nevada, all along the Mexican-American border. When's the last time you seen a documentary? California? When's the last time you seen a documentary about the wrath of lynching of Mexican people in this country? Why always your death and despair is put on display in repeat? Because they've in it. Not only do they revel in it, they love to feel your despair from seeing these images over and over and over again. They love that. They feed on that shit. Since they can't commit outright acts of cannibalism anymore, this is as close as they can get. This is as close as they can get. Consume your trauma. Is to consume, is to eat down your trauma. But they need to make sure that nobody else can relate to you. Nobody else can empathize with you. Nobody else sees the similarity in their histories with you. That's why nobody else's bodies is put on display. Because if they started putting on display the myriad of ways that white people have been killed by the police, and then all of a sudden white people, and they outraged by this state violence, because white people hate the police too until the police is doing something terrible to black folks. This is their conditioning. This is their training. You feel me? Every white person I ever knew growing up hated the police. Every single one hated the police until the police is doing something to everybody else, and then they say, good job, police, you protecting us. You feel me? But they hate the police too. You feel me? They do. They do. Every punk rock band, every rock and roll band. You know what? As a matter of fact, I want to shout out Ozzy Osbourne today. Ozzy Osbourne passed away yesterday. Ozzy Osbourne passed away. And if anybody ever wrote lyrics, as a matter of fact, I'd probably be willing to bet. This might need to be a research topic. I'm actually probably willing to bet that Ozzy Osbourne is the first musician in the history of this country. Maybe not, but I'm gonna have to research. At least the most popular song early on that anybody has ever heard that was an outright fuck the police song. Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath did that. Black Sabbath did that in 1971 when they released War Pigs. Isn't that such a great and timely song for today? I sang that song all day yesterday when I found out Ozzy Osbourne died. I sure did. I love Black Sabbath, always have. But that song and all of their lyrics are really, really good. People need, if you ain't never got hip to Black Sabbath, shame on you. But if you never got hip to Black Sabbath, that needs to be your homework. You need to go and listen, especially them first 2 albums they put out. You need to listen to the lyrics of every single one. Yes, ma'am. Crazy Train is another one. They was ahead of the curve, baby. They was ahead of the curve. But that song War Pigs never gets old. I'm seeing all these black people covering War Pigs now. I'm like, okay, better late than never. What's his name? What's the boy name? T-Pain. T-Pain did a cover recently of War Pigs. You feel me? I was like, all right, better late than never. You feel me? Better late than never. You feel me? There's another black like hardcore group that just did a cover of War Pigs. My favorite cover. I mean, I love War Pigs by Black Sabbath. My favorite ever cover of War Pigs was by Faith No More, of course, because I'm obsessed with this band. But that was probably the at least in your face fuck the police song was War Pigs. It's a great song. I listened to that song probably 20 times yesterday. I was like, can I sing this song? Like, let me figure out how, because it sucks. When I started doing radio, you were able to play songs. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't do that shit. But damn, that's a good ass song. 10 roads gathered at their masses, just like witches and black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerers of death construction, man. In the field, the bodies burning as the war machine keeps coming. Death and hatred to mankind, poison in his brainwashed minds. Woo, that is my jam. God. Politicians hide themselves away. They have started their own war, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait till judgment day comes. Yeah. Why don't they go out to fight? Why don't they go? Shit. Why should they go out to fight? Shit, what is it? Oh, that's a great lyric. Why should they go out to fight? That's something about damn, y'all gotta get your life right. He did that. That song was written in 1971. What was happening in 1971 that could possibly have influenced him to write a song called War Pigs about bullshitting ass politicians exploiting human beings using spells? That's what he's talking about. Using spells to who were using them like pawns in chess. What could have been happening in 1971 to inspire him to write that song? Oh, I don't know. Was it the height of Vietnam? People and Vietnam was on full display. Let me tell you about this goddamn. Let me tell you about this goddamn IG. I just got a I just got a flag. It says you have reached your limit of copyrighted music in a live video. To avoid your video being stopped and removed, please do not share any more copyrighted music during your broadcast. Removed videos can't be saved, shared, or replayed. So do I sound like Ozzy Osbourne? Was there any guitars in that? You can't even sing copyrighted music now? Is that what it is? I literally just got that. Now I know good and goddamn well I don't sound like Ozzy Osbourne. So where that shit came from? I should have took a screenshot of that bullshit. I should have took a screenshot of that bullshit. Yo, what the hell? Anyway, why did I get on that? Yeah, I got on that because that is crazy. I can't believe that just happened. I can't believe that just happened. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to shout. I meant to do that yesterday. I meant to shout out Ozzy Osbourne. Yesterday, they had I didn't even know about it until right before I got up on here. They had a big, like, I guess, memorial for him today down on Hollywood Boulevard. I wish I would have known. But anyway, somebody say Instagram always with the shits. Anyway, so let's talk a little bit more about tomorrow, tonight being the new moon. You can, it doesn't matter, all the way through the next 24 hours, next 48 hours, because it's the 24 hours before, during, and after the new moon where, quote, the power is most potent. But we impotent ass shit anyway, because we have 4 planets that are in retrograde right now at this moment. That is Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, and Mercury. Mercury is in retrograde until August 11th. All the other planets are in retrograde for a hot ass minute. You feel me? But Mercury is in retrograde until August 11th. So some details about the new moon and the energy of this new moon. Okay. This new moon, there is a guy. What is his name? I don't remember. I'll put it in the description box. He is one of my more favorite astrologers. But the title of his report, the astrology report that he did on this particular new moon, was called Using Your Words to Your Advantage. Is that what he said? Hold on just a second. I don't want to misquote. Oh, damn. I didn't realize I had a, let's see. Okay, I guess I can't even sing no more without them. No. Okay, well, let's try that. Come on. Dang. No. Oh. Okay, so I forget the name of the guy, but I'm going to put it in the description box below. But the title of his, his little short, it's like a 20-minute video on the significance of this Leo new moon is Your Words Become Your Reality. Your words become your reality. Your words become your reality. You hear me? That is the energy of this new moon. And he said that the energy of this particular new moon, because of the energy that it is surrounded by, which is grade, two planets that I've talked at length, at nauseum about, being in Aries together for the first time in 20,000 years. Is it 20,000 years? 12,000 years. 12, I think it's 12,000 years. I got to look at my notes. But I think it's the first time in 12,000 years that both Saturn and Neptune are in the sign of Aries at the same time at 0 degrees. The first time in 12,000, yes, 12,000 years. 12,000 years. So this particular new moon in this particular sign of Leo, he says, you can take advantage of, you can use to your benefit, quote, words becoming your reality. Your words become your reality until next summer. He said next August, on the 11th of next August. That's how long you have to take advantage of this new moon in Leo. To me, that's a radical statement. That's a radical statement. Whatever it is that we writing as our seed for the future, that seed that we're writing in the next 24 hours, you feel me? Be deliberate, be specific, be universal. Whatever you want for yourself, you want for the whole, and every obstacle that exists to be radically removed, violently if necessary. You hear what I'm saying? Radically removed. As a matter of fact, for those whose crimes are unfathomable, may their end be public. May their end be 1,000,000 times more brutal than that which they opposed on the innocent. May their end be a reminder to all who would betray the mother, all who would harm her children. May their end be a reminder and a dissuader to all others. May her judgment be swift and thorough and final. Because you cannot continue to believe that you can appeal to madness. You cannot continue to believe that you are plucking at some non-existent heartstring of those consumed by madness. The only thing they respond to is that which they have created on earth. Which is brute fucking force. Brute force is the only thing they respond to. Is the only thing they respond to. So may their end be public, and may their end be swift, and may their end be just, and may their end be a permanent reminder forever and ever that if you betray the mother, your end will be vicious than the crime you have committed. That's what they did. Isn't that what they did to their own? Isn't that what the early, your so-called founding fathers did? If somebody betrayed them, what'd they do? They would tar and feather their asses. That would kill them. You know, tarring and feathering would kill you, right? You know that, right? That y'all like, oh yeah, tarring and feathering someone would kill them. The tar was hot. The tar was hot like lava. And they would cover their whole bodies with this hot lava-esque tar and then throw feathers on them. That's what it was to tar and feather someone. It was a torture device. That the worst crime that you could commit was to be what? A Benedict Arnold? Isn't that what the white people called they traitors? A Benedict Arnold? That was the worst crime that you could commit today, right now, in your own government's laws. The crime that is the worst crime that you can commit in the United States is what? The crime of treason, which is an automatic death penalty. Your ass ain't gonna sit on death row forever and ever and ever and ever. Not if you commit treason. Not if you found guilty of committing treason. Your ass ain't gonna sit on death row, cushy and shit for 20, 30 years. Child, your ass is very likely to get the firing squad. Although they take that shit serious with they traitors, with they Benedict Arnolds. And all we saying is what's good for the goose, bitch. That's all we saying is what's good. We just taking your lead. We taking your example. So when I pray my prayer, I'm not joking. Yes, I want what I want. I want my life to look, but I am crystal clear about why my life already does not look the way that it looks. It is not because I don't work hard enough, bitch. I am crystal clear about why my genius does not yield me right at this moment the lifestyle that I deserve to have. It is because some billionaire has stepped in the way of what is mine. That's right. That's right. The time of mercy is done. We didn't try that a million ways from Sunday. No mercy. Justice is the only justice is the only demand. Justice is the only demand. Justice is the only thing that will pacify. Justice is the only thing that will pacify. Justice is the only thing that will do. And the only justice that will do is that handed down by the mother. The only justice that will do is that handed down by the mother. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Why do y'all keep asking me about this Project Esther? I swear, 20, I have not said a single word, but every time I get up on this live for the last 3 days, somebody is putting this shit in my goddamn comment section. It is obvious that it's not no shit I'm interested in talking about. That ain't got shit to do with us. It ain't got shit to do with us. I hear the fear mongering they doing in that bullshit. All I could do was laugh. I was like, these motherfuckers is desperate. there is no way. There is no other way to articulate that shit. I've been trying to avoid it, but every time you turn around, one of y'all, 2 of y'all, 4 of y'all, 10 of y'all are putting that shit in my comment section. I'm not worried about what they plotting and scheming, bitch. I'm just not. And I ain't saying y'all, bitch. I'm saying bitch in general. I'm not interested in what they plotting and scheming. Nothing that they could say will or could surprise me. Nothing. These malignant weirdos put Donald J. Trump in office, or at least they think they did, put Donald Trump in office to do exactly what he is doing. What he is doing is not random, y'all. It's not, oh my God, this is a surprise. It was an inevitability. It was inevitable in our absence to respond adequately, in our attempts to mend, to seal up this monstrous bitch. This is the conclusion that we have to come to. Our attempts to, quote, fix America, our attempts to, quote, make America great, our attempts to hold America accountable to its own constitution. All we trying to do is make you honor your own constitution. Child. Back in 1776, when they scripted that bitch, we should have set that shit ablaze. As soon as we had the opportunity, we should have took that motherfucking Constitution, that Declaration of Independence, that motherfucking Bill of Rights, and set that shit ablaze and say, okay, from this day forward, we are constructing something new where all people can benefit. And since we didn't do that, not only did we not do that, we continued to sacrifice our sons and daughters to wars to consecrate further these fucking wicked documents constructed by slave-owning aristocratic fucking at that time millionaires who actively participated in the slave trade. We was like, well, at least y'all had some good words to say. You feel me? Even though y'all was diabolical, in your personal life, at least you had some good words to say. So we willing to put money on that. We willing to put some blood on that. We willing to put some sweat on that. Not that we need it back then. And I think this is what the period is trying to teach us. I think that's what the period is trying to teach us. We sitting up in here in the midst of a damn America's first Pluto returns. We 2 years away from America, from a Saturn return. We in America's half Neptune return. You feel me? And all of these planets was like, are y'all gonna catch a hint? Are y'all gonna catch a hint? America can't be saved. Y'all have to wreck this shit, and y'all have to erase this bitch and erect something new. Y'all have to completely demolish this bitch, root it out like the cancer that it is, and erect something new on healthy soil, on healthy land, on healthy territory. I'm always telling people, I can hate America. I have every right to hate this monstrous motherfucker. I hate America. I hate America. I hate America. I hate the institution known as the United States of America. I love the land. I love this country. I love the continental United States of America. I love the land currently known as the United States of America, though I know she had a name before the erection of this monstrous bitch. I love the land commonly known as, globally known as, the United States of America. I love the land. I feel a part of this land. I should feel a part of this land. I know my family trees all the way back. I know how many of us were born here. And when you talk about 14 generations back, that's 1619. 14 exactly. 14 generations back, when scientists are talking about, yeah, we have at least we have immediate access to at least 14 generations back of genetic memory. We have 14, where they came up with that number? 14 generations back of genetic memory that we can access through like all of these different ways, and this and this and this and this. Where they get that number from? So I was like, okay, 14 generations, because you know the Bible mentions 14 generations several times too. I was like, what's up with this number 14 generations, right? So I was like, YouTube, search engine, what approximately would the date be from today, 14 generations back? It said, 1619. I said, oh my God, that's very specific. That same day that I did that search engine search, guess what came through my YouTube feed the same day, y'all? Was a video of a lecture that Dr. John Henrik Clarke did in the 90s called The Secret History of Black America from 1619 to 1776. The same day that I did that search. What year would it be, search engine? What year would it be if we went 14 generations back? 1619. Later that day, I see in my YouTube for you a damn video by Dr. John Henrik Clarke, The Secret History of Black America from 1619. That's hella specific. From 1619 to 1776. You hear me? You hear me? So, and I find it interesting too. And this walk with astrology that we've been doing, America's First Pluto Returns, the Uranus and Gemini that's making everybody uncomfortable, the half Neptune return, all of this stuff, all these monumental movements that's happening that are directly related to the birth date of the United States as a nation. And I want to remind you that when the United States of America became independent, the United States was only the 13 colonies. I want to remind you of that there were only 13 states when the United States of America was declared independent. I think most people miss that part. So when they're talking about the birthday of the United States of America, and it dawned on me the other day when it said 14 generations back as 1619, I was like, oh yeah, we're spending all this time talking about the founding of the United States of America and all of these astrological events at the birth chart of the United States of America. But Europeans had already been here colonizing the land in the 1400s. Guess what else happened in 1619? Which I did not even think about. Guess what else happened in 1619? The first 20 Black enslaved people were brought to Virginia, as a matter of fact, in 1619 from the Caribbean islands. They were already enslaved in the Caribbean islands. And this dude, I don't remember his name, was in the Caribbean. He was like, let me take some of them with me. And so he took 20 Black people from the Caribbean up to Virginia, where they worked as indentured servants for 7 years and then were granted their freedom. That happened in 1619. I said, oh, that's worth noting. That's worth noting. So all of these people, all they talk about is America, and like its starting point was like 1776. But there was a whole 300, almost 300. Let's see. Yeah, there was almost a 300-year period of invaders here in the United States prior to 1776. And so it's just interesting. All of these things. Anyway, so let's keep moving because I want to be up off of here. I'm hungry and I want to take advantage of this last little bit of sunlight too. So so that I will say again, because you will see a lot of I am gonna learn, hard learn, like actually take the classes, pay for the classes. I'm gonna learn astrology, I'm gonna learn numerology. What I teach you is my interpretation through my black ass worldview about what other astrologers have to say, because they know the science and the math and the this and the that, give them the placements on it. But I'm about to learn astrology because I cannot keep relying on just my quote reinterpreting the missing gaps presented by people who learn and teach astrology through their very narrow, likely Eurocentric, Greco-Roman worldview, because it's not enough. Because as soon as they started talking, even with something as simple as a new moon ceremony, this guy who I really like, I think he is more edgy than most of the astrologers I follow. But he said, well, the new moon has always been seen because the moon is dark and because ancient people wouldn't really do anything during the new moon because it was dark outside. So they would wait to do like nighttime activities during a full moon. So the new moon has always been seen as kind of synonymous with a period of rest. That it's a time to rest. It's a time to relax. I was like, is that static though? I mean, damn, you're talking about, okay, a new moon during the winter months, you might rest, but a new moon during the height of the summer season, during the height of the emperor season, during the height, right, of heat, right? Not only heat, 2 days before your ass transitions. So the new moon is 2 days after today, which is what? Yesterday, actually. Yesterday was what? Yesterday was when we transitioned into Leo season. The first couple of days of the Leo season going into a Leo new moon, and you talking about resting and staying inside? Resting and staying inside at the height, at the lion's entry into the scene, like, bitch, I'm here. Like, let's go. Let's go. After coming out of a water here for a long time, you ain't seen me in a year. Like, I'm ready to do some things. No, your conclusion is to rest and stay inside. But he contradicted himself because what else did he say? The new moon is about planting new seeds. You feel me? Planting new seeds of intention. You feel me? Planting seeds is not no restful work. Have y'all ever taken care of a garden? Have y'all ever tilled soil to prepare the soil to take the seed? Is the seeding of the soil? Is that some easy shit? Is that some non-laborious? Is that some restful work? Have y'all ever done that? You understand? Because even when we was kids, we would be given a handful of seeds and say, okay, make sure that you walk 2 whole feet lengths before you put another seed. Walk 2 whole feet lengths before you put another seed. You feel me? That is not no shit that you do. That's restful. That's chill. That's chillax work. You bent over, your back hurt, your legs hurt. That ain't no restful shit. So it's a contradiction, is what I'm saying. He's saying that the new moon is historically a period of rest, but like it's some static shit that doesn't take into account the changing of the seasons. That is your behavior during a new moon in the winter going to be different than the behavior, or the same as the behavior during a new moon in the summer? Is the activity requirements for your harvest or for your garden going to be different at a new moon in the winter as opposed, or a new moon in the spring as opposed to a new moon in the fall? Whatever. Like, is the shit not dynamic? It's just static all the way through. New moons are for planting new seeds. And that's just all. And planting new seeds in your mind is synonymous with resting in the height of the season that is defined by courageous action, radical action, coloring outside the lines. Literally, creating an entire new kingdom in your mind's eye that you spend the time executing in the real world? Are those two things synonymous? Like, bitch, you got time to rest in the winter months. Like right now, it's summer, the sun is out, we got more day than light. We got to get it in because fall is right around the corner and the days are going to be shorter. Don't that make more sense? Like, shit, whatever it is we want to do, we got to do it in the summertime because the days is long. Doesn't that make more sense? We can rest in the winter. Doesn't that make more sense? I'm just saying. That's why I have to learn this shit, because I can't keep relying on the quote scientific understanding and the mathematical understanding of astrology by other astrologers when they keep coming to bullshit and ass conclusions about how we should prepare for these events. It's just frustrating to me. Anyway, what I was going to do was finish reading this thing about Sekhmet so that we can be encouraged and enlivened and boldened to go out in the world as our most audacious selves, to literally speak out loud our intentions for this world that we are actively creating. If you are an architect, an actual architect, like you do actual architectural drafting and design, then I want to plant the seed in your skull in this moment that you need to be understanding, conceptualizing, and taking notes on what the architectural design of a world, of every building in this new world that now is in harmonious cyclical unity with the cycles of the world, with the cyclical behavior of the earth itself, and with human beings. What is the kind of architecture that can allow humans to thrive all the time within their abodes, within businesses, within collective structures? Like, you need to be the architectural drafter for the buildings that are the replicas of what it means to live in cyclical harmonious union with the mother. That's what y'all need to be doing. If your ass is a filmmaker, you need to be paying attention to all of the films of the old and then conceptualizing in your mind whatever the films are. Take 3 at a time. And if this is the type of film and you want to make this type of film, but in its extreme opposition, in its extreme opposition, in its extreme opposition, what are you conceptualizing in its extreme opposition? Let me give you an example. If the movie is a quote movie about this dystopian future, right? This post-apocalyptic future, right? This future where mankind has destroyed everything, and so we all live in a perpetual desert where water is the most valuable thing, and where humans have become cannibals or whatever the hell machination that has been emerged out of the afflicted ass mind of the sun gone rogue. Say this is it. This is a post-apocalyptic worst case scenario of what the future is, and your ass is an artist of the future. You are charged by the mother as a filmmaker to create the images of what the new world is so that people can begin to imagine it. And so people can begin to see how real the possibility is. You feel me? So you take this terrible, awful post-apocalyptic movie, and then you say, okay, if I am going to create the institutions of dual and contending power, I'm going to watch this shit right here. And every single solitary line of this shit, I am writing its opposition. I'm writing its opposition. I'm writing its opposition. That's your work. That's your homework. That's your assignment. Is to literally in film create the new world. If everything that has been constructed in cinema, in film, has been constructed to keep us in a perpetual state of despair and fear of the future, so that we become completely trapped, fearful of anything new, fearful of fucking evolution, fearful of the future, because all we can see, because we've only seen, what is it, 2,739 ways that the future can be terrible. That's how many dystopian movies have been made in the United States since 1914. It's 2,739 dystopian movies. all we can see is what has been fed to our brain over and 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 over again, is how despairing the future is and how dismal the future is and this and that and this and that. Then you, as the filmmakers of the future, you as the architects of the ideas in people's brains, have a responsibility to create film and cinema that is an institution of dual-ending power, igniting and invigorating the imaginations of the grand whole to say, oh shit, we can build a future. We can build a new. We can restore the planet. We can mend the hole in the ozone layer because we absolutely can. We can restore the goddamn oceans to her perfect pristineness. We just have to see in our mind's eye through imagination, through film and shit, how that can be. That's your responsibility. That's your job. You understand what I'm saying? If your ass is an author, that's your job. If your ass is a musician, that's your job. Your music is to be an institution of dual and contending power. If all the music that you hear, choose a genre. If all the music that you hear is bullshit, it's bubblegum for the brain, it's bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes or whatever the fuck, write its opposition. Sing its opposition. Dance its opposition. Do you understand? That's the assignment. That's the assignment for all of us. That's the assignment. If you are a teacher, if you are a healer, can you be a healer who always says, instead of, quote, diagnosing somebody with something bad, instead of diagnosing, what you're going to say is a person comes to you and says, these are the symptoms that I'm experiencing. And then instead of diagnosing a person and telling them, quote, what's wrong, you're going to say, this is the amount of time it's going to take us to get you back into harmonious union with yourself and with the earth, bitch. No diagnosis. Based on what you're telling me, I assess that this is about how much time it's going to take us to make you perfect again, to make you well again, to make your cells remember how to show up and defend itself again. And this is how I will facilitate that process. No diagnoses. No, oh, bitch, you got 3 months to live. Who the hell has the power to tell anybody that if it's not a spell? Understand what I'm saying? If your ass is a baby, if your ass is a toddler, if your ass is 7 years old, 9 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, 20 years old, this is the world day. This is the way, even as a toddler. This is the way, even as a baby. This is the way, even as a 9-year-old, a preteen, a this and this. And this is the way. This is the very important and vital role that you must play in sustaining this beautiful world that our mother has gifted us with, and make it a part of everything that they learn. Every time they put their hands in the dirt, this is how the mother takes care of you. Boo, 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 boo. You incorporate science, the science that we now know. The science that we now know, that every time we put our hands in the mud, the relationship, our relationship with the mud and the nutrients in the mud going into the largest pores in our body, which are in the soles of our hands, and the soles of our feet and the palms of our hands are the largest pores. This relationship that we have in the mud, what causes us to release massive amounts of dopamine. And that's why babies are always crazy when they're in the mud. I want the mud. I want to eat the mud and all of that shit. And we now know that people, that's why the whole basis behind grounding with your bare feet and shit is because there is an actual energetic exchange between us and the mud. You incorporate that into the baby's daily learning, their actual learning. School isn't in a classroom under motherfucking artificial light. It's outside in everything around them. Is this constant mending of the chasm created in all of us that makes all of us sick. Now it's a mending of this chasm. Spirit and science are one. Math and science are one. Art and science and art and spirit, these are one things in different manifestations of the one. This is how lessons are taught. This is how a child begins to learn, that they come here, but not in ambiguity. They come here as the great, beautiful, perfect personification of the best genetic material of both their lines. They are the best of who have come before them, because this is the investment that we make in our offspring. Our genetic material and taking care of our genetic material is the investment. It is what you call it, the inheritance that we leave, that we give, that we contribute to our offspring to ensure that they are the best of us. And so all of that 14 generations of genetic memory becomes something that they can access. So whether it's music, because your mama was a musician and your daddy was a musician and your great grandpapa was a musician or whatever, and we don't slice their head off, cut their head off and tell them, oh, you can't be a musician because you can't make no real money being no musician. Why don't you be a nurse or some shit? We don't cut them off at their knees. When we recognize there are gifts that they inherently come here with, we say, okay, this is the evidence of the genetic contribution of all of your ancestors, and we want to nurture that. We want to take care of that. We still want to give you the liberty to spread your wings into other spaces, but we want to make sure that that's passionate about as an infant. You display as an infant. You display as a started copying, literally copying note for note songs when she was 3 years old piano. And because I was poor, because I was working class, and I did not know what I know now, and it's my biggest regret, I did not nurture that in her. I did not make that a priority to nurture what I observed very, very early on with my daughter as something that could have been a gift, could have changed her life radically, directed her life radically. That's what education in this world that we're trying to create has to be. Her life radically. That's what education in this world that we're trying to create has to be. It has something that is not for learning and favorite. Everything has to be that. Everything in this world that we are trying to do in real time has to be exemplary of what it is we say in the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. That ecstasy is our birthright. That pleasure is our birthright. That love unlimited is our, that freedom is our birthright. Sovereignty is our birthright. We are born, ordained, protected, governed by the blood and water baptism of our mother's ultimate sacrifice. She sacrificed her to allow us to live. And in order to honor that sacrifice that she made, what she requires of us is one thing, is to be happy beyond imagining, is to be happy beyond what we can conceive of. That's the world that we have to create. The world that we have to create. So learning has to be ecstatic. Learning to be pleasurable. Learning has to be, full love. Learning and acquiring information has to be fully embodied in pleasure. You feel me? So, reading this thing about Sekhmet, it's just so powerful. It's so powerful. I'm gonna start from the beginning since I had not gotten that deep into it. For those of you who just rolled up in the space, this is the last thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to you about how to facilitate this new ceremony for yourselves and for the world. You feel me? And then I'll leave y'all with that. Let's see. The transformation into four or bastet represents the emergence of ecstatic love, joy, creativity, and sensual pleasure. The formula is this: divine rage, when consciously met and temporarily compassionate embodiment, transforms into ecstatic joy and creative power. You cannot skip this step. If you try to suppress your rage, your Sekhmet, if you deny it, push it down, pretend it isn't there, it doesn't go away. It hides in the darkness of your subconscious. It turns inward. Suppressed fire becomes bitterness, resentment, cynicism, depression, and on a physical level, it often manifests as autoimmune diseases. The body's own immune system, the Sekhmet principle, turning in on itself. This is the fate of a muzzled lioness. She doesn't become a kitten, she becomes a sick, tormented lioness. Alternatively, if you indulge your rage mindlessly, if you lash out blame others, and spew your fire without consciousness, you become a monster. You become the destructive Sekhmet at the beginning of the myth, creating suffering for yourself and everyone around you. You remain trapped in the fire. The path of the initiate is the third way, the way of alchemy. You must have the courage to feel your rage, to let the lioness roar within you, to honor her power and her message. But you do not unleash her blindly. You consciously bring her down into your body. You ground her energy. You pour the red beer. How? You move your body, you dance, you run, you scream, you lift weights, you give the fire a physical earthly channel. You use its immense energy as fuel for your art, your activism, or for your creative projects. You transmute it. You let the fire that wanted to destroy become the fire that creates. This is how the lioness is soothed. This is how her raw power is transformed into passionate, joyful, creative life force of Hathor. Your capacity for profound joy is locked away behind the door of your unfelt rage. This line, y'all. Listen. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. Your capacity for profound joy is locked away behind the door of your unfelt rage. Oh my God. To get to ecstatic love, you must first have the courage to walk through the sacred fire, and only you can do it. The system does not want you to know this formula. Mm, hold on. The system does not want you to know this formula. Uh-huh. Um, it wants you either suppressed or depressed or reactive and chaotic. Those steps make you predictable and easy to control. A person who has mastered their own inner alchemy, who can take their most volatile emotions and transform them into their greatest, is a person who is sovereign, is no longer a victim. They are no longer a victim of their feelings. They are the master of their energetic state. This is the true power of Sekhmet, not the power to destroy others, but the power to transform oneself. The systematic suppression of Sekhmet is one of the, I love this line too. Ooh. The systematic suppression of Sekhmet is one of the greatest spiritual crimes in human history. It is a direct assault on the power of the divine feminine, and by extension on the wholeness of every crimes in human history. It is a direct assault on the power of the divine feminine, and by extension on the wholeness of every human on earth. Why was her energy in particular so feared, so targeted, so viciously erased and distorted? Because a woman or any individual who is fully connected to their inner Sekhmet is the single greatest threat to the system of patriarchal control. Listen. Uh, uh, uh. The systematic suppression of Sekhmet is one of the greatest spiritual crimes in human history. It is a direct assault on the power of the divine feminine, and by extension on the wholeness of every human soul. Why was her energy in particular so feared, so targeted, so viciously erased and distorted? Because a woman or any individual who is fully connected to their inner Sekhmet is the single greatest threat to a patriarchal system of control. Patriarchy is built, listen, listen, listen. Patriarchy is built on the foundation of feminine compliance. Do y'all see? Do you see how significant? And I hadn't even gotten to this part yet. Do you see how significant that story was that I told you in the beginning about the wholly misunderstood Black widow who is drugged by the wimp, who is drugged by the spider widow, the male widow spider, who is 2 times smaller than she is, and sets out as his personal mission to destroy the house that took her whole life to build, not only to destroy the house, but to cover his stinking funk all over it so that she can't even get a squad to come up in there and help her. He literally repels any other spider by putting his grimy ass funk, his grimy ass funk all over the house that it is said took her whole life to build. Comes and dismantles what she has built brick by brick by brick. Then, in the worst kind of aggression, takes his body funk that acts like a Mickey. He done slipped her a Mickey. The drug literally subdues her, and while her ass is subdued and not fighting back as she would likely do, he takes his little gross ass, flimsy ass web and binds all of her legs, binds them in, quote, what the scientists call the bridal veil, binds her in the bridal veil. Basically, he done took his little flimsy ass ropes and bound her legs and feet together so she couldn't buck back. And on each one of the threads that he used is his nasty ass body funk. She's literally on the great mother Black Widow, is on her back, subdued by the Mickey he done casted up on her, subdued. She can't do nothing. His ass jumps up on top of her, literally jumps up on top of her, dumps his old funky ass seed up in her body uninvited, knowing he done did dirt. He clipped away some of the strings off of her limbs, not all of them though, just enough that when his ass is dead, she can get herself free. So he clipped off a couple of his threads before doing a somersault into her mouth to, quote, what they called it self-sacrifice. Child, what? It was the last act of arrogance, is what it was. It was the last act of arrogance, is what it was. He gonna do a somersault right into her mouth, put his back in her mouth so she can at least eat his ass to feed the uninvited seed he done planted in her body. And so she was like, well, fuck it, I gotta eat. So she go ahead and eat the nigga. And then once his ass, she done ate his ass, then she can finally get all of his funky ass threads off of her so she can try to rebuild the structure that he done destroyed. How you gonna get a bitch knocked up, but you gonna bulldoze her house to the ground first? You want her to have your funky ass seed, but in order to make sure can't nobody get at her, you feel me? You gonna bulldoze her house to the ground first, and then plant your funky ass seed, not leave no inheritance or no shit. So not only is she pregnant with your funky ass seed, but now she got to get her pregnant ass back down on the ground and try to reconstruct this web that took her whole life to construct. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Let me finish reading this shit. Ain't that about a bitch? This story had me in my feelings. You feel me? Yo, okay. Anyway, why was her energy in particular so feared, so targeted, so viciously erased and distorted? Because a woman or any individual who is fully connected to their inner segment is the single greatest threat to a patriarchal system of control. Patriarchy is built on a foundation of feminine compliance. Just like that poor mother Black Widow tied up by this nigga funky ass strings, his funk covered strings, and she just laying on her back and she can't do nothing but let this nigga pounce on her. She can't do, she's subdued. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? You feel me? Patriarchy is built on a foundation of feminine compliance. It requires women to be passive, accommodating, and above all, to never ever express their righteous anger. The rage of the feminine is the one force patriarchy cannot withstand. Did you hear the lesson in this word today? Did you hear the lesson up in this word today? Did y'all just hear what the hell this lesson just had to say? The rage of the feminine is the one force in the universe that patriarchy cannot withstand. Because feminine rage is not a petty egoic outburst. It is the roar of life itself, defending its own sacredness. It is the cry of the earth being violated. It is the fire of truth burning through deception, and the system is built on deception. And so a war was declared on the warrior goddess. It was a war on your no. Listen, oh, my whole body is buzzing. God damn. The war on the goddess child was a war on your no, 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 no. That's what it say. And so a war was declared on the warrior goddess. It was a war on your no. They couldn't take away your power. They couldn't take away your power. So they taught you, hold on. Yeah. They couldn't take away your power. You feel? Where is that? Hold on. They couldn't take away your power, so they taught you to be ashamed of your power. Sound familiar? That's why every time you say something some man don't like, you say no, you buck back in any way. What's his response? Why you acting like a man? Why you so manly? Why you so mannish? Isn't that what they do? She said, look, he say, because it was a man reading this, you feel me? Let's see. They couldn't take away your power, so they taught you to be ashamed of it. They created the archetype of the hysterical woman, aka the crazy bitch. You feel me? Anytime a woman expressed legitimate anger or fierce passion, does this sound familiar, black ass women? Why you so mad? Why your eyebrows crinkle? Why you talk so loud? You know what I'm saying? Sound familiar? They created the archetype of the hysterical woman, aka, now that's my addition, aka the crazy bitch. Anytime a woman expressed legitimate anger or fierce passion, she was labeled as irrational, emotional, unstable, crazy. This is a powerful tool of gaslighting and control. It silences dissent by pathologizing it. It silences dissent by pathologizing it. It silences dissent by pathologizing it. The message was clear. Your anger is not valid. It is a symptom of your own madness. Keep it to yourself, or you will be ostracized, medicated, locked away, murdered. This is a direct continuation of the medieval witch hunts, where the women who wielded their power and spoke their truth were burned at the stake. The next tactic was to split the goddess. They took the terrifying, powerful lioness and separated her from the loving, gentle aspects of herself. They sold you the lie that you had to choose. Listen, y'all. They sold you the lie that you had to choose. You could be the good, loving Hathor or the bad, angry Sekhmet. You could be a mother or a warrior, but never both. A lover or a leader, but never both. They forced this forced fragmentation is designed to keep you weak. A lioness without her capacity for love is just a mindless killer. Listen to the word. A lioness without her capacity for love is just a mindless killer. A loving mother without her inner lioness is a defenseless victim. Listen, y'all, god damn. A loving mother without her inner lioness is a defenseless victim. You were forced to choose a weakened, incomplete version of yourself. and then you wondered why you felt powerless. Ooh, the consequences of this suppression are all around us. We live in a world where injustice runs rampant because good people have been taught that their anger is unspiritual. It don't matter how many times I read this shit. I am moved, child. I am moved. I am moved. Woo! I am moved. I am moved. I am moved. Listen, y'all. Listen. Mm, 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 mm. A loving mother without her inner lioness is a defenseless victim. Is a defenseless victim. You were forced to choose a weakened, incomplete version of yourself, and then you wondered why you felt powerless. The consequences of this suppression are all around us. We live in a world where injustice runs rampant because good people have been taught, conditioned, child, that their anger is unspiritual. We are told to rise above it, to forgive and forget, to send love and light. And while there is a place for these things, there is also a place for the sacred roar that says, this is not acceptable. This will not stand. We have muzzled our collective inner lioness, and in our silence, we have allowed the world to be overrun by the forces of corruption and greed. We have lost our planetary immune system, God damn it. Woo! Oh. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, oh. We have lost our planetary immune system, child. God damn it. The fire that was meant to purify has been suppressed, and so this sickness spreads unchecked. On a personal level, the suppression of your inner Sekhmet leads to a life of quiet desperation. You walk on eggshells, you swallow your truth, you tolerate disrespect. Whew. Mm. You allow your boundaries to be violated, and all that suppressed fire turns inward, becoming depression, anxiety, chronic fatigue, and a deep knowing sense that you are not living the powerful, vibrant life you were meant to live. They did not just take away a goddess, they took away your right to fight for your own soul. God. Ooh. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Child, listen. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. 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 Mm-mm-mm. They did not just take away a goddess. They took away your right to fight for your very own soul. But the lioness is stirring. She has been asleep for far too long, pacified by the red beer of distraction and denial. But she is beginning to awaken. Mm. She is beginning to awaken. In the hearts of women and men all over the world, a sacred fire is being rekindled. A refusal to stay silent, a refusal to be good, a refusal to be tame. This is her call, the return. This is her call, the return of the powerful one. And she is calling you to let her out. You are the powerful one. You are the powerful one that you have been fucking waiting for in somebody the hell else. God damn it. You are the powerful one. The raw, untamed, purifying fire of Sekhmet is not a force outside of you. It is your birthright. It is the divine engine of your will, your passion, and your courage. To awaken your inner Sekhmet is to finally give yourself permission to reclaim your to reclaim your full power without apology and without compromise. It is to answer the call of the of the spiritual warrior. This path is not one of peace and comfort. It is the path of radical truth, of fierce integrity, and unwavering courage to burn away everything in your life that is false. The first step is to befriend your rage. God damn, y'all. God. The first step is to befriend your rage. Stop judging it, fearing it, or suppressing it. Your anger is a sacred messenger. Oh my God. Woo. Your anger is a sacred messenger. It is a compass needle pointing directly to where a boundary has been violated. Listen to this goddamn word, y'all. We think boundaries, we talk about boundaries, and we think about boundaries is just our personal space. Every billionaire that exists is a violator of global boundaries. Do you understand? Every billionaire that exists is a violator of global boundaries. Do you understand? Every politician that has lied to galvanize your power to their benefit and at your expense is a violator of boundaries. Do you understand? Every lie told to you to manipulate you, to move against your own interest is a violation of boundaries of grand proportion. Do you understand? Every government, every oligarch, yes, every plutarch, every billionaire, every corporation and its figurehead, every CEO that grants himself a goddamn $2.5 million a year bonus on top of the $2.5 million a year salary he grants himself is a violator of boundaries of grand proportion. Every Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, Donald Trump, Larry Fink, what's his name? Larry Flint, whatever the fuck his name is. Every J. Edgar Hoover, every Oliver North, every Pope Francis, Pope Leo, Pope Innocent, Pope, whatever the fuck his name is for the last 200 plus years, how many popes there been? 200 and motherfucking 61 popes. Every single one rotten in the grave is still guilty and his impact still permeates the entire globe, continuously violating boundaries, continuously, even dead, continuously violating boundaries. You know why? Because we have not conceded to the bare basics of the science that we learned in the 5th grade. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. And we have not staged the opposite and opposing reaction. There's been action after action after action after action after action after action, aggression after aggression after aggression after aggression, war after war after war after war, crime after crime, rape after rape, murder after murder, theft after theft. And we have not provided the equal and opposing reaction that is necessary to harmonize the world. We have not staged a contest. We have not staged a contest. Not us political activists, not us so-called revolutionaries, not us self-proclaimed witches, not us priests, not us shamans, none of us, because we have been doing this little bullshit piecemeal within the context of the structure created. We have not conceded that the structure itself cannot remain. It cannot remain. It cannot remain. No matter what face it has, anywhere it is on earth, the structure erected by the godheads of war, given birth to by the sun gone rogue, cannot remain if we are to live. If we are to live, the institutions erected by the godheads of war, malignant as they are, given birth to by the sun gone rogue, in his betrayal of and murder of his mother, cannot remain. That is the only conclusion that we can come to. How this becomes a spiritual movement, a political movement, a social movement, an emotional movement, a collectivized movement where the chasms created in our spirits, in our brain, in our flesh, in our bodies, in our relationships with other humans, these chasms deliberately created to keep us away from the fact that we all know that this shit cannot remain. It cannot remain. If we are to survive, if we are to thrive, if we are to create a world where every incarnate on earth is guaranteed sovereignty from the first breath to the last, this motherfucker cannot remain. It cannot remain. Oh, listen. It cannot remain. The first step is to befriend your rage. Stop judging it. Stop fearing it. Stop suppressing it. Stop taking medications for it. Stop going to goddamn anger management classes, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You better sharpen your blades. That's what your rage is requiring, is for you to sharpen your blades. Make sure that your goddamn gun is clean. Make sure that your memory of herbal medicines, potions is sharp. You feel me? I'm just saying. We have to make it plain. We have to make it plain, bitch. We have to make it plain. The first step is to befriend your rage, to stop judging it. Ooh, child, somebody, come on, Phoenix. Come on in the room, Phoenix. come on in the room, Phoenix. Stop trying to pacify your fucking shadow, bitch. She said, stop doing shadow work. Let your shadow live. Let your shadow live, bitch. Let your shadow have her time on the stage. Let your shadow have her time in the motherfucking spotlight for a change. Come on in the room, Phoenix. Let me know y'all in here listening. The first step is to befriend your rage. Stop judging it, fearing it, suppressing it. Your anger is a sacred messenger. It is a compass needle pointing directly to where a boundary has been violated, child, where a truth has been betrayed, child, where your soul is saying no fucking more. When anger arises, do not react blindly. Do not suppress it. Instead, get quiet. Breathe into the fire. Ask it, what is the sacred truth you are trying to show me now? Listen, y'all, what boundary needs to be set? What illusion needs to be burned away? Your anger is not a problem to be solved. Your anger, child, this needs to be on the shirt. Your anger is not a problem to be solved, child. As a matter of fact, there's several shirts up in this motherfucker right here. Huh? Befriend your rage. That's a shirt. Okay? We need a t-shirt campaign in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence today. Befriend your rage. That's a shirt. You feel me? Your anger is a sacred messenger. That's a shirt. You hear me? What else they say up in here? Hold on. Your anger is not, let me highlight this shit real quick. Your anger is not a problem to be solved. It is a welcome guest. It is a welcome guest, child. It is an honored guest, child. It's an honored guest. Come up on in the room, anger. I've been waiting on you. What is the lesson for today? Child, listen. Let me tell you. Mother got something to say to y'all today. I hope y'all up in here listening. She got something to say to y'all today. Your anger is not a problem to be solved. It is a wisdom to be listened to. Ooh, shit. It is a wisdom to be listened to. Next, you must give your inner lioness a sacred outlet. Oh, somebody gonna be scared about that sentence. You need to give your inner lioness a sacred outlet. Oh. Mm-hmm. 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 She needs an outlet. And I'm trying to tell you today, these things may do that they mentioned up in here. You know what I'm saying? The outlet, okay, for today, it may be that you just need to be doing some radical art. You need to be singing out loud somewhere, you feel me? You need to be dancing real wild and crazy, like, you feel me? It might do for today. But I'm trying to tell you, Sekhmet is not harassing your fucking ass because she wants you to dance and play right this minute. Kali, that is not why she is on the motherfucking scene today. As Saturn retrograde in Aries, sharpening the blade, looking for an outlet for her motherfucking rage to save the earth. Because it's the only reason. It's the only reason Kali shows up. It's the only reason Sekhmet shows up. It's the only reason Oya goes to war is to save the world. Where the destruction of the world is imminent. Okay, everybody else, take a back seat. Y'all up in here with some play shit. Now it's time to get the fucking work. Now it's time to get busy. It's the only reason they show up is to save the world. It's the only reason they come out with the blades, bitch, is to save the world. And yes, to save the world may look scary because shit being destroyed left and right. Bitch taking heads left and right. And she say, if you can just remember that the only reason I'm here is to save your fucking life. The only reason I am here is because I am guided by the most radical display of love. It is love that has me out here on the battlefield, bitch. It's love, unmeasurable, that has me out here with the C's and the goddamn whip and the motherfucking machete, slicing heads, bitch. It's love that leads me to destroy. It's the only way to save the world. It's the only way to secure my creation. That is you. You understand? That's what she came here to do. So while these other things may work temporarily, I'm telling you there's a charge on your life. You take that for what the fuck it is. There's a charge on our lives. Do you understand? Your anger is not a problem to be solved. It is a wisdom to be listened to. Next, you must give your inner lioness a sacred outlet. Okay? That's why she always like she turned up. That's why the story of Oya with the skirt of 9 colors. You feel me? She on the battlefield dancing, bitch. She on the battlefield. You won't never see her with a mean mug on. She on the battlefield like, this ain't my shit. They playing the cut in the background. Oh shit. Every time she spin around, they say a fucking storm spins off of her. Why they say why that story's like that? Why is that story so similar for all the goddesses of destruction? Pele. Who is Pele? Don't they always show her as the great lava coming up out of the volcano and the lava falling down the volcano as a spinning skirt of destruction? Isn't that the story that they tell of Pele? That the lava spilling down over the mountain is her skirt flared up while she's dancing fucking destruction, bitch. Isn't that the story? Why are these stories so similar? Kali with her skirt with skulls on the belt of her skirt, and every time she sling around to take a nigga head off, whoosh, just like this picture right here. Every time she spin around to cleave a bitch head off, you feel me? She sucking the blood up, putting the skull on the skirt, and commenced to slaying. And she's dancing. She's like, this my shit. This ain't the story I'm telling you. This is the story. This is the story of Kali. This is the story of Pele. This is the story of Sekhmet. This is the story of Oya. Why are the stories all so the same? That these bitches just get turned up in the destruction, get turned up in the melee, they get crunk. It's like they're hearing club music in their head while they slaying. Why all these stories from different places all over the planet got the same story about bitches once they finally get to that place where you done tried them enough and now they done blacked out and got to allow their alter ego to take the fuck over. You understand? What did they say? Durga, she had a little fight in her, but then she was subdued. She was overrun. And the love of Durga would not do. And so Durga blacked out. And as soon as she blacked out, because she was subdued, she was overrun. And what happened? Kali stepped in the room straight from her forehead. stepped out of forehead. I was like, yo, I got it. This, I'm up. And I don't come around often, but when I come to slay. I got it. And this my shit too. This my jam. This my song they playing right here. This battle right here. This my song they playing. Now watch while I do my work. I'm just trying to tell y'all. Listen, huh? Y'all be killing me in this goddamn comment section, yo. Anyway, it say, bitch, when she comes, she needs a sacred outlet for that shit you have kept pent up. Are you going to provide her the outlet? Are you going to provide her the outlet for that you have been holding hostage? Unexpressed fire becomes toxic. You must move the energy. Let it be the fuel that drives you to create powerful art, to write with searing honesty, to build a business with unshakable integrity, to fight for a cause you believe in. Let it be the fire that you take to the gym, the force behind your deepest breath, the roar you release in a safe and private space. Oh no, I don't agree with that. That ain't no shit you gonna have me on. If you gonna roar, bitch, you better be making somebody uncomfortable in the process. Out loud, in public, some the fuck where people will be shook. You remember, y'all remember during COVID, everybody was doing like this radical stuff because people was, locked in their house. And there was this one content creator, I forget his name. It was like Q something. He was an Asian dude. He was funny. He was an Asian dude who would go around playing his favorite song. He would have his headphones in and he would be playing his favorite song. He was in New York and he would go into like busy cross sections and busy restaurants in New York with his headphones in, like he had Tourette's or something. Like he had Tourette's or something. He would put his favorite song in and then he would start singing the song and doing the dance from the video. If it was Nicki Minaj, he would like be humping the ground. He was crazy, but people loved him. And in a world that had been locked down and people were looking, to escape the fear that had been imposed on them by so-called COVID, you feel me? This dude came up. He was hilarious. Regular, everyday looking suit and tie guy Asian. He would always be cleaned up, cute little suit and tie. And then all of a sudden, he'd be singing some reggae song in the middle of the restaurant. Like just going off, right? That energy. He didn't matter. It didn't matter how crazy he looked. You have to go back and see his videos. They were great. Like willing to be laughed at, willing to be seen, willing to quote cut the veil of monotony and bureaucracy and boredom and shit. You feel me? That's the energy. She's like, nothing, bitch. I came to be seen. And fuck what you heard. I came to be seen. Save Our Tree says, I pulled the exemplar of bowls. Ever deepening love welcomes the living spirit to earth. I love it. I love that card. I love this. I love that you did that. I love that you did that. Let's see. So he say, she looking for a sacred outlet. Boop, 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 boop. And he says, the roar you release in a safe private space. I'm gonna have to like put a line through that so we can rewrite that. You feel me? We don't rewrite that. No, because the energy of, especially of us being in Leo season, Sekhmet season, we also have to rewrite these planets. We have to rewrite these planets. When we always talking about the importance of naming and renaming everything, we have to rename these planets like stat. Like that is an assignment that we have to do. That's the assignment, is we have to rewrite the planets. Okay? So that can be based on your culture or whatever, but we have to rename the planets. You understand? So anyway, no safe space, no private space. One of the archetypes of us being in Leo season is radical action, right? It is not only radical action, it is willingness. Oh, what did I read today? What did I read today? Create the spectacle, man. Create the spectacle. But there was something else. Did I write it down? I bet I did. Ooh. But we have to be willing to create a spectacle. Not only that, guess what else about this new moon that we're entering up on? I'm gonna continue reading this, but guess what else about this new moon? Actually, let me finish this. I'm gonna tell you about the rest about this new moon. Okay. We have to create a spectacle. We have to make our opposition uncomfortable at every turn we get, in every word we speak, in every song we sing, in every display we put on. We have to make this motherfucker uncomfortable. There is no peace on the plantation, bitch. As long as we on the plantation, your ass is gonna be looking over your shoulder. Your ass is gonna be uncomfortable. We gonna be singing songs about your demise. Yes, we are. We gonna be singing songs about your radical end. We gonna be singing songs about the mother's swift judgment, her brutal, brute force judgment. We gonna be singing songs. We gonna be singing songs from your own Bible. What the Bible say? Hold on. The Bible say, I have to find the scripture. Maybe one of y'all can search it while I'm reading the rest of this. But there's some scriptures in the Bible that I actually like. There's some scriptures in the Bible I really there's several scriptures on blood. I really like them scriptures. There's one scripture that says, woe is the nation. Listen to this in your own scripture, in your own Old Testament. Woe is the nation that is built upon the blood of the innocent. Ain't that about a bitch? Woe is the nation that is built upon the blood of the innocent. He goes on to say that because the blood of the innocent pollutes the land. Do you understand? And the only way to purify the land that has been defiled by the blood of the innocent is for the blood of the slayer to be spilt on that land. That's your scripture that say that. That's your King James Version Bible that say that. That the only way to purify the land that has been defiled by the spilling of the blood of the innocent is for the blood for those who shed the blood in the first place, for them to bleed on that land. Isn't that what that's what your Bible say? That's not my personal opinion. That's what your Bible say. That's what your KJV say. You understand? I like that scripture. There's another scripture that says something to the effect of how's it go? How's it go? Something to the effect of oh man. Do not warn the wicked. Do not warn the wicked. Do not warn the wicked. Do not warn the wicked of his ways, so that he may escape judgment. Do not warn the wicked of his ways, that he may escape judgment. It says something to the effect of because his judgment is well earned or well deserved, or something to that effect. But not only do not warn him, he says not only do not warn him, but woe, wait a minute, what is it? Woe be the man who spares his sword the blood of the wicked. That's your scripture that say that. What does that mean? It means don't not only warn the nigga that I'm coming for him, that I'm gunning for him. Don't just not just that, but guess what? It's your sword that I demand slay the wicked. That's what he said. That's what your Bible says. Now you can read it however you want to, because somebody else has read it in a way that benefits them at somebody else's expense. You feel me? But when we read it the other day, what do we say? We can assume that this is the mother's words, stolen, flipped upside down, turned inside out by the wicked. What? By the adversary. What does the Bible say about the adversary? The adversary is the author of all confusion. The adversary is the author of all confusion. So if we make the assumption that it was stolen prophecy, stolen sacred words, turned upside down, flipped inside out to benefit someone else, the adversary, at our expense, and I say, okay, well, from now on, every time we read the Bible, every time we read the book, where it say he, we gonna say she. Where it say Lord or God or any of that shit, we gonna say the goddess. We gonna say the mother, and then see how that shit read different. See how that shit read different. See how that shit read different. You understand? And so, let me finish reading this shit. You must learn to honor and channel this power, or it will consume you from within. You must also become the unwavering guardian of your own boundaries, the unwavering guardian of your own boundaries. Now, superimpose this out, super spread this out to these billionaires who are robbing you blind, to these 2 billionaires who own 75% of the fresh water in California, to these billionaires who are impacting your life in a myriad of ways, known and unknown, directly impacting your life to Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's and all these other billionaires who you know are having an impact on your goddamn life. She said you have to be the unwavering guardian of your own boundaries and all of these betrayers and oversteppers of your boundaries. The energy of Sekhmet is the power to draw a line in the... Listen to this. Listen to this. This was a word, y'all. The energy of Sekhmet is the power to draw a line in the sand and annihilate anything that dares to cross it. This applies to people. This applies to situations. This applies to your own self-sabotaging thoughts. It didn't say, pray for. It didn't say pray for anything. It said annihilate anything that dares cross your boundaries. And if you say, what's your boundary? What's our collective boundary? What is it that we all want, even if we don't know how to articulate it? What is it that we all want? Happiness. That's a boundary. Anything that impedes upon your ability to be happy becomes a boundary. Sovereignty. That is a damn well profound boundary. Anything that impedes upon, encroaches upon, invades your sovereign space. What's your sovereign space? The 6 to 9 foot electric magnetic field generated by your heart that surrounds your empire. What's your empire? Your flesh, your existence in this life, your material incarnation in this incarnation, in this life. That's your boundary. That's your boundary. Sovereignty, that's your boundary. Happiness, that's your boundary. Ecstasy, that's your boundary. So there you can see how this means something different. Anything that encroaches on my ability to be happy has violated my boundary. Now, based on what the mother had to say, I have a right. I have a God-given right to annihilate you, to annihilate it, whatever that is. If it's a law, whatever it is that attempts to threaten my well-established boundaries. What well-established your boundaries? What well-established your boundaries? Your birth. What well-established your boundaries? Your birth. What well-established your boundaries? The blood and water your mother consecrated your whole body with to secure your life. That is what guaranteed and established your boundaries. You understand? And so in this world we're trying to create, go ahead and tell it to you blood raw. The greatest crime that can be committed in this world we are creating in real time, the greatest crime, the unforgivable crime, the unforgivable, unredeemable, no rectification process available for crime in this world we are creating in real time is the violation of the bodies of the innocent. I'm talking about children. Anyway, anyhow, any articulation of a crime against a person who is not equipped to fight for the sovereignty of themselves, that if you violate the sovereignty of a child, I tell you, my personal opinion is that the furies will be unleashed. You feel me? The EIMEIJ will be unleashed. The red IJ, to be specific, will be unleashed upon your ass. There is no rectification. There is no rectification. There is no oops, I'm sorry. Though there is no debt to pay. There is no time to serve. The judgment will be swift and brutal and immediate. It will. If you dare violate the sovereignty of one who cannot defend their sovereignty, there is no room for you on the planet. There is no room for you on Earth. There is no room for you on Earth. You have forfeited your right to occupy space on our planet. These are the laws that we have to set in place right now. What you think? We gonna win the revolution and then we can figure out what the government gonna look like? We gonna win the revolution and then we can establish what the laws are gonna be? We can do that after the fact. We have to be doing that shit right now. We have to be saying out loud what the laws are, what the rules are, what does it mean to protect and defend individual sovereignty around the world. We have to be saying that shit right now. Yep. Okay. You learn to say, let's see, this applies to people, situations, and to your own self-sabotaging thoughts. You learn to say no with the calm, absolute finality of a queen. You do not need to explain. You do not need to justify. Your sacred space is not up for negotiation. And finally, you understand that the fire of Sekhmet is not just for destruction. It is the fire also of creation. It is the same fire that forges stars in the cosmos. It is your passion, your creativity, your life force, your will to become. You are not here to be a passive observer. You are here to be a co-creator with the divine. The creation is a fire, and creation is a fiery, passionate, and sometimes destructive process. You are here to burn away the old, corrupt, and dying world and to forge a new one from the ashes. This is not a metaphor. This is your sacred duty. This is not a metaphor. This is your sacred duty. Sekhmet is not a monster to be feared. She is the power you must reclaim to do the work you came here to do. She is the fierce love that is willing to fight for what is sacred. She is the guardian you need to become to protect the fragile dawn of your own awakening and the awakening of the world. The deeper work of wielding this fire, the true alchemy of the warrior goddess, is an initiatory path for those who are ready to stop being afraid of their own power. That is the end. Save Our Trees or Honey Dip Chocolate. Can you copy and paste what that scripture says instead of just putting it in the instead of just putting what it is in there? Oh, okay. Wait. I see. Okay. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. There's another part to that. It's not just 12. There's another part to that. Get the next part. Like, don't cut us off. Don't cut us off at the neck. There's a next part in the next verse after that. Tell us what it is. Tell us what it is, because there's a next part. Otherwise, you're gonna leave us hanging. That ain't no good. And I'm gonna get ready to read this this Kali card I pulled for us. I'll show you guys the card. 5. Boop, boop. So of course I'm gonna be listening to War Pigs again, but I can't believe they sent that message to me from singing War Pigs. Yeah, I know I sang good. But I don't sing that goddamn good. I did not sound like Ozzy Osbourne. I ain't even have no guitars. I'm just singing the guitar part with my mouth. And not even good. They talking about you can't be playing no copyrighted music on your live. Say what? Say what? Don't they be doing that all the time? People be playing cover songs on the actual instruments on lives. Like, what is you talking about? I can't believe they did that. I'm really tripping about that. Hell yeah, they were quick. Okay. verse 13. So the first verse was, woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. Sound familiar? Verse 13. Has not the Lord Almighty determined that the people's labor is only fuel for the fire, that the nations exhaust themselves for nothing? There's another part to that. So what does verse? Y'all just want me to pull out my damn Bible? I ain't pulling out my Bible. For the earth will be filled with the knowledge of glory of the Lord, and the waters cover the sea. There's more. I might have to just pull it out. I might just have to pull it out. Or it might be another scripture that's like it, and it goes on, but it talks about what is required to purify the land. That's, behold, it is not of the Lord of hosts that the people shall labor in the very fire, and the people shall weary themselves for very vanity. It's got to be another scripture, because it talks about what is necessary to purify the land that has been defiled by the killing of the innocent. Feel me? So I might have to find that. But anyway, let's talk about this. Woe to him who gives drink to his neighbors, pouring it from wineskin till they are drunk, so that he can gaze on their naked bodies. Okay, well, we have to go up into that one. That might be another one for our Bible study on another day. Okay, I'm going to read this Sekhmet card. This Kali card, which is called Guna Tantrika. Guna Tantrika. This is from the Kali Oracle deck, which I am obsessed with. You will be filled with shame instead of glory. Now it is not your turn. Drink and let your nakedness be exposed. The cup from the Lord's right hand is coming around to you, and disgrace will cover your glory. All right, so this is the Kali, the Guna Tantrika. And for those of you who were asking earlier what I was reading from, it was a transcript from a video that I saw yesterday on the truth about Sekhmet. It's in the description box below this video if you are watching this video from YouTube. So the Guna Tantrika, for the violence of Lebanon shall cover thee, and the spoil of beasts, which made them afraid because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city and all that dwell within. Okay, all right. I'll find it. Don't worry about it. I appreciate y'all doing that. I'll find it though, and maybe that'll be our topic for tomorrow. The Guna Tantrika. Oh, let me pull out these glasses and stop faking like I can see some shit. The Divine Mother manifests the cure for when we feel overwhelmed or confused, or when we feel we're falling apart or locked into stagnation. She is the superior medicine. Isn't that interesting? As we just talked about Sekhmet yesterday and late last night, as the patron god, the patroness of physicians, as the patroness of physicians. And here we talking about Kali. She is the superior medicine. Even when we may not be sure what is needed to bring ourselves back into balance, she holds the answers. Tune into your heart, and there you will find a sacred prescription. Trust your inner guiding sense of what to do or what not to do next. Trust that a better order is being established. Listen to this card. Trust that a better order is being established. Okay? Guna Tantrika is Kali as the medicine mother. She generates and regulates the three inherent qualities within all phenomena, including our body, mind, and soul. These three qualities are known as the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. As sattva, Kali is the peaceful detachment and contentment in the moment. She is the fire of the rajas and the energy for taking action and hustling for our sacred manifestation. When our actions rest upon a pure-hearted foundation, our activities can become enlightened, bringing spiritual benefit to all beings, even if we don't always recognize the positive and far-reaching impact of our actions at the time. Wonderful. When we need to slow down to heal, ground ourselves, and regroup, Kali is tamas, the heaviness that allows energy to settle. This is the temporary inertia. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on, my IG stopped. Excuse me. This is the temporary inertia. Dang, man. This is, let's see. This is the temporary inertia that stills momentum and allows for deep restoration and renewal. The freedom to take rests helps us to stay the course for however long is needed to manifest our destiny without becoming desperate, despairing, or exhausted. In such rest, we reset, accessing the courage to drop our attachment to external support systems and even our own, fully able to allow rather than trying to direct and control the manifestation of her divine plan through us. As well, as we call upon her, Kali strengthens these qualities within. Listen to your heart for her guidance. Do you need to be peaceful, to take action, to let go and regroup? Your inner wisdom is her voice guiding you. Oh, I'm so sleepy all of a sudden. um, Excess tamas keeps us enslaved in a negative holding pattern. Then the guna, our energy that can help, actually hinders. We need Kali, the tantric priestess of the gunas, to intervene for our cure. Tamas can manifest as depression and procrastination, the inability to rise and take steps forward, or as action taken without thought of how it may affect others. Man, this sounds so much like what we just read about Kali. Excuse me. Sleepy all of a sudden. Okay. Uh, um, do. Affect others. Okay. To overcome excess tamasic energy, Kali can stimulate us with divine power, creating rajas, a powerful urge to take action. She may evoke agitation within or around us that compels us to act. She is not asking us to become reactive, but to have the confidence and courage to engage with what is happening from a place of inner wisdom. Rajas provides us with the gift of accomplishment and the healthy exertion to discharge anxiety and stress and promote feelings of restfulness and a lightness of spirit. This is the peace of satisfaction and rest after achievement. The third and final guna of sattva. Without Kali's wisdom and correction, Rajas can can easily swift into overactivity that doesn't accomplish much and leaves us feeling drained rather than satisfied. We sink back into the tamas instead of rising up to a sattvic state. Kali teaches us how to act within becoming becoming caught up in the need to be busy for the sake of it. As we call upon her, she helps us to pour our energy into that which generally provides nourishment for the soul. Kali knows that excess sattvic energy leads to detachment to the point of being dismissive or indifferent in the face of suffering. Sattva needs to be balanced so that it inspires rather than extinguishes our desire to act in ways that help alleviate the suffering of others. Yes, it can also provide us with the comfort of detachment, um, with the comfort of detachment so we can let go and strengthen ourselves if the pain we encounter in the world feels overwhelming. Kali is the inner knowledge of of when and how to disengage from the emotional energy of others without losing compassion or becoming dismissive. Guna Tantrika manifests her wisdom and healing through our spiritual instincts. The body and mind know when there is a need for rest, for activity, for detachment and engagement. It takes strength of spirit not to override that inner knowing with social pressures or inhumane expectations for constant performance. When Guna Tantrika arises in a reading, we are asked to trust in the shifting cycles and to give ourselves what we need for well being. No being benefits when they are at odds with themselves. You have the inner power and capacity to be at peace within your own being. So this is so every time I read one of these, there's an invocation ritual. If you're interested in the ritual, I will email it to you. Just email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. Thank you, Tracy, for the donation. The invocation ritual. Say the following dedication. In the base chakra, Kali prepares the seeds as they rest and gather energy for what is to come for the spiritual benefit of all beings. In the solar plexus, Ma creates the necessary oh my goodness. Oh, thank you for the donation, Diane Reeds. It's good to see you up on here. Okay. Let's see. It says in the base. This is crazy because the seeds and everything that we was talking about earlier. Here it is in this reading with Kali. With Kali. In the base chakra, Kali prepares. I was talking about the astrologer talking about you need to rest. At the same time, he's talking about planting seeds and how that's a contradiction, especially as we going into Sekhmet season. And here it is right here. In the base chakra, Kali prepares the seeds as they rest and gather energy for what is to come for the spiritual benefit of all beings. In the solar plexus, Ma creates the necessary fire, desire, and capacity for enlightened activity. Through the third eye chakra, Kali manifests clarity and peace so that her purpose is accomplished to benefit all beings. Kali Ma manifests your sacred medicines for the spiritual benefit of all. Ja Ma Kali, Ja Ma Kali, Ja Ma Kali. Place your hands in prayer at your heart. Your intention is to amplify the blessings received until they shine like a triple star system in the base chakra at the bottom of your spine, the solar plexus chakra in your torso, and the third eye chakra between your eyebrows. These three energy centers are radiating light through all dimensions for the spiritual benefit of all beings. If you wish, you can now take a lying down position on your back. Rest one hand, preferably on your non dominant hand, at the pubic bone and sound the following mantra Lam, that's Lam. Then rest your other hand at the abdomen as you sound this mantra Ram, R-A-M. You may now like to close your eyes and imagining it vibrating deep in the spaciousness of your head, sound the following mantra Om. Rest for a long time as you wish now. You have completed your sacred healing process. So if you are interested in me taking a picture of the card and the invocation ritual just said here, then go ahead and email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com and I will email that out to you guys so that you have it. I'll do it tonight. That I will make that commitment. If you email me tonight after I get back from getting myself something to eat, I will email that out to you guys so you can have it to incorporate into your new moon ritual if you would like. Okay. Now I'm gonna round this up because we're already at 4 hours and I'm tired and I'm gonna go walk to go get something to eat so I can move my blood. You feel me? Okay, so what I'm telling you is that we need to so what I have started doing is I have taken a piece of paper. I'll just demonstrate. But I've taken a piece of paper, it's over there. So I've taken a piece of paper and I've split it in half. All right. This is for myself. You can do whatever you want for this new moon ceremony, but I'm making a suggestion based on intention and the exceptional energy embodied in this particular new moon in Leo. Okay, excuse me. So I have already put my paper in half and started writing out what I want for myself, what I want my life to look like, what I want for myself, what I want my life to look like, what I want in my life. God, excuse me, y'all. I got the hiccups. Okay, what I want for my life. I have started writing that in green. Green, green, green. What is what I got? Feel me? Or you can do it on 2 different pieces of paper. Maybe that's a better idea. Is to do it on 2 pieces of paper. Okay? But on mine so far, I started. I might switch my gears too. I might do it on 2 separate pieces of paper. But whatever you want to attract, whatever you want your life to look like, whatever you want to come into your life, write it in green. Yes, do it on separate pieces of paper. Now I'm gonna have to rewrite my whole shit. Write it on separate pieces of paper. Green, what you want to attract. Then take a red pen and write what must be destroyed. Okay? Be that cocky, be that confident, be that determined, be that certain. What you know needs to be undone. What you know needs to be destroyed. What you know can no longer exist in order for your life to be what you want it to be. You understand? You cannot peacefully coexist with the parasite that is consuming you from the inside out. You ain't trying to peacefully coexist with the tapeworm latched on your guts that's eating all the food that you do all the work. You eat the food, you get the food, you go grocery shopping for the food, you cook the food, you eat the food, you chewing, chewing, chewing. You doing everything. You doing all the work. And the tapeworm is just attached to your gut. And you don't get the benefit of all the work you done put into getting the nutrients. He just sitting there literally. Look, 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 look. No work involved. Don't that sound familiar? No effort involved, no work involved, no labor, no sweat of the brow, no picking a bitch up by the bootstraps. They don't have no bootstraps. Why they telling you you need bootstraps? They ain't got no bootstraps. They floating on yachts, just living in mansions, just There is no peaceful coexisting with a parasite that takes everything that is a product of your labor is benefiting him. Everything that is the product of your effort, your energy, your genius, your thought, your ideas benefiting somebody else. And your ass skinny and frail and your ribs is showing and shit. You feel me? You got a rat infested apartment trying to house 5 people up in the shit because y'all all fucked up in the game. Meanwhile, you go to work 40 hours a week. Then you got 3 hustles on the weekend and somebody else. Yes, yes. Thank you for the reminder, Fire. Because according to their own economists, every single person on earth that is born, just they birth, every person born on earth at the time of their birth is worth $8.1 million. So put that in your mantra. Put that in your new moon ritual. I want my $8.1 million. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for that reminder, Fire. That's what I'm gonna do. I ain't gonna say I want to make X amount of money a year. I ain't gonna say I want a job because I don't want no fucking job, bitch. I done did all the work I intend to do. That kind of shit, laborious shit, laborious shit. I done did all the work I intend to do. You feel me? Thank you for that reminder, Fire. That's what's gonna be in my green list. I want my $8.1 million. Not only do I want my $8.1 million, I want my mama's. I want my mama to have her $8.1 million. And then the kickbacks that she's supposed to get off the $8.1 million that me and my sister should have generated. You feel me? My daughter and her 2 babies. My grandmama had 9 children. Where they $8.1 million and all of that generational wealth that would have flowed from it? Feel me? My big mama had 9 kids. Where is her $8.1 million for each one of them? You feel me? My grandmama was one out of 24. Where are them $8.1 million in the generational wealth that would have produced to trickle down after they have transitioned? All the way back to what them 14 generations, that 16, 19. We want all our shit back. We want all our shit back. Fuck reparations. Fuck what you think based on your math, what you think you should pay us, bitch. And I just read an article the other day that says that in 2015, what was it? 2015, the British government, no, in 2000, was it the British government? Oh, listen, I just saw this shit yesterday. The British government in 2015 finally paid off. Listen to this. 2015, y'all. The British government finally paid off its debts of reparations to those who owned slaves after they ended slavery. And they said we was going to pay people who owned slaves reparations because since we ended slavery, it fucked up their business. So we're going to pay y'all reparations for how we fucked up y'all business by freeing slaves. And they just finished paying off these reparations debts to, these ain't slave owners. These are the descendants of slave owners that they kept paying reparations to. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? They just paid off them debts in 2015. Isn't that something? How I didn't own any slaves. And you guys weren't slaves, so we don't owe you anything. Meanwhile, the British government all this time has been paying the descendants of enslavers reparations for losing they goddamn slaves. And they finally, quote, paid off their debt. The government paid off their debt of reparations to the descendants of slaveholders, slave owners, and shit in 2015. Oh, I just saw that yesterday. So when I say we want our shit back, all our shit. All the way back to the beginning of this project, bitch. We want our shit back. All of it. Land, labor, love, happiness, everything was stolen. Loss of life, everything was stolen. Education, everything was stolen. When we talk about the reclamation of what is ours, what's ours? Every motherfucking thing. All of it. All of it. We want our life back. We want our lost years. We want our stolen years back. We want the energy and the contributions that would have been made by our sons and daughters who were killed by you bitches. We want that shit back. We want the energy and contributions of our people now who have been locked up in these prisons all the way back since the goddamn Jim Crow era. We want that back. This would have been energy, education, and contributions they would have been making to our communities and our communities and our collective wealth. We want that shit back. And I don't just want it back for me. I don't want it back for just mine. I want it back for the indigenous population of the Western Hemisphere. I want it back for them too. I want it back for the Indians who their entire economy was decimated by the British. I want it back for them too. I want it back for the Herero in goddamn Namibia during the First World War when Germans and German Jews alike went to execute goddamn genocide against the Herero some 30 years before the, quote, Holocaust. I want it back for them too. I want it back for everybody on the whole of the planet who has been robbed by this malicious, malignant bitch. When I say the reclamation of what is ours, I mean exactly that. I mean exactly that. I want our blood back. I want our breath back. I want our life back. I want our land back. I want our wealth back. I want our joy back. I want our bliss back. I want our sovereignty back. Our ecstasy back. Every life prematurely taken back. Yep. When I say the reclamation of the reclamation of what is ours, I mean exactly that. Every motherfucking thing. Every motherfucking thing. Thank you for that, Fire. Yep. That's what's going on my shit. Where my $8.1 million? That's the starting point. I want my
By this time next year, because that's what the white boy say. The white boy say this is the most powerful new moon that you can take advantage of for the entirety of the next year. That there's not going to be another new moon this powerful. This Leo new moon tomorrow, quote, tonight. You feel me? This new moon. And he said you can work the energy of this new moon all the way up until August 11th of next year. I said, all right, well, let's come on in the room. I might need to be putting post-it notes and a poster that say, by this time next year, I will have my $8.1 million. That's what I'm gonna do. I ain't even gonna put it on a piece of paper, bitch. I got a neon green, big old giant poster board that I've written some other shit on it, but I'm gonna turn it over on the other side and I'm gonna write this time next year. By August 11th of next year, I'm gonna have my $8.1 million. Not only am I gonna have my $8.1 million, I'm calling on the repossession of every last one of our $8.1 million. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But according to these economists who come from different continents, saying every human being is worth $8.1 million when they are born. So if they are already talking about these things, they're already stating these things. $8.1 million is what each person is what we expect that they will generate for us in wealth. That's what they actually say. They say in the quiet part out loud. You understand? This is what we expect that their labor is going to generate us, even as we only paying them $7 an hour, $15 an hour, $30 an hour. What they actually worth, the wealth that they are actually generating is about $8.1 million. That $8.1 million is being generated, bitch. Doesn't matter if you benefit from it or not. Somebody is making that off of your ass. Yep. Somebody is making that off of your ass. Somebody is making that off of your ass. And they're guaranteeing the social circumstances that makes it so. That ensures it. Let me see what y'all talking about over here. The British government paid out £20 million to compensate some 3,000 families that owned slaves for the loss of their property when slave ownership was abolished in the British colonies in 1833. Yes, clean air and water. Yup. But guess what, Tajali? Guess what would happen? That $8.1 million back into the hands of those who it actually belonged to. You feel me? I know what I would do if I had $8.1 million. Bitch, give me $1 million. Give me $1 million, and I tell you, within a year, I have the world changed. And I ain't even saying that shit I'm not even flinching. Unhand $1 million. Put $1 million in my account and watch me create a chain, what you call it? A chain of events. That ready to unhand my $8.1 million and watch me set this shit off. Watch me have the school built. Watch me have the factories built. Watch me have the goddamn storefronts built. Watch me have the goddamn agricultural process governed under the temple of evolutionary emergence, where we have one aspect of it that is just the production, and then another half of it that is our research process, agricultural research that is tied to not only food but health and wellness, our herbs. I spent a whole long time talking about that to y'all about a month ago, because I'm plotting and scheming on a whole bunch of shit. Our research process inside the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is going to be so dynamic that it will expose everything fronting on peer-reviewed, double-blind research. I ain't lying. I'm not lying. Email me, Janet Kennedy. Email me, Janet Kennedy. What's up, boo? What's up, boo? You being extra cute, boy. What's up, buddy? Come here, boy. You want to say hey to the people? You little nosy baby. Come here, boy. Oh, you so squishy. You so squishy, boy. That's my baby. He's my boy. He's my little buddy. You know me? Yeah, you. Boy. He's so fine. He's so fine. I've been on here too long. I've been on here too long. Oh, he's so squishy. Hey, boy, where's sister? Little squishy butt. What? What? Why you can't sit still while you up here? You be chilling any other time. Why you gotta be doing all the things? Huh? I know you. I know you. Anyway, everybody be saying the same thing. This time next year, I expect to see my 8.1 in my account, in my life, on hand our sheet. This time next year, the world's wealth will be unhanded, unleashed, unleashed, unbound. The restoration of what is ours, the reclamation of what is ours. What's ours, we are open and ready to receive. What is ours, we are open and ready to receive. And you can be specific. That's what they say here. When you quote write your abundance checks, you feel me? And your abundance check is your seed. You feel me? So all the stuff you're gonna write down in green ink, you feel me? That's your abundance check, right? Boy, you're doing a lot. You're doing a lot, homie. I know you're being extra cute right now, but you also doing a lot. What? What? Hey, you understand? Unhand our sheet. Unhand our wealth. You feel me? I know he is pretty. That's my boo right there. What's up, Love Nugget? Yeah. Where's your boy? He being extra cute too. This is a he putting on a show for y'all. He being extra cute right now. Yeah, he putting on a show for y'all. Yeah, you doing a lot. You doing boy. You doing a lot. You doing a lot. You good? Hmm? A mess. Anyway. Be specific. Listen to what just came up on my, because my IG stopped for whatever reason. Oh boy. Let's see what this is talking about here. Today, child marriage is legal in 37 states in the United States. Child marriage is legal in 37 states in the United States. 37. Did you know? I didn't know until I met a homegirl here who wanted me to link her with other organizations that I'll be volunteering with and stuff. And she it wasn't until I met her she was talking about that I think I told y'all this. California does not have a, what do you call it? An age of consent. Super progressive. Super progressive. California does not have an age of consent. Yeah. So I'm sitting here reading this. It says in 1937, hold on, let me see this again. In 1937, a 12-year-old girl married a 34-year-old man. Married a 12-year-old Eunice Winstead in Tennessee. Hold on. In Tennessee, her mother called it love at first sight. By 1938, 1,000 child marriages had by 1938, 1,000 child marriages had happened in Tennessee alone. Some of the girls were as young as 10 years old. Let me tell you, I saw this guy. Oh, not saw. Boy, get down, because now you're doing too much. This guy has a YouTube channel that I like. It's kind of dark, but I like it because he his whole YouTube channel is about exposing the dark secrets of the music industry, and he starts with bands or music that he had always loved, right? He was like, so I listened to about several of his videos the other day, and it was like starting with the bands that I love the most, right? And so we had always heard the stories. What's that white boy name? Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What's his name? Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What's his name? Somebody tell me this white boy name. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Ooh. Come on, somebody. No, it's not Jerry Lee Lewis. That's him, right? And I knew one story about Jerry Lee Lewis. I knew that he was like his second cousin or something like that. He married his second cousin or something like that, and she was like 12 or 13 or something like that. Baby, this boy's YouTube channel, I'm gonna remember it and try to put it in the description box. This boy's YouTube channel was like, yeah, we've heard about that story, but did you know that Jerry Lee Lewis had a long history? Not only a long history of quote marrying underage girls, but there was a string of unsolved deaths in his wake. 3 of his wives died mysteriously. You want to know what the mysteriously was? Each of the 3 of his wives died by drowning. He was never charged, never suspected, never did a day in jail. He was divorcing one of his wives. They had been married 7 years. She married him when she was 14, I think. They had been married 7 years. And when she finally got up the nerve to file for a divorce, apparently the divorce was, quote, heated. You understand? And before they could, quote, finalize the divorce, she drowned in the family pool. You hear me? Jerry Lee Lewis goes down in history as this, quote, great contributor to rock and roll. Killed 3 of his wives, all of whom were underage babies when he married them. Child, he went on and on and on. Child, every story he told, I was like, it was people we know, y'all. I was like, Prince's birthday, the anniversary of Prince's birthday was recently. I forget what day. The anniversary of Prince's birthday was recently, and everybody was like, oh, Prince, and everybody was showing 10 million freaking videos of Prince or whatever. And it's like the way we have normalized men's aggressions against women and children stupefies me. I saw this piece somebody did about Prince and the women that impacted his life, the women that influenced his work, the women that were important to him. Child, I didn't even know the very first, quote, girlfriend that Prince had once he became big, like in his career, was this Indian girl who he created a girl group for this Indian girl who he was dating, right? And the girl group actually preceded the group that Vanity was a part of. So, Vanity had that little girl group. I forget what it's called, but Vanity had the little girl group. He met Vanity while he was dating this little Indian girl. Do you know how old the Indian girl was that when they, quote, became a couple? And the commentator talking about this video of all the women that influenced Prince's work, like it was just normal and shit. This girl was 15. This girl was 15. I knew about the girl that he met in England who was 16, and her ass was like, was she 16? Well, I don't even think she was 16. I don't even think she was 16. He met in London at a fashion show and, quote, became immediately infatuated with her. And of course, he left out the portion of the story. Thank you, Vanity 6. He left out the portion of the story where his ass then went to her people, them who was poor, and paid them to let him have conservatorship, to become the legal guardian of the girl. Not Apollonia. Nuh-uh. It was before Apollonia. It was before Vanity. It was another girl, an Indian girl. She was actually Indian, who was 15 when they started dating. I just saw this piece on YouTube the other day. This girl was 15 when, quote, her and Prince were dating. And then he go to London, pay this girl family to let him be her legal guardian. So he moved her away from her people Nim all the way to Minneapolis where his ass at. Where he is her legal guardian, got her 15 years old living in his motherfucking house. And she tells the story on an interview. That he didn't touch me one time. But guess what he did for me on my 18th birthday? On the day she turned 18, he took her to to a gynecologist and had her put on birth control the day she turned 18. And he has been her legal guardian since she was 15. When I say assume all men, I mean exactly the fuck that. I have not been able to listen to and I loved him. I had everything he had ever made, every B-side, every obscure, everything. When I say I love this man's fucking genius so much. And I heard this story, and then this girl says out of her own mouth that this man became her legal guardian at 15, took her from her home country, the fuck off in Eastern Europe somewhere, brought her to his house as her legal guardian. And it was supposed to be something that was admirable that he didn't, quote, violate her until she turned 18. And then the day she turned 18, he took her to have her put on birth control pills. Prince did that. I haven't been able to listen to anything of his since. Like, I sat there and cried watching that fucking video. And that apparently this was a thing. He was not the only, this was like a common practice at that time to keep, quote, men from getting in trouble with the authorities. So Ted Nugent did it, became the legal guardian of the girl that would become his wife because she was underage, 14, something like that. Became the legal guardian of the girl. And then eventually married her. But this was the way that he could, quote, pounce on her while she was living in his house. Who else did it? There were so many that did that shit. But those are the two big ones that stand out: Ted Nugent and Prince. But apparently this was a nope, somebody else did it. Who was it? It was big. He was big. Who was it? Ooh, who is it? Ooh. Who is it? Oh, I can't. Yep, Elvis Presley did it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. So everybody ain't gonna be happy with the world that we create. I can just go ahead and tell you, but I just opened up my IG because my IG was acting fugly. But that was the first thing that came up was this history. It says globally the US condemns child marriages while and guess what? Hold on, it says today child marriage is legal in 37 states. Many child brides can even file for divorce because courts won't wait a minute. Because courts won't let minors initiate legal action. Courts won't allow minors to initiate legal action, so they cannot even file for a divorce. So I can tell you, everybody ain't gonna be happy with the world we create, with the world we are creating right now in real time. Everybody ain't gonna be happy with it. You feel me? That's okay. We got a space for them. That's okay. We got a remedy for that. And those who participate. Because I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's poor. And I have been poor. I have been poor. And my poverty never even had me imagine in my wildest imaginings. I ain't never been so poor. And I've been homeless twice. I've never been so poor in my wildest imaginings that what would occur to me is to participate in the aggression against my child's life, against my child's body. I don't give, as a matter of fact, I have been a junkie. I have been fucked up out of my mind on fucking drugs. And it has never even occurred in my lowest state to facilitate my habit, to have something, to participate, to facilitate some crime against my child, to quote, get my fix. So there ain't no excuse. I'll be honest. That's some shit that's in my mind. In my mind, no negotiation, no fucking excuse, no. But what happened was, as a matter of fact, that type of shit, I'd be likely to be one of the ones advocating for the return of the guillotine. I'm not even joking. I'm not even making light of the shit. Actually, the guillotine might be too what you call it? It might be too humane. It might be too humane for my liking, for my taste. It might be too humane for them kinds of crimes. Might be. I just saw a video yesterday about a man in England who had admitted, once he was finally caught, who had admitted to killing at least 200 children. 200 children before he was caught. But you mean to tell me that the police, that the motherfucking, what you call them, the FBIs and the goddamn, what you call them, like the forensics specialists and shit, in this day and age, this wasn't some shit 50, 80, 100 years ago. This wasn't back then. That when they finally caught this guy, he admitted to having killed at least 200 kids. With all your expertise, child, you can find somebody hiding in the mountains of Afghanistan with crystal clear precision. But somebody who has been murdering children to the point that he could get away with 200. Another dude just got arrested here last week in Santa Clarita? I think Santa Clarita area of California, which is like 30 minutes from here. In the Santa Clarita area of California. And they just went to his house, and his ass was like, "What? What was his ass?" His ass was like, "Oh no, it wasn't. It was a while ago. They finally arrested him. They showed his arrest, like they're showing his arrest, because he got sentenced to life in prison, but he had already lived his life. He had killed 7 girls, but he lived out his whole life. They didn't catch him until his ass was 79. And he was in prison for 6 months, and he died of natural causes in the prison. Basically, he beat the system. He lived his whole life. He was married, had kids, grandkids. Came from Germany, where he had served 6 years in prison for killing somebody else, and nobody suspected him. All these years he was living in Santa Clarita, and all these girls were showing up in the same park, less than 3 miles from his house. Nobody. The first girl he killed was in the States, because the first girl he killed was in 1971 in Germany, where he was sentenced to 6 years. But the first girl he killed, once he served his time in Germany and came back, hightailed it back to the United States. The first girl he killed was in 83 or some shit like that. In 83. They didn't catch his ass till 2023. 7 girls he killed here in California. All of them found in the same park 3 miles from his house. They wait until his ass is old and decrepit. His ass was 79 years old when they bum rushed his house. He went to prison and died 6 months later. 6 months later. 6 months. Died of natural causes. He went to sleep and didn't wake up. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? And somebody would call that justice? Somebody would call that justice. And the way they found these girls, the condition of their bodies when they found these girls. And that's your assessment of what justice look like. Huh? Hey, he just go to jail and he just die in his sleep. That's your method of justice. Meanwhile, women in this country, what is it like? 73% of women in prison in this country are in prison for killing an abusive spouse or a pimp. 73%. 73% of women in prison in the United States of America were defending their lives. Meanwhile, they go to prison, become the victims of prison guards. But this man can go to prison, die in his sleep, 6 months. He spent the first person he killed, he was 18 years old. 18 years old, y'all. He died of natural causes at 79 years old, 6 months after he was sent in prison. 79. He lived a whole ass life with a whole ass career, a whole ass house and wife and kids and grandkids. He lived a whole ass life. Meanwhile, he took the lives of a total of 8 women, 7 of them here in California. He lived a whole ass life, like a full ass life. Do you think the families of these girls who had never gotten peace, who nobody had ever been arrested since 1983 for the murders of their loved ones, do you think that shit looked like justice to them? Do you think the woman who housed that baby in her body, who protected that child's body until she was 18 years old and was murdered by some pervert, do you think him dying in his sleep 6 months after he is in prison look like justice to her? I guarantee she'd say something different. I guarantee she'd say something different. I guarantee you. I bet money on it. Bet money on it. I bet money on it. So anyway, in terms of the full moon ritual for starting tonight, I've given you the breakdown. Green ink for what you want to draw to you. Red ink for the destruction that you know has to happen in order to unhand and unleash your shit. Put names, child. Call names. Write those names. If you have your menstrual blood, hold on, let me show y'all something. Because I just had this idea in this moment, but I'm gonna do it. If you collect your menstrual blood, I told you I'm still cycling. I started my cycle on the first day of this damn Mercury retrograde, and it is still kicking my unadulterated ass. You feel me? I thought it was gonna be over by now, but it's like, nah, psych. I went a whole day without bleeding, and then today it was like, psych, yo bad. So I might as well take advantage of it. So if you want to get real gangster with your new moon ritual for this Leo new moon that is calling for radical courageous action, I have this and I've never used it. You know what? I'm gonna use it tonight. I've never used it. I bought this for myself for my birthday, not this past year, the year before. Yeah, that's right. The year before. Oh my God. I have not used this thing. I love it. Here, let me show you the cover first so you can appreciate the beauty of it. So this is what I bought myself. I remember I told y'all I had been invited to San Diego to speak at this. It was an Afro Comic Con, so it was all black Comic Con. And so I bought this for myself for my birthday. It's an ink set. So it's got all these it's like a calligraphy set. So it's got all of these, tool attachments for the pen, right? I'm going to use this joint tonight. I sure am. It's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. It's got all the different color inks. These are all the different color inks. It's got a little cup so you can pour a little bit of the ink in it. These are very cute. They look like little candies, but what they actually are is little wax things, because this thing also comes with its own seal. Like, you know how you put a wax seal on a letter from the king and nobody can break the seal on the wax, do. That's this, right? And then this little spoon is what you melt the wax in before pouring it and putting the seal on it, right? And then, ooh, I'm going to cut that, I think, maybe. I have not used, I was like, it's so cute, I have to have it, and I haven't found nothing important enough to use it on, but tonight is the night, bitch, because I'm about that life. This is the seal. I wish I could make my own seal. This is the seal, right? And the seal is cute. Look, it's got the little diamond in it. You feel me? So that's the seal. So if I get one in return, you feel me? Like if somebody is feeling cool enough to return the favor, then this is the seal breaker, right? So somebody sends you a letter, boop, you can break the seal with a little opener, and it's got the same thing on it as the seal. And then these are the two, I have three actually, ink heads. So you can put the little ink attachments on that, which is quite beautiful, right? On this, which is very kind of rudimentary and basic, but it's still got the seal on it. And then this, everything. You can tell I haven't even used it because it everything is hard to pull off. So everything is like pinned down. Hold on. So what I was going to say is if you have moon blood, which is what I'm going to use, if you have moon blood or you have, something else you want to use, and then this is the really pretty one with the feather tip. So it's still another pen where you can change out the attachments, but it's got this beautiful kind of burgundy-esque feather tip, right? And so you can write out your conspiracy with your moon blood, which I'm going to do since I'm actively bleeding right now. But yeah, I'm glad I decided to take that out. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do tonight. So do what thou wilt. You understand? But do it. Yeah, I know. It was a score. And what the sister sold it to me for was, I was like, "Are you sure?" She was like, "Yeah, girl." I said, "Okay." I think I paid like $30 for that. Child. I said, "You giving me wholesale price, girl?" Like, yeah, I paid hardly nothing for it. But anyway, yeah. Now, I'm gonna tell you the one more thing. The moon blood, that's the red. That's the red. So you can either use red ink, or your moon blood. You feel me? I'm gonna use my moon blood. Probably mix it with some red ink, truth be told. The moon blood is the red. Okay. And but the last thing I would say is with the red, with what must be destroyed, right? With what must be destroyed, and also when you're done writing, fold away. Fold away. If you're gonna fold up the green one, I'm not gonna fold the green one up. I'm gonna do like a little mini altar. So I'm just gonna have what I'm trying to attract to me out and open and green, and I'm going to have some green candles lit in front of it, like a little mini altar. That one I'm gonna keep open. But the red one, fold away, fold away, fold away. However you fold it, fold away, fold away. Keep that and meditate on it. So even if you have your what we are doing for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you feel me? Keep this, because we are resolving this on the 25th. But that other thing that you're doing for the new moon, so the general rule of thumb is if you plant a seed on the new moon, you want to if you plant a seed, which is you writing this thing on the new moon, then by that next full moon, which is 2 weeks away, that next full moon, you want to complete that ritual in the light of the full moon. So that thing that you draw out on the new moon, especially the destruction aspect, right? You want to burn it in the under the light of the full moon. You want to take it out into the light of the full moon, and that destruction ritual that you're doing, you want to set it on fire. And this is energetically seeing the smoke go into the sky is like you are sending this prayer, this ambition, this desire to the full moon. I'm going to do both. So my destruction ritual and my abundance ritual, I am going to, on that next full moon, burn into the light of the moon. Okay? So that's that. But we have to be specific. And the only way we can be specific is to not be afraid, of the future, to not be afraid of the possibility that the quote United States of America as an institution, not as the land, as an institution that we have grown attached to, and we have no reason to be attached to it. We have to get comfortable with the idea that it may not exist the way we've come to know it in the future. And that is okay. It's actually not okay. It's welcome. It's a welcome change. Do you understand? But we have to counter what they are attempting. Y'all are all out here dismayed and shit by them, quote, destroying the Constitution and destroying the law, and this is against the law and all that shit, not recognizing that you've always been the perpetual target and victim of this goddamn institution. Welcome the self-imposed destruction of this bitch and be plotting and scheming. It's new. Plotting and scheming. It's new. Plotting and scheming. It's new. Plotting and scheming, it's equal and opposing new. That's it. If America could be a perfect institution today, what would that look like? Would it look like the shit you live in? Not just under Trump. Would it look like the shit you lived in under Biden? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Obama? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Bush? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Clinton? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Bush Sr.? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Reagan? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Nixon? Would it look like the shit you lived in under Carter? Has America ever looked under ideal, pristine circumstances, if you could wave a wand and make America look exactly the way you envision, would it look like it has ever looked in the history of this monstrosity? Hell no, it wouldn't. Hell no, it wouldn't. Hell no, it wouldn't. So imagine that. Imagine if you could wave a magic wand today and say, America under the mothers is a perfect institution that serves all and harms none. Write that America in your goddamn conspiracy. Write that America in your goddamn ritual. America is the perfect institution that thrives within the harmonious union of the mother. It harms none, benefits all. This is the America that exists right now because we will it so. And I'm writing that shit out in my mind what the perfect America would look like. Doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doop-de-doop. That ain't hard work to do. There would be no homelessness. That ain't no hard work to do. Everybody would have adequate radical health care, adequate radical access to thriving medical treatment and intervention. That ain't hard to imagine. Everybody would be able to retire at the right old age of 60 and thrive on the contributions that they have made for 40 years of their goddamn adult life to the prosperity of the group. They would be able to thrive in their retirement years. It ain't hard to imagine. It ain't hard to imagine, and it's not unreasonable to imagine. You just have to be honest about what it would take for that to exist. You have to be honest you have to be honest about what it would take for that to exist. It means there can't be no motherfucking billionaires in this bitch. Not only here, nowhere on earth. Nowhere on earth, nowhere on earth, nowhere on earth can human beings live and be happy and thrive while there are billionaires, succubi, fucking vampiric lunatics under the guise, just the guise, child, under the guise of brilliance and exceptionalism, justify billions of dollars. You ain't worked that hard a day in your motherfucking life, bitch. Stop lying. Even if you have a great idea, you don't need more than $250,000 a year. You don't. Don't nobody on earth need more than $250,000 a year to live, to thrive, to have a great and prosperous life. If your ass is CEO, that's your cap, bitch. 200. I don't care how brilliant you are, bitch. There's nothing that justifies what the world looks like today under the auspice of brilliance. You a billionaire because you brilliant. You lying. And the majority of billionaires y'all know is dumb as boxes of rocks. Dumb as the day is long. Feel me? Don't nobody need no more than that. In this world, bitch, you can't have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 houses. Airbnbs, a done shit. I'm sorry, somebody gonna be mad. A done shit. Airbnbs have completely decimated. It has been an absolute travesty. It has devastated whole ass communities. It has been one of the primary weapons of the modern age of gentrification. Airbnbs, you just gobbling up houses here and there and to and fro for pennies on the dollar while decimating whole communities. New Orleans wouldn't look the way that it look if it wasn't for Airbnb. Institutions that glorify occupation, them gone. So y'all gonna be mad because the Olympics will be no more. Don't mean we can't have sports events. Don't mean we can't have awesome dynamic sports events. Just the institution of the Olympics, dead and done. Now what we gonna create new that is a dual and opposing opposition to the Olympics that's centered in the mother. You feel me? That allows for people to come from all over to show off their athletic prowess. Because it ain't gonna be that. Not no shit etched in blood. I'm telling you, we have to be thinking about all of this shit. Now, I'm thinking about this shit because I know so much of what is happening in LA right now is because they are preparing for the Olympics. This fucking bullshitting ass sweep of the Mexicans, of Mexican people in the city of Los Angeles, it has nothing to do with anything other than it has been the Mexican community in the city that has been making the most noise in their opposition to the Olympics. It is because the community where they are talking about, where they already doing all this shit, the community where they talking about erecting this stadium for the Olympics is right slap dab into one of the most densely populated Mexican communities in the city. They talking about laying that shit right the fuck up on top of the whole Mexican ass community. And so the Mexicans have been like, not to motherfucking day. All day, every day, all of these organizations, all these grassroots organizers who have been doing this work for a long time to prevent, they are completely opposed to the Olympics coming to LA, period. You feel me? You feel me? And so I don't care. Y'all want to make shit complicated if you want to. Oh, it's about, who is actually a citizen and who is actually an immigrant and this and that and this. Why they staged this contest in LA first? I'm just telling you why they staged it. Right off the back of this fire that decimated all of these communities that were holdout communities. How in the fuck did Altadena burn to the ground and literally across the street? I'm not talking about figuratively. I'm not talking about metaphorically. I'm talking about actual, literally, right across the street. This side of the street is considered Altadena, and this side of the street is considered where you cross over into Pasadena, and everything on this side, Altadena, which is historically black, is decimated like a literal bomb was dropped. Boosh. Everything decimated. I never seen anything like it. And then on the other side of the street It was like there was an invisible goddamn wall that the catastrophic devastation that impacted all of these black and increasingly brown people whose houses had been paid for. I'm telling you, there's so many black old people in Altadena who had not paid a mortgage in 30 years. Their houses been paid off free and clear since the 90s. Since the 90s. Yeah, they homeless. 75,000 people ended up on the street or in shelters or couch surfing in people's houses. I housed one. Since then, he grew up in that house. His daughter and his son were born in the house that burnt to the ground. The only thing that was left standing when he went home was the goddamn fireplace. And y'all don't hear nothing else about the fires. Like, oh, okay, well, that happened. No. 150,000 businesses leveled to the fucking ground in this goddamn city. 150,000. The majority of people impacted by the fires in terms of their businesses was Mexican. Now, all of a sudden, 3, 4, 5 months after this community experienced one of the most devastating fire in the history of Los Angeles City, Los Angeles proper, and your ass is rounding up Mexicans because everybody was clear when those fires happened. They was like, this fire did for investors what they haven't been able to do in the 20 years that they've been trying, which is to get all of these black and brown people out of these goddamn homes they've been trying to buy from them for pennies on the dollar. And people's like, we ain't selling our shit, bitch. Our house paid for. My house been paid for since 1990, since 1972. We ain't selling our motherfucking house to you, bitch, so you can come up in here and gentrify. This house did. I mean, this fire did. But these motherfuckers been trying to do for 30 years. Which is to get all these so-called undesirables out of these properties that they bought, spent their lifeblood building and shit. There were stories coming out of this shit talking about how the fire wasn't even over yet. This was week 1 of the fire. The fire lasted for 2 weeks. Week 1 of the fire, and people are in these lines trying to get food and supplies and clothes and shit because they house them burnt to the ground. This is the first week. And people were saying, like, damn, these motherfuckers are vicious. There are people pretending to be us, pretending to be victims of the fire, in lines with us, in lines miles long, y'all. That shit was crazy. Nobody has talked deeply about what this fucking city looked like during these fires. Nobody. I haven't seen a video. I haven't seen a documentary. I haven't seen anything yet that really helps the greater population in this country really internalize the magnitude of what happened in the city in fucking February. It's the closest thing to an absolute war zone I have ever seen. When I finally got up the courage to drive through Altadena, I'm not joking, man, and I'm not no lightweight ass motherfucker. I wept like a fucking child. I was sobbing in the car. I could not believe what my eyes were seeing. I'm telling you, I could not believe my fucking eyes. I was dumbfounded. I said, how? And that's the shit. The first thing I said in my mouth was, how can something like this happen in America? Isn't that something? We are accustomed to seeing devastation everywhere but here. I said, how? How could... And these fires lasted 2 weeks. 2 weeks. How you don't... Oh, America's so super supreme. America's so awesome and great. America, how the fuck you can't get control of a fire 2 fucking weeks, bitch? This fire burnt. It blazed out of control for 2 weeks straight. Nobody, I haven't seen a video yet, and I watched chronically all the videos happening about the fires. No, I haven't seen a video yet that even begins to demonstrate the level, the depth of that motherfucking catastrophe that happened in February. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think I might make my personal mission to go back, because Altadena is still in fucking rubbles. Altadena is still in rubble. It's still leveled to the ground. My homeboy, whose house he and his family lived in, that house his whole life, he told me just the other day when he left here, because it wasn't too long ago when he left here, he told me that even though the insurance company approved the claim and was like, yes, we'll give you all the money that you need to rebuild your house, it's called the Department of, I don't know, some kind of science department here in California, in every place I would imagine. But it's like this, they come in after fires. Specifically, they come in after fires. I forget what they're called. They come in after fires, and depending upon the gravity of the fire, before you can build a house, put a foundation on the land, they have to make sure, because because a lot of these houses were old. You feel me? Some of these houses, Altadena is beautiful, beautiful mountainside city. A lot of these houses were built at the turn of the 20th century, in the early 1900s. So a lot of these houses had asbestos. You feel me? A lot of these houses were beautiful but old, had not been renovated to get rid of the asbestos, right? And so it's the Department of Engineers or something like that. And so they specifically, their government organization, they come in whenever there's a fire they have to do a series of testing to make sure that the soil is not toxic, to make sure that the earth is not toxic before they start letting people put foundations to start the process of building their homes back. And so he was saying, yeah, we got approved right away to rebuild. He said, but they told us that they aren't going to release the money for us to start rebuilding the house for 18 months. For 18 months, y'all. It ain't been 8 months yet. February, March, April, May, June. It's been 6 months. He's like, they ain't releasing the money for 18 months because of all this, bureaucratic shit that has to happen. They have to come and test the soil, make sure the soil is not toxic, make sure the soil is not full of asbestos, because if it has asbestos in it, then they have to do a whole nother thing to detoxify the land, to detoxify the soil before they allow you to build your new He said they ain't releasing the money for 18 months. We ain't even gonna be able to start rebuilding until after 2026 start. That's just the ones who hadn't been manipulated out of their insurance. Thousands of people whose insurance companies were denying their claims, even them burnt to the ground. This shit is crazy. And so I'm telling you, and the first thing everybody started saying was like, these motherfuckers are waiting in lines with us, dressed in rags and shit, like they wanted us. And then all of a sudden you'll have them in the line talking about, you did your house burn down? Yeah, my house done burned. Have you been thinking about if you're gonna sell it or not? Like, I've been thinking about whether I'm gonna sell mine, because all it is just land, my house done burnt to the ground or whatever. You feel me? Have you been thinking about selling your house? No, I mean, baby, the fires are still burning. It ain't even been a week. No, I ain't thinking about nothing like that. You feel me? And they was like, oh, okay. And so people started doing videos like calling people out in the line. This motherfucker is what do you call them? Oh my God, what do you call them? Like investors dressing like fucking people who have been traumatized by losing their shit. Potential investors, buyers and shit, dressed in regular everyday clothes, getting in line to fucking get food and clothes, faking like they in the line to get food and clothes. Talking about, you gonna sell your property? Because all it is, did your house burn down? My house burnt down. And so all the people in the line started putting these motherfuckers on blast on their cell phones. These motherfuckers don't have a heart, do not have a heart. We in the line 3 days after our house done burnt to the ground, trying to find some way to get some food and shit, and you are asking us if we will sell you our land? Then Child, that'll be a whole nother thing. But even the way that shit went down, Kevin told me that the reason he didn't take anything, because he has a whole studio. He had a whole studio in his house. All of his equipment he had been collecting for fucking 2.5 decades. I met this man in 2003. 2003. Shit, he had been collecting for decades as a musician. He said, I would have taken something, Cassandra. I would have taken something. But the fire department was coming down each street over a loud, like an intercom. Don't take anything. You'll be back tomorrow by noon. You'll be back tomorrow by noon. Don't take anything. We just want to make sure that you're not overcome by the smoke. Don't take anything. Grab a pet. Grab a change of clothes for the night, but don't take anything. Don't take anything. He was like, well, okay. They just telling us that they just scared of us getting smoke inhalation. Meanwhile, Pasadena, all the people in Pasadena, cut it out. Cut it out. Had been evacuated the night before. And so Kevin was like, well, damn, because he said he was watching the thing all night. He's like, damn, why Pasadena ain't but 2 blocks down the street from me? Like, why are they evacuating Pasadena, but our area they haven't evacuated yet? They didn't evacuate them until the next morning. And then the fire department on fire trucks, knocking on people's doors and coming down each street. Now, of course, this is where the black folks live. Don't worry about taking nothing. I'm gonna just grab a few things. Don't worry about taking nothing. People, even the guy who teaches me sitar said the same thing. Don't worry about nothing. Don't worry about nothing. Just take your pet if you got a pet. Everything else you can leave. Y'all will be back here tomorrow. Kevin said he decided on a whim to come back later on. That they evacuated them at 3:00 in the morning. He said he decided because the dude told him they would be able to be back. And he decided to drive back from where he was at 5:00. They were evacuated at 3:00 in the morning. He came back at 5:00 in the afternoon just to go ahead and grab some things. He didn't grab a single instrument. He didn't grab anything because these motherfuckers was riding down the street saying, oh, y'all ain't got to worry about nothing. Y'all ain't got to worry about nothing. While they done evacuated the whole of goddamn Pasadena the day before. Whatever. Y'all be back tomorrow. He was evacuated at 3:00 in the morning. He said, Cassandra, I got back to my house at 5:00 and my house was gone. My house was gone. My house was gone. He has images all over his Facebook page. The only thing that remained standing was the fucking fireplace and ash everywhere. The house his children were born in, he grew up in. Every instrument, his entire studio. This man has put out 13 albums from his studio in his backyard. Everything decimated. When I drove through that man's neighborhood a few weeks later, when I say that it looked like a goddamn bomb went off in the neighborhood and destroyed the entire neighborhood, and 2 blocks away, it looked like there was never a fire. All the houses still perfect. I was driving to his house. I was like, damn, well, where the shit started? I said, because I'm like, Altadena looked just the same. Everything was untouched. Then you get to his block. Everything is decimated. There is not a single house standing all the way up the fucking mountain. I drove up the mountain 2 miles up the mountain from his street all the way up the goddamn mountain. Rubble. I was in absolute at night. I was making this drive through Altadena at midnight, bitch. I was driving at night and you could see the devastation everywhere. In the moonlight at midnight, I'm driving up the motherfucking mountain and all you can see is what used to be basements of people's homes. Basements. And the fact that nobody here even talks about the fires at all. That shit I was talking to y'all about, what they call it, disaster amnesia. Child, my spirit hurts every time I have to drive through Altadena. And I'll be honest, I wasn't really even paying no attention to conspiracy theories about fires and shit like that until Altadena. I remember when fucking Hawaii went up in flames and everybody, all the conspiracy theorists was talking about, yeah, how, it's like this blue light laser shit, it's this blue energy laser shit. And you know how it is because the blue lasers don't touch nothing that's blue. So all these motherfuckers who be having these blue roofs and shit, they house still perfectly untouched, but on both sides, the house is burnt to the ground. And how the blue light laser, for some reason, it can't recognize anything that's blue, so it don't burn anything that's blue. So like you'll see 5 or 6 cars look like bombs went off, and then a blue car, and it'll be sitting there. I was like, that sounds like some bullshit to me. That sounds like some bullshit to me. You feel me? That sounds like some conspiracy theory, old ass bullshit to me. Baby, I'm driving at midnight under the moonlight through this motherfucking city, and I was screaming. I was crying. I said, what the fuck is happening? Baby, trash cans, big old industrial trash cans, right? The big trash cans the trash man come and get. And there'll be a green one and a black one and a blue one. And the blue one is for your recyclables, and the green ones is for your like yard waste, like your leaves and shit. And then your black one is for your regular garbage, right? House after house after house after house, child, melted ass trash cans in the blue trash can just sitting there unscathed. I said, what the fuck is happening? I said, cause I don't be like conspiracy theory shit. That ain't my thing. You feel me? Chat, I'm telling you, I drove through this community a good hour watching. There will be a road, y'all, where everything is decimated. Nothing identifiable as a house. Everything decimated. And in the midst of it, one fucking house without even any burn marks on the shit. This at night. I said, what am I looking at? Trash. So the way they lay out trash out is you got your black trash can, your green trash can, and your blue trash can. I'm going from block to block, house to house, and I'm seeing blue trash cans, and mounds of muck that look like what used to be the green and the black goddamn trash can. I said, oh my God. My brain, child, my brain. Because I'm a scientist, man. I ain't got no time for motherfucking conspiracy theories, especially not no weird ass shit. Motherfuckers start talking about blue light energy and shit. I was like, this sounds like some bullshit if I ever heard it. What in the fuck is y'all talking about? I had a whole ass attitude about that shit. Baby, I saw that shit with my own goddamn eyes. With my own fucking. And so I felt assaulted because I had a whole ass attitude about the blue light shit theory. I saw that shit with my own motherfucking eyes. I drove through Altadena for hours just crying, man, sobbing in utter disbelief. I could not. First of all, I could not imagine being in my house. My sitar instructor told me that they was in the house just chilling because they had been told they was cool. They sitting in the house chilling. He, his wife, he got 2 roommates that are renting space from them. They all just in the house chilling, playing music, eating and shit. And he asked the young guy who lives at their house to go out and grab something out of the garden. And he goes out and he comes back in. He was like, we got to get the fuck out of here. They were like, what's the matter? What's the matter? He was like, we got to get the fuck out of here. I see the fire from here. We got to get the fuck out of here. He said, so he's on the phone in a mad dash trying to get people to help him save some of his sitars. His whole life is in this house. Every sitar, this man's been playing sitar since he was 17. He's older than I am. He's got like 30 sitars in his fucking studio. He's got records that you can't find anywhere else. Every record up in flames. The only thing they were able to save was some of the sitars, 5 or 6 of the sitars, everything. He said when he went back to his house, there was nothing. Just a mountain of ash, just a mountain of debris. I mean, everything was incinerated, y'all. Not just, quote, a house burnt down. Because sometimes a house will burn down and there'll still be like structural beams that are still standing. Child, I ain't see a single structural beam. Not nowhere. actually incinerated. Actually incinerated. And nobody out here even talking about the fires no more. Like that shit happened 100 years ago. Remember the Great Fire of LA? And that shit happened 6 months ago. They talk about that shit like it was fucking 50 years ago. As soon as my homeboy put me onto this whole devastating amnesia thing or disaster amnesia, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. That the devastation is so intense that it's like people have to disassociate. Shit crazy out here, y'all. And it's not just crazy out here, it's crazy everywhere. I've been trying to get in touch with a homegirl who be on here all the time, and she ain't emailed me back. Because I was like, oh shit, you know what? They just said yesterday that Las Vegas was under fucking water and shit. Fucking Las Vegas, the middle of the goddamn desert, y'all niggas underwater. And I was like, oh shit, there's a sister who live in Vegas. I need to check in. I ain't heard back from her yet. Like goddamn rivers is running through goddamn Vegas and shit. You understand? Anyway, I'm done. I'm tired. I still have stuff to do, obviously. I have a conspiracy to write tonight. So if you are interested in so Chloe Dior, I don't think they did Palisades that way. Because I told you, while I was able to ride through, I was able to ride through Altadena for hours. No, no roadblocks. No roadblocks. No 24-hour police or security. You understand? None of that. 2 days. You can roll all the way through Altadena, see all the devastation. For the first 2 months after that fire in Pacific Palisades, you could not drive through Pacific Palisades. Nowhere. Every single road. There are hundreds of roads that lead into Pacific Palisades. Literally. I'm not talking about figuratively. I'm talking about literally. Pacific Palisades is huge, and there are scores and scores and scores of roads that lead all the way from Pacific Coast Highway, Highway 10 on the beach. And you could not drive down Pacific Highway through that little stretch of where Pacific Palisades is. For 2 months. No road, no entry, no side road, no little road. There was no entry at all into Pacific Palisades. Not only that, 24-hour heavy police artillery, goddamn surveillance, 24 hours a day for 2 months. For 2 months. So Pacific Palisades was the act of God. I like that somebody said that here. Pacific Palisades was the act of God. But seeing an opportunity to get a need met is what, because even to look on a map, to see the distance between Pacific Palisades and fucking Altadena, the math don't math. I don't give a fuck if you're talking about wind. I don't give a fuck if you motherfucking tornado, bitch. That math don't math. To look at the way LA County, greater LA proper is structured. First of all, Pacific Palisades is surrounded on all sides by opulent wealth. Opulent wealth. There are a myriad of different townships where them mysterious embers would have impacted before ever even coming into any kind of proximity to Altadena. Why Altadena? Why not Pasadena? Why not Glendale? Why not all of these other little townships that the mysterious embers would have to flow to get to Altadena? Altadena is the only little, quote, black township surrounded on all sides by opulence. Glendale is wealthy beyond imagining. Why is that? I don't know if y'all remember when this fucking these smash and grabs by the ICE agents on these goddamn quote illegal immigrants in the forms of Mexicans was happening. The first week, 2 days after, 3 days after, the first city to say, what was it? They declared, it was like they had an emergency city council meeting to declare that ICE was not welcome. And everybody was saying, don't you know that the city can tell ICE that they are not welcome? Did Karen Bass do that shit? No, the fuck she didn't. She didn't say you motherfuckers are not welcome here. Get the fuck out. She didn't do that. And so all of these videos were coming out about how 3 days after these goddamn ICE invasions started happening, the city of Glendale had a whole ass city council meeting to say that we do not support ICE being here. ICE is not welcome here, and they had a right to do that as a city and block their goddamn borders down. And do you know that ICE has not staged a single raid in the city of Glendale? But do you want to know? Do you want to know what? Glendale is 15 minutes from. I go to school in Glendale. 15 minutes from my house. Do you know why? It's because Glendale as a city is an extraordinarily dense immigrant population. Sure is. It's safe to say 75 to 85% of Glendale residents are immigrants. Sure is. Guess what kind of immigrants, though? Glendale is predominantly Armenian. The majority of the immigrants in the city of Glendale and the city council of Glendale was like, you motherfuckers can't come up in here. And do you know there hasn't been an ICE raid since they made that declaration the first week in January? Not one ICE raid. And the majority of the city, the school where I go to, easily 75% of the student populace is Armenian. You don't see them. ICE bum rushing the fuck out of them. Grabbing them up from schools and jobs and busting up kindergarten graduations and shit. Nope. And of course we can say it's melanated immigrants. But at least they had the common sense to stake their claim out loud. The first thing they did 3 days into the rage trial, the city council had an emergency meeting. ICE is not welcome here, and we will take whatever steps and measures that need to be taken to prevent their entry into our community. And you ain't heard hide nor hear that shit since. But your Negro ass motherfucking mayor couldn't make no declaration like that. She put up a little fake fight. We are not happy with what's happening with ICE in our city. We're opposed to what is happening in our city under ICE. Meanwhile, her police department, not ICE, her police department is doing everything, and supposedly LAPD supposedly are not to participate or facilitate anything that has to do with ICE agencies, any kind of immigration agency. They just there to monitor. That ain't what's been happening. Seeing freaking LAPD on horseback stomping goddamn demonstrators out, seeing LAPD squad deep surrounding ICE agents as they, quote, conduct their work. I got a lot to say about this Negro. I got a lot to say about this Negress who is the mayor of Los Angeles. But I was clear. The first time I ever heard this bitch speak, I was clear about what her role was. I was clear about her what she was put in that position of, what she was put in that office to do. You know what? I watched The Wiz today. This is the last thing I'll say. I watched The Wiz today. Remember The Wiz? Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, the remake by what's his name? Forget his name again, man. Damn. Quincy Jones. Quincy Jones did a remake of The Wizard of Oz, a black version of The Wizard of Oz. I don't give a fuck what nobody's talking about. I hear a lot of people got beef with The Wizard of Oz, but you're an asshole. It was made in the 1970s. It was excellent for the period, and it was better than any Wizard of Oz production ever made. Have me tell it. Your ass is a douchebag, and you don't know anything about history, and you don't know anything about how spectacular that shit was for the moment that it was produced. Plus, it had an all-star cast. Diana fucking Ross and Michael Jackson. You tripping, and you do not have social context to be making such an ignorant statement. I digress. I watched it today because we got up on this shit about Leo the lion and how we entering into the season of the lion, and the lion that we need to be focusing our energy through is through Sekhmet, right? So I was like, you know what? Let me watch The Wiz today. So I'm watching The Wiz today, crying like I always do since I was a little girl. Every time I see The Wiz, I'm crying. I'm crying. When the slaves get free, I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. Can you feel a brand new day? Oh, somebody beat me to the punch, fast. Beat me to the punch. Can you feel a brand new day? When they start peeling off their skin, they enslaved skin, how they didn't even know they was being subdued by their own constriction in slavery. Can you feel a brand new day? Everybody look up, because it's a brand new way of feeling now. Ooh, I get goosebumps. I cry every single time. Every single time. Every single time. Every single song. I was like, damn, I need the whole soundtrack. What have I been doing with my life? I need the whole soundtrack. I need that shit to be playing on repeat all the time. The scene where they finally make it to the Big Apple, when they make it to the Emerald City, and they doing the color songs. I got to be seen green, wouldn't be caught dead red. When he say Richard Pryor is in the joint. This is an all-star cat. This was radical for the period, y'all. Radical. You understand? And they say when they doing the little sultry songs, green, green, and red, red. And he was like, fuck that. The color today is gold. And the song switch up. Go, 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 go. Oh my God. I was up in here hyped today. Y'all do that, though. I was up in here dancing to every song. Y'all do that, though. I was up in here having a whole ass moment. I had to rent it because you can't watch it for free. So I only got it for 48 hours. I'm watching it again tomorrow. Go, go. It's so great. It's so great. Michael Jackson, I love his character so much in this show. I love him. And the reason I got up on it is because Michael Jackson, baby, you know how you see shit with new eyes? I have watched this movie a million times since I was a kid. But baby, today, Michael Jackson said something that stood out, that stood out, that stood out, that never has today. Let me tell you what, I took a picture of it because I was subdued in dismay. I said, well, come on in the room, Mike. Come on in the room, Mike. Because when they find out that Richard Pryor is the wizard and he has been faking the whole time, and he's telling them about his life in New Jersey and how he was a failed politician, listen to what Mike say. Because you know Mike always has these breakthroughs of wisdom that come from the little straps of paper that's makes up his body because he's a scarecrow. Child, let me tell you what I said. I said, oh my God. Let me tell you what Mike said. I'll show you the picture I took first because I was up in here having a whole ass moment. This is Mike when they find out that Richard Pryor is a fake. You feel me? And then down here is the quote, but I took a bigger picture of it. Listen to what Mike had to say about Richard Pryor when Richard Pryor confides in them that he was a failed politician. You feel me? He say, public office is the last refuge of incompetence. I said, what? Say what? Public office is the last refuge of the incompetent. I forget who he said the quote was by. Pink quote, something like that. I'll find out. He said public office is the last refuge of the incompetent child. And he said, you saw his face? He said it with an attitude. He said, no wonder. He said, no wonder your ass is a fake. And he pulled out a little piece of paper and he said, public office is the last refuge of the incompetent. I said, oh my God, on this day, child. Woo! Oh my God, on this day, child. Well, there you go. It explains everything that's wrong with the world as we speak. It explains everything that's wrong with the world as we speak, child.
Man, I'm telling y'all, I was up in here dancing. I forgot how skinny everybody was in the 70s. Black folks was skinny as fuck. Just nothing but skin and muscle. Just skin and muscle. All them dancers look so fly. I was like, God damn, boy, they really had to fuck with the food. That was their last ditch effort. They had to really fuck up the food because black people was out here on some goddamn godlike shit. Everybody there looked like motherfucking Athena and Adonis, just like who child. Everybody was beautiful. Everybody was perfect. All these sisters with their head shaved close. I was like, look at all these beautiful black goddesses with their hair all shaved close. I said, God damn. Yo, I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. That shit was so good. Even the beginning, the very opening scene, when the big mama type is singing the song, everybody then came to the house, everybody holding hands at the table, talking about the love of the family. There's like 30 motherfuckers at this table, everybody eating, got the people cutting ham and playing checkers. And then they come to the table and everybody just like, we love each other so much, we the family. And Dorothy, she's like, I wish I knew they was talking about because I don't feel none of that shit. Dorothy was an asshole, truth be told. Dorothy character was an asshole. And that's why she had to learn the hard way. That's the lesson. You feel me? Dorothy was an asshole. Now I'm gonna tell you, I was a little bit conflicted because when her auntie was talking to her, she was like, you gotta go out here and see the world, baby. Like, you gotta leave. You ain't never been past 125th Street. Like, why don't you take a job outside your community? Why don't you take a job outside your hood? Go see the world, go do some things. And then if you want to come back, cool. But I feel like you need to go on out there in the world and discover yourself. It was kind of a mixed bag for me. You feel me? Because I was like, I feel like her auntie had her best interest at heart, but the way she was coming off was real kind of condescending. But same thing with Dorothy. Dorothy had an attitude towards everybody in the house. She wasn't hospitable. She wasn't nice. Everybody in a good mood. Bitch, like, why you in a crabby ass mood? Everybody like loving each other. She's like, I wish I knew what them niggas was in there talking about. Let me get up out of here while they singing. Go fake like I'm getting some shit out the kitchen because I don't know what the fuck they talking about. You feel me? I'll tell you. I related to Dorothy because I used to be that way. I used to feel like so awkward in my family as as a very young person. This just feels so awkward in my family that you can see, I will have to see if I can find pictures of me as like 8, 9 years old. And in every family picture, I got on dark ass glasses and a baseball cap. So you can't even tell it's me. Like literally kind of like distancing myself from the family because I felt like this weirdo oddball or whatever. You feel me? Not knowing that I was like, you know, creating my own conflict in a way. That opening scene, I was like, damn, I never noticed that. That her auntie was kind of abrasive in a little bit of a way. Just girl, just go do this thing over here. What she was trying to be like kind of imposing, but she was doing it out of love. So it's like, but Dorothy was like this. I don't really fuck with y'all niggas, but y'all is my family. But yeah, it was like this weird dynamic. And it wasn't lost on me that the Wicked Witch of the West, the same actress that played her auntie, is the same woman that played the Wicked Witch of the West. I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting because her auntie is good. Her auntie is good. She's just one of them old school aunties that be like, girl, go out there and do something with your life. You 24 years old, still living at home. But then, the Wizard of Oz, the Oz is supposed to be a parallel universe. You feel me? Anyway, I thought that was interesting that the woman that played the Wicked Witch of the West is the same person that played her auntie in the beginning. I said, what y'all trying to say? Anyway, when the lion is singing the song, trying to convince them that he's a ferocious lion, and he's like, I'm a mean old lion. And he do that little head thing. I'm a mean old lion. I'm like, oh God, that's my shit. When I tell you I will never tire, I'll be 89 years old, and every time the Wiz will come on, I will be front and center to watch it. It's my jam. It was an excellent display of. Let me put it this: it was an extraordinary display of Black excellence.
that even though they weren't given the money that all these white productions have been given, they weren't given the access to like the same kind of props and shit like that. They did that shit because you know why? They had to rely on was the quality of acting, because that shit was great. The song with the crows, you can't win. You can't get even. You can't get out of the game. You can't win. You can't win now. You can't win. You can't win now. That's my. That ain't nothing bad. That ain't. That's my shit. That's my shit. That's the kind of shit we need to be doing. By the way, we need to be doing like street performances and plays. We, I've even had ideas. You know how back in the day, you would have like newsboys, like little kids, right? And they would like memorize key points from like the paper. And they'd say, extra, extra, read all about it, blah, da, 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 today in the news, do, right? We need to be doing that shit. I'm talking about some straight up old school guerrilla ass organizing. Yup, scorched earth shit, guerrilla organizing, street spontaneous street plays on popular news. That's the type of shit we need to be doing. Yep. I was watching that show. I promise this is the last thing I'm gonna say. I was watching that show, rewatching that show I told y'all about called Rome. If you haven't seen it, I don't know where you can see it, but if you haven't seen it was I think it was only 2 seasons, maybe 3. 2 seasons, maybe 3. Called Rome. That's it. It's a TV series called Rome. It was so good. It was good. It was good because it's the only movie I've seen that really, to me, displayed what the active daily spiritual life of people who lived in Rome looked like. The actual, before the chasms were created between social life and spiritual life and political life and shit. To me, this is the closest thing that we can get to an adaptation of like the crossover of all of those things. Like the fact that this guy, this Roman army, and how much extreme spiritual conviction he had, even as he was the top general in this Roman army. And because his conviction to his spirituality was so deep, it kept him in a perpetual state of conflict about honor and about what is right and what is wrong. And like when those things cross, it was deep. The conflict of his character to me was the most striking, because he had deep and profound love for his family, but the fucked up ideas that he had in his mind based on his spiritual conviction about what honor dictates, what loyalty dictates, what being a quote good person dictates, was always in conflict with his love. That shit was It was so deep to me. His character, probably more than any other, was the one that intrigued me the most. Was because I empathized with him. I like related to this motherfucker. He's like, no, this is my life. I'm really about this life, bitch. Fuck what you heard. I'm really about this life. Like I make my offerings to the goddess. I honor the traditions. I am loyal to the emperor. You feel me? Who at the time was Julius Caesar. I'm loyal, even if I don't agree. I am loyal because that is what honor and truth and the goddess dictates for me. His character and the way he played his character, the conflict between he and his wife, everything to me, his role, bar none. There was not a role in that shit played better than that white boy and his internal conflict within his mind, what he thought was the good and right and just thing to do, and in his heart, what his heart pulled him to do. That shit was deep. It was deep, especially when he and his wife got back together. And he loved this woman so much. He loved his kids so much. He loved what he thought was his grandson. He would kiss this baby every night, put this baby to sleep every night, read to this baby. He was so proud. He was so proud of this baby boy. He loved this baby boy. That show was excellent to me. It was really profound. But the reason I got on it in the first place was the other thing that stood out to me. I was like, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh shit, we got to do this. I was like, oh my God, this is what we have to do. There was a fat white guy. Anybody remember the fat white guy? Because some of y'all, let's see. Somebody said, I love that show. Who said that? Oh, Vass said it. Hold on. Tajali said it. Save Our Trees said it. Okay. So do you remember the fat white guy? And his only role in the whole movie was anytime some shit went down. I see you, Java. I promise this is the last thing I was saying. Anytime some shit went down, anytime anything went down, the first person that they would hand the information off to was the fat white guy. And he had a place in the center of the city, in the city square or whatever, where he wasn't just, quote, reciting the news. He was like acting the news. You remember he had a whole like little swag, the emperor. He had this whole swag. I was like, oh shit, we have to do that. He was like, yes, and the emperor is victorious against the what. He had a whole swag down. It was like engaging every time he had some shit to say. That was his only job, was to filter news from the Senate to the people. That was his only job. They'd hand him some shit. He'd read the shit. Declaration by the Senate from the Senate floor. Boopy doopy da 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 da. And this means doody doo. And he had a whole like he was rapping. He was rapping. You understand me? I said, oh my God. But every time he got up on that podium to say some shit, there'd be 100 motherfuckers around him listening, hanging on to every word. Hanging on to every word. I said, oh my God. That's why I talked about the little boys. Extra, read all about it. Today, in today's news, whoop-de-whoop, highlights from blah, 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 to get you to buy the paper. This dude standing on the podium. Word from the Senate floor. La, 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 boop-de-whoop. Do a little swag, add a little swaggadosia to it. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Feel me? And he was in it. He would be like, oh. I like this dude. There's another scene. I was like, we got to do this shit, yo. When I talk about creating a spectacle, I mean that shit, yo. We got to do this shit. There was another scene it was such a short scene, but it was so profound to me. There was a woman, we read about it in maybe it was in Myths and Secrets or Symbols and Sacred Objects, but we read about how one of the rituals they would suspend a cow like a bull, right? They would suspend a bull. And then the priestess would have to sit, a town crier, thank you so much. A priestess would have to sit in this temple under the bull that is suspended in air. And as they're doing the ritual and she's saying the prayers and she's burning the incense and she's doing the things, they would cut the bull's neck while she was sitting in this place underneath the bull, and she would be showered in the blood of this bull. And then she would have to walk into the town square, depending upon what the purpose of the ceremony, the ritual sacrifice was for. So further on down in the movie, you see a fat woman, really obese woman who has obviously gone through the same ritual. She's covered in the blood, but she's naked from head to toe. She a big old woman. She got big old titties, but she look just like the Venus. She got a big old belly, big old legs. She big. And she's sitting Indian style in the city square, covered in blood, surrounded on all sides by candles and incense. And I'm like, what? When I first saw her, because she was silent. When I first saw her, I was like, what the fuck? And then, because I thought it was like some kind of penance. I'll be honest. When I first saw her, I was like, damn, what they did to her? Why they got her sit? I thought it was like some kind of like shame penance or something. And then all of a sudden, you see people coming up with money in their hands, coins in their hands, flowers that they put at her feet. And they will put their hands on her wherever they could get their hands on her. Thank you, goddess. She was the embodiment of the goddess, sitting in the fucking town square, naked from head to toe, surrounded by candles and incense, and people were coming to her, hoping to touch her feet or her hands or her knee. Thank you so much, goddess. Please accept my offering. I want a baby girl. Please, please, just I want to have a baby girl. Thank you so much, goddess. Here's my offering. Please accept my offering. I want a son. Oh my God, goddess. I've been trying so hard to have a baby. I really want to have a baby. Thank you so much. Men coming up. I've been told I have to go to battle. Please protect my life and my family, goddess. All at the feet of this big, fat, blood-covered woman in the center of the square, naked, covered in needles. And I said, oh, I guess, I was like, oh my God, that's the spectacle, bitch. No, we don't know spectacle. We too prudish. We don't know true spectacle. We too offended easily. We don't know spectacle, baby. We have not been shocked only by fear, only by fires, only by warfare. We have not been shocked by the image of the mother. We have not been shocked by someone personifying and representing the mother. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But that shit is profound. I've been to bull rituals. I've been to bull ceremonies where a bull was sacrificed in real time and we all had to taste the blood of this bull. That shit is old motif, baby, and it's profound in a lot of spaces. That's not something that I participate in now. It's not something I subscribe to now as the ritual sacrifice of animals. But when I was all the way in, when I was to the top of my head in, you always partake in the blood of the animal that has sacrificed itself to guarantee what it is you petition the goddess for or the god for or whomever. I've been in radical ceremonies that involve the ritual sacrifice of animals, including bulls. And so, yes, I know it sounds gross, but you picture a whole society where the Senate, the government, the army, every single aspect of your life is shaped out of your spiritual beliefs. You would have a whole different attitude about that. If this is something that is the only thing you've ever known, it's the only thing that you can see as the personification of real power that has never been challenged, then you would be like, oh, this is just what it is. I was the same way. I'd never participated in a religion that had ritual animal sacrifice. I'd been a Christian and a motherfucking atheist. And imagine the first time somebody killed a rooster on my behalf. I was shook. I'll be honest. I didn't let them see it on my face, but I was like, when I watched the rooster be killed on my behalf, and then I had to lick his blood. I'm talking about E5. That's what you do. Participate. You have to partake of the life force spilled on your behalf to quote ensure the outcome that you have petitioned the Orisha for. And if it's an animal that's lost their life, you have to protect, bitch. You have to protect. You have to lick the blood. You have to consume some of the blood, whatever that animal is. And anybody tell me there's a line. That's how I learned. That's how I observed. You feel me? That's not something I will drink my own blood before I will. I ain't saying you should do it, boo. I'm telling. Child, keep shit in a certain perspective. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not saying that is something that I'm subscribing to. I'm talking about the power of image. I am talking about the power of spectacle. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I mentioned the scene with the woman in the blood. I'm talking about the power of symbol, the power of spectacle, and the fact that when that fat woman covered in blood sat her fat behind up in the middle of the city square, everyone showed reverence. Everyone in passing knelt on the ground before her to make their offering. Everyone before her understood without question and without inquiry who she was in that moment as the embodiment of the goddess. That's what I'm talking about. Don't get caught up on semantics, boo. Because I just told you in the same breath, I no longer participate and subscribe to the need for ritual animal sacrifice. I am talking about the spectacle within the context of what? The town crier. Within the context of what? The boy with the goddamn newspaper talking about extra, extra, read all about it. We are not accustomed to spectacle anymore. That was the whole. Don't get caught up on semantics, y'all. Like, don't get caught up on the details. Don't get caught up on the details. You feel me? Those are things that I have participated in. And at the time, I still don't think that they were not necessary. I'll be honest. My journey has unfolded exactly how it needed to for me to get to a place where I can say I no longer subscribe to the necessity of ritual animal sacrifice. I have participated in ritual animal sacrifice, but I had to go through that before I could state my opposition to it. And my opposition is not a declaration that I make to condemn or show revile towards those who still participate and make use of ritual animal sacrifice. You feel me? That's what I mean when I'm talking about embodied spiritual journey. That you just don't have an idea and a position because that's just the way you think, and you haven't tested, you haven't tried, you haven't created a process where you try both, and now you can come to a conclusion based on your personal experience. That's why I walked the life that I walked, was so that I could be able to teach you from a position of one who is informed. How am I informed? Through participation. Through participation, not because of what I heard or because of what I read or because of what I heard somebody else do. No, everything that I have formulated a position about is because I have participated in both extremes, both personifications. This is how I can come to a conclusion, is because I have tried and tested to say, yes, my opinion is what it is because it is based on an embodied experience, having participated in multiple extremes, and say, based on these places of extremes, this is my position. Not some shit just because it sounded good at the moment. This is my opinion. That ain't no shit. Those kinds of things I'll reserve for another day. I won't teach y'all about because I don't have any authority to teach no shit that I have not experienced. I don't have no authority to teach you anything that I have not experienced, my personal self. And I'm gonna teach you no shit that I haven't experienced. Never. I say, let me go out here and try that shit first, and I'll tell y'all how that shit turned out. I'll tell y'all how it turned out. All I'm gonna teach you is what I know. And then the other thing that I know, based on me teaching you what I know, is that your ass is still a sovereign being, and you can take a position based on what your spirit tell you, based on what your flesh tell you, based on what your butterflies and shit tell you. That sound nice with that shit she talking about, but I ain't with it. And you won't get no smoke from here. You won't get no smoke from here. It's 10 o'clock. Damn. I'm gone. Thank you, Java, for being so persistent, child. Thank you, Royal. Thank you, Royal. Want to eat the meat, but don't want to see it get killed. Want to eat the meat, but don't want to see the process. I done worked in for 3 days. I worked in a chicken, what do you call it? A chicken processing plant for 3 days. I said, I can't, nope, can't do it. Can't do it. 3 whole days, child. And where I grew up, that's the good job. You know how there's always in these small towns the one quote good factory job that don't nobody want to do, so they pay you a lot of at the time you think is a lot of money because don't nobody else want to do this job. And I was poor. I ain't poor. I wasn't working class. I was poor. I was goddamn poor. And they was talking about at the time, which was good money at the time. I mean, the minimum wage in Alabama is still $7.25 an hour. And at the time, living in Alabama, they was paying like $12 an hour to work in the chicken processing plant. I did that shit for 3 days. I said, I took my outfit off there. I said, I'll never come back. Nope. Child, that was of all the jobs, and I done had some crazy ass fucked up job. I done had some crazy ass fucked up jobs. I done had some crazy ass fucked up jobs. Just thinking back on them, I had some crazy fucked up jobs. That was the worst. It was the absolute worst job I ever had for 3 days. That was probably the worst 3 days of my life. It was so fucking traumatic. You say I'm a jack of all trades. If I just sat down here one day and said, I'm gonna talk to y'all about all the jobs I done had since I turned 14 years old. Because the first job I had was at Hardee's in Abbeville, Alabama at 14 years old. From 14 years old, I only worked, like regular kids worked after school. You could work, I think it was like 3 hours after school if you were, quote, a minor. I started working when I was 14 years old at Hardee's in Abbeville, Alabama, 3 hours, 3 days a week. Right? I can tell you every job crystal clear in my mind, every fucking job I ever had from that day to this. And then y'all will understand why there is certain shit I'm just not gonna do. I'm just not gonna do. Because we are all forced to do bullshit. We ain't. Ooh, I did a stint at Waffle House, child. Ooh, that's probably the second one. That's probably the second worst. No, it's not. It's not the second worst. It's not the second one. That chicken plant was definitely the worst. But I did a stint at Waffle House. You know how long I lasted at Waffle House? A week, maybe. I was like, That was another thing about me. My mama stayed stressed out. My mama stayed stressed out. Because I will quit a job quick, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Shit will work the fuck out. I don't care. Sir shit, I'm not gonna motherfucking do. I'm just not gonna do it. I worked at Waffle House a whole week, maybe. Yeah, we ate the animals. Sometimes we didn't eat the bull. We didn't eat the bull. We drank his blood though. We all had to lick his blood, but we didn't eat him. We processed his body, and then so supposedly when you sacrifice an animal, their organs are like powerful ashe. So we skinned him. You would, and what they would do at the ceremony was they would skin the bull because we would be there for 4 days. So after the bull sacrifice, they would process the animal. They would skin him. They would take the tail. They would take obviously the hooves. They would take all the organs and they would make ashe out of the organs. So you could auction for the organs, and the organs that you quote auction for would become medicine pouches. They would be burnt, and the ash would be used for medicine pouch, for spiritual medicine pouches. And then the rest of him would be buried. All of your relics. It was an ancestral ritual, the bull ceremony. And so if you had relics that you had on your ancestral shrine, you could bring relics from your ancestral shrine to be consecrated in the bull's blood. So there was a huge pit that was built, and all of our relics would be in the bottom of the pit. And then the bull who would be raised for the ceremony, like he would be well taken care of, he would be raised, he would be fed well. He was raised, and this happened 4 years in a row, I think. And then he would be laid down inside the hole on top of the relics, and then all of the males dressed in white would subdue him, and all the women would sing, and he would calm down. And then they would they would perform the sacrifice. And while he was bleeding, they would capture some blood in the bowl, and then the rest of the blood would go all over the relics. And then we would retrieve our relics once the bull died and bring our relics home to put back on our ancestral altar. My staff that y'all always see me with, my staff was in there. But everybody has to at least take a drop of the blood of the sacrifice, or whatever. You feel me? But yeah. They would, yeah, you know what? I'm lying. They would cook up some part of them and people would have to take a piece. But, you know, you don't eat bull. You know what I'm saying? So they would cook a part of them up so that people can just consume. But the biggest part was to process the skin, the hooves, the organs for ashe pouches or whatever. But anyway, oh Lord, save our trees. Girl, she said as a child I had to catch the school bus next to where they killed chickens and headless chickens used to escape and run out to the bus stop. Oh my God. That's traumatizing as hell. I just do it around the house now. Mines are like yours and they still get attention. I missed something. Um Royal every day. And it's funny that you would say that because I ran out of gold spray paint. I have to go get some more gold spray paint, but I was like, damn, because I thought about just leaving the caps, the bottle caps, like the colors that they actually are. The majority of them are white. They're just the white water bottle caps, but some of them are colored. I was like, should I leave them the color that they are so people can see that I'm actually made this awesome instrument after like water bottles or whatever? Or do I actually need to like spray them so that they're pretty or whatever? And I was gonna do a project with them today, and I was like, fuck, I'm out of my gold spray paint. But as soon as I have it done, y'all gonna see, of course, because y'all know I'm a show off. So anyway, I see you, Java Watson. The city has gotten crazy. The city has gotten crazy. I'm hearing things. King, King's color box said, Java, you tired from throwing that furniture? Oh my God. Cassandra Java said, your shift is over and you ain't clocked out yet. I threw it, y'all. Oh my God. I am through with y'all. I'm done. Listen, I'm out of here. I will be prepared to share with you guys what the hell I did for my goddamn ceremony, but I'm through with y'all. I done gave y'all a lot of goods today. I promise the last thing I'm gonna say. I had been trying to find them. I couldn't figure out where the hell I misplaced them. You know how you hide shit so good you don't remember where the hell you hid it? You feel me? Um, you feel me? You know how you just be hiding shit? I hadn't admitted to y'all because I was like, what in the world could I have possibly done with my cards? I had not posted these because I couldn't fucking find them. When I say I tore my house up looking for these goddamn cards, and I could not find them, And I had a whole attitude. There's two things I want to show you because I had a whole attitude because I was like, what in the hell could I have been for like 6 months? The E5 astrology cards. I remember I was telling you I was gonna take pictures of them and post them in my Etsy store. I found them. I had been literally tearing my shit up trying to find these cards. I literally found them last night. So these are the E5 astrology cards. So I'm going to take pictures of these and post these on my Etsy store. Look at this. Look at what it says. Nothing exists nor happens in the sky that does not have its reflection or vibration somewhere on earth and in nature. All life and all events on earth and in humans and animal behavior are the effects of heavenly causes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The character of all humanity's gods and goddesses are based on the character of someone of the planet. Movements, oppositions, trines, sextiles, and conjunctions of the planets are at the base of all religious mythology. Each people depict these celestial characters in their own image and interpret these events from their own cultural perspective. The major Yoruba gods and goddesses, known as the Orisha or the Voodoo, are earthly representatives of the cosmic forces. The interplay of these forces on individual human lives is revealed through Ifa, an African technique of astrology, to more precisely discover your patron Orisha Voodoo. Consult a Babalawo, a priest of Ifa. But everybody treat this shit like it's ooga booga. You feel me? So I found them. Okay. So that was exciting. And then the last thing I'm going to share with you in respect to that. Remember, I was talking to y'all about them damn bullshitting ass Bible tracts that we used to terrorize people with when we would go knocking door to door. Excuse me, sir. Do you know if you died right now, if you would go to heaven? If not, can I talk to you about how you too can ensure that you go to heaven through the love of Jesus? And I was telling you about this Bible tract that I had found that was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. I showed you a cute little benign one, right? Cute little benign Bible tract the other day. But I was like, damn, I can't find the scary one I found. I found the fucking scary one. I can't believe they are still producing this bullshit. Look at the picture. They all got 666 on their head. The mama crying, daddy crying, and the motherfucker. This is a Bible tract. This is a Bible tract. And it's called The Beast. Let me show you some of the images in this shit that you terrorizing people with. This shit is scary as fuck. You see the Bible? I mean, you see the bodies on the fucking ground? Look at that shit. People trying to save their life by climbing up from the abyss. This is about, says, Lord Jesus is coming again. And he gave us a sign. And as it was in the days of Noah, shall it also be in the days of the Son of Man, speaking of himself. And in the days of Noah, God was sorry he had made mankind because they had become so rotten. Everything was totally evil. So he destroyed everything that lived on earth with the great flood. And you see people floating in the water and trying to save themselves from drowning and shit. That's the first image. Then you got the image of the ark, and everybody is presumably dead. Hold on, it gets darker than that. Hold on. I'm sitting here looking through this shit. I said, no wonder people are fucking traumatized to hell and back. It said life as it is today, and everybody's supposedly wicked, right? I'll kill you for that. You remind me of my wife. I hate you. I'll bet on the little man. Stop. My husband is watching us. You know, everybody just supposed to be like debaucherous and shit. You feel me? I have the power. Lucifer is Lord. Hey, there, old man. There's an old nut outside preaching the gospel. Let's go give him the business. Look at this shit, y'all. Hold on. I'm sitting here looking at this motherfucking shit. Child is telling all that age. Hold on, it gets scarier. As if. That's what I told you. I remember I told y'all a couple of months ago, every serial killer, every horror movie, everything you've ever seen is the machination of the goddamn Christian religion. Only Christians can come up with this shit this goddamn dark. Every demon in every horror movie, some Christian. When the Lord Jesus returns, no one will expect it. I will come on thee. What did I tell y'all yesterday? As a thief in the night, and thou does not know what hour I shall come upon thee. See, you got some Hebrews in there, some Muslims in there, and some Catholics in there. Wasn't I just talking to y'all about that an hour ago, a couple of hours ago? All religions will unite to serve the coming world leader who is called the beast. Christ spoke of a time far worse than the days of Noah. What did I just tell y'all? How these guys is the triple brothers, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity / Catholicism. Didn't I tell y'all that? They all got the same ambitions, whatever. Christ spoke of a time far worse than the days, blah, this and that. Then all of a sudden, guess what? The rapture. What did we say the rapture meant? The forceful carrying away. There is a blessed quote. They put that shit in quotes. There is a blessed hope, but it is only for those who believe that Jesus died for them on the cross and that he shed his precious blood to wash away their sins. And it is for, so you got a problem with a bull, with the idea of a woman sitting up under a bull and having that bull bleed all over her, you feel me, as a part of a spirit, as a spiritual thing. But we ain't never questioned the idea of a man shedding his blood all over us to, quote, wash away our sins, to, quote, be baptized in his blood to wash away our sins. We ain't never questioned that shit. And it's most likely where they stole the shit from, because it predates that shit. It is for those who receive Jesus as their personal Lord, Savior, and Master. And see people disappearing up into the sky. That's going to be your mass alien abduction, by the way. I'm just telling you. That's what we was taught when we was kids. Is that what the governments are going to say to people to make them calm when the rapture happened is that there was a way that the aliens was able to identify them. And so when the aliens come, the aliens is going to abduct them. That's what the government going to say. Is that there was something about their blood, or is it something about their this and this and this and this. Any of you grew up in the evangelical Southern church, you know I'm telling you the truth. That what they used to say was the crisis is going to be so deep when the rapture happened that the governments are going to come together to keep people calm, to tell them it was a mass alien abduction, to do anything to convince them, quote, that it wasn't the rapture, that Jesus didn't come, that it wasn't Jesus, that it was aliens. Is this the reason? Is this part of the reason that for the last 4 years, all of a sudden the government want to confirm your every suspicion about extraterrestrial life, UFOs, aliens and shit? Is this the reason that they've been doing that? It's some sleight of hand shit, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Because Jesus ain't coming back, because Jesus was never real. But if the Christians have been saying all this time that what the governments are going to come together and say to explain this mass carrying away of human beings is going to be that the aliens got them, what do they have planned? Because it ain't Jesus coming back and it ain't mass alien abduction. So what is it in the in between that they have fucking planned? These both are distractions. Alien abduction, motherfucking Jesus coming back for is both distractions. What is it that they have planned? Is it what your ass is so caught up in mythology? Your ass is so caught up in the believability of fucking parting the Red Sea and people walking across on dry land, that so in your mind when you hear this horror story, you think verbatim, literal shit, not metaphor. And so you do not see the carrying away of the innocent like the 100,000 fucking Mexican people who have been ghosted and disappeared in less than 2 months in this bitch. Y'all don't see that as the rapture. Show don't. Y'all don't see the 8.5 million children who disappeared off the face of the planet in a single year last year. Y'all don't see that as the rapture, quote, of the innocent. Y'all don't see that as the rapture. Nope. Because y'all sitting here looking in the sky, literally waiting for a motherfucker to make his goddamn horned announcement in the clouds. That's what y'all looking for. Or y'all looking for some aliens and some mass alien abduction shit. Meanwhile, 8.5 million children disappeared off the planet last year. Disappeared off the planet last year. I just told you about one motherfucker that they just caught in goddamn Europe somewhere talking about he disappeared 200 children. another motherfucker in South America, in Argentina, that they believe had ties to the Nazis, who was rescued by the goddamn United States and the fucking Catholic Church. And they say that before his ass was caught, they tie him to 2,000 fucking crimes against children in South America. Y'all don't see that as a part of the potential, quote, what does the word rapture mean? Who the root word is rape? What does the word rapture mean? To violently carry away. To violently carry away. That's what it means. That's not my opinion. That's what the people say about their own word, about their own book. To violently carry away. So y'all looking for some shit in the sky. Y'all looking for a motherfucker preceded by 4 scary horsemen and some angels making some Meanwhile, people are disappearing off your street, off your block, going to countries they've never been to. Where are the countries they say they've been taking them to? Motherfucking Sudan? Mexicans who been working their whole goddamn life in goddamn Southern California, being dropped the fuck off in goddamn Sudan? Bitch, y'all crazy as fuck. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all crazy as hell. The rapture happening in broad daylight in your motherfucking eyes, and you anticipate seeing motherfuckers get stolen out their goddamn clothes. You understand? Get stolen out their motherfucking clothes. Look at the picture. Look at this motherfucking picture in this goddamn Bible tract. Look at this picture. Y'all see that? In this Bible tract, the world becomes one gigantic witches' coven. Satanism is already saturating the world. Occult murders, drugs, raping, sodomizing, looting everywhere. Yet these people will not repent. The world is in Satan's grip. The bottomless pit is open and demonic forces cover the earth. The unspeakable appears and mankind goes mad. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Ain't nobody on the face of the globe committed more crimes than Christians. If this shit is unleashed on the earth, y'all did it. Satan didn't do that. Y'all did. If this shit is real, that y'all done put in this Bible tract where you're supposed to be winning some motherfuckers to Jesus, every last one of these creatures, y'all created these motherfuckers. Y'all, the world is a gigantic witches coven, bitch. I don't know no witches that done committed murder. I ain't saying there ain't been now, but I don't know now. And I know a gang of witches, bitch. I know a gang of witches. A gang of witches. I done met a lot of witches. I done read about even more. All the way back. I don't know no witches that done committed murder. I don't know no witches that's committed rape. I don't know no witches that committed plunder, genocide, brigandage. I don't know any witches that's done that. I don't know any witches that have colonized whole territories. I don't know no witches that's in Congo stealing coltan. I don't know no witches that done stole whole diamond mines from people in their own country, and them witches then came from the fuck somewhere else. I don't know no witches that did that. I don't know no witches that did that. I don't even know no witches that done made horror movies that look as bad as this bullshit right here. I don't know no witches that done did that. I know Jews who done did that, who done made horror movies. I do. I know Zionists who done made movies like this. I know that. I know Christians who done made movies like that. I know that. I know Catholics that done made shit like that, wrote stories like that. As a matter of fact, I don't know no witches that did what happened in what you call it, in Ireland, in the so-called, what they call them, the undesirable homes, where girls who got pregnant out of wedlock would be forced to work for free because what? Because they got pregnant out of wedlock. But men ain't got to go work for free. Only the women got to go work. The men that knocked them up, they ain't got to go work for free. Only the women got to go work for free. And this became the cover, their crimes as women for getting pregnant out of wedlock. The punishment is for them to work for free, but not only for them to work for free, for their children to be sold off in adoption. For their children to be sold off in adoption. Those children that they gave birth to that were not, quote, desirable, who were too flimsy, who were too weak, died very young, was mistreated, died very young, and dumped in shallow graves. They just revealed that everybody kept calling this woman crazy because she kept saying, I know that there are babies in this. I know there are babies not accounted for. I know that there are babies in these homes that was all over Ireland because of this conflict between the Protestant Irish and the Catholic Irish. And the Protestant Irish was getting completely exploited and oppressed in motherfucking Ireland. And she wouldn't let the shit die. She wouldn't let the shit die. And one day, these little kids was playing on the grounds of what used to be one of these homes where these women were literally working as slaves. They were literally not paid, not allowed to leave, had their babies immediately taken from them and sold to Americans exclusively. And the goddamn last one in Ireland wasn't closed until like 92 or some shit. 92. And this woman found one of the burial sites from the fucking land because some child was playing on the land and fell into this goddamn catacomb. And in the catacomb, they found the bodies and bones, unmarked graves, bodies piled up high in the catacomb of babies who had died on the property and weren't even worthy of a goddamn grave site. 3,000 babies in one location, and there were scores of locations all over Ireland. 3,000 children, 3,000 babies. 3,000 babies. I don't know no witches that did that shit. I do know that there were nuns that ran every last one of them shits. I know that. I know there were nuns that did that shit. The 3,500 Native American babies that they found at one residential school in goddamn Canada, buried in unmarked graves all over the grounds of a shut down residential school. 3,500 babies. I know it wasn't no witches doing that shit. There wasn't no witches in there tormenting them kids, killing them kids. I know it wasn't witches. It was fucking priests and fucking nuns doing that shit. It wasn't just priests and nuns. It was doctors. It was doctors doing that shit. Wasn't no witches doing that shit. So this the world you're talking about, where Satan has been, quote, unleashed on the world, and we surrounded by witches, covens, and shit, bitch. Fuck you. Witches is not the greatest threat to humanity. Not even close. Don't even come close. There weren't witches doing that shit. There was another situation in northern Florida, in the panhandle of Florida, where there was a so-called residential school for black kids, quote, unruly black kids. And they found the bodies of more than 200 black children buried on the grounds in this school in goddamn Florida. Fuck y'all. Witches is not the problem. Witches is not the problem on the world. Not even close. This motherfucker talking about. I see. This is a Bible track. This is some shit we would have knocked on the motherfucking door with. Let us teach you how to get right with it. Satan knows Jesus Christ is about to return and take over the governments of the world. Did you hear me? This is in the Bible track. Satan knows. Let me see if I can read it to you while showing it to you. Yeah. Satan knows that Jesus is about to return to take over the governments of the world. So he masses his army to try to block the Lord's return at Jerusalem, the Sea of Galilee. The great armies of the beast move from all directions into an area known as the Valley of Megiddo or Armageddon. Satan knows Jesus is about to return to take over the governments of the world. What does that sound like? That sounds like the corporatocracy to me. So that sounds like the corporatocracy to me. Wait a minute. What these tech bros is calling it? They ain't calling it a corporatocracy no more. They're calling it a technocracy. Is that what they calling it? Am I wrong? Isn't they calling it a technocracy? New way to govern where you don't have to worry about people who might be opposed to the way you rule. You can rule through technology. Isn't that what they calling that shit right now? A technocracy? A technocracy? Don't that sound like what they just said here? That Jesus is about to come and rule over all the governments of the world? Isn't that what this Bible tract say? That sounds like that shit done already happened. Jesus already up in the mix, running all the governments through techno takeover. What she call it here? Techno fascism. Sound like America done already did that shit. Techno feudalism, child. Huh? What this bullshit say? The Jewish Messiah, the second coming of Christ. Huh? The Battle of Armageddon. Child, this goddamn Bible track is nightmarish. I don't care what you heard. This shit right here is nightmarish. It's nightmarish. So all these stories, to me, it seemed like this is the shit that we need to be paying attention to. That's my personal opinion. The town crier, extra, read all about. That's the shit we need to be on. The goddamn Roman guy who was like all in his bag to talk about what came down from the Senate today, and everybody is standing around. That's the shit. The woman sitting in the town square as the personification and the embodiment of the goddess, so that people can get their needs met. They knew exactly where to go to. They didn't have to go to the temple that day. They didn't have to go to the emperor who was seen as the embodiment of the sun god. They didn't have to do that. They went right to the naked fat bitch right in the goddamn town square and gave her money and flowers and food while she sat there stoically saying, "Don't worry, baby, you're gonna have a baby girl. I got you." The mother said, she gonna grant your prayers. I said, we need spectacle and not this bullshit that has been imposed on us in the form of perpetual and unending war and devastation and grief and shit. We need the spectacle that is going to ignite the goddamn fires of Sekhmet and a bitch spirit. We need the kind of spectacle that is going to ignite the imagination of the keepers of the artistic crafts, the artistic skills. Like, bitch, can you write a song that chants down Babylon? Like, can we go back to the Bible and figure out what's his name? Was it Joseph? Was it Joseph that was said to chant down the walls of Jericho? How he did that? Like, what's the science? What's the science? Now that we know the science of sound, bitch, like, what is the science that can allow us to walk up into the goddamn lawn of the White House and play some trumpets and play some bugles and play some flutes and fucking circle around that bitch counterclockwise? Isn't that what they say he did at the walls of Jericho? He didn't just play some songs. That he had the trumpets and bugles playing a song, and as they was playing the song, they walked around the walls of Jericho so many times counterclockwise. Where they stole that from? So y'all Christians will believe that shit verbatim, but when the mother does it, when the mother says that if you need to destroy some shit, sing some songs of destruction, circle around that motherfucker counterclockwise to ensure that on said day that shit will collapse. They said it in the Bible. It was good enough for y'all in the Bible. Like, can we do that shit? The CIA uses sound weapons too. Thank you. Can we do that shit? In the Great Cosmic Mother, it says how there was images on all the temple walls and the cave walls of women with their hands raised and their heads thrown back. So there was no obstruction in their throat chakra. And these little wavy lines coming out of their mouth, presuming that they were singing together in a circle. And they got their little sound waves going up into the dome. They weigh 3 or 4 tons. And it's just they sound together, lifting up this megalithic stone that gave rise to what we know as goddamn Stonehenge. Like, can we do that shit? Shit. You feel me? Damn, man. It's like we ain't got no excuse. We know all the things. We know all the stories. We know all the science. We know all the things. We know all the things. Can we start collecting? Who among you will say, okay, my assignment, because Sydney H here mentioned the CIA, my assignment is to all of the studies and the goddamn now released projects that the CIA used, the King Code Alpha plan and the motherfucking MK Ultra goddamn shit. And what's that other thing that they used? The Manchurian Candidate shit and the shit that they was using up in Holmesburg Penitentiary. Can we print out all this shit, and among the shit, what can we use? But now we ain't use it all malicious and vindictively and malicious and fucked up and shit to control human beings. We gonna do the same thing they did. We gonna flip that shit, turn it upside down, flip it inside out, and use it to honor the mother and on behalf of the mother to destroy that shit that has caused suffering on the planet. We're gonna use the same shit and flip that shit and turn it inside out and make it a weapon for good and restoration and all of that shit. How can we use sound therapy? How can we use what we have learned about the science of medicine? The science of water, as still today the greatest system of memory, the greatest memory. What do they call it? Memory storage mechanism is water. How can we use this aspect on behalf of the mother, on behalf of the world that we're trying to create? What can we extract of the memory of water that's outside of this horrible monstrosity that's been imposed on us? These are the questions that we have to start asking. We have to start asking them in the way that's not disconnected and ambiguous and shit on some conspiracy ass theory shit. Bitch, we talking about marrying science and spirituality. We're talking about marrying the body and the spirit and the soul. They become one again. We talking about marrying the left brain and the right brain. We talking about marrying the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. We are talking about bridging every gap and every goddamn chasm imposed on us, so that we can become whole humans. We can become God again on this earth and create the earth that we want to see made real. That's it. That's it. To be the conscious creators of that which we want to see exist on this earth, because we came here with the power to do that shit. Now I'm done. Let me go get something to eat. It has been fun and awesome, and I know y'all be getting annoyed. Thank you, Java Watson, for trying to keep me disciplined. But we up in here. Like, shit is radical and shit is different and shit is... So sometimes it requires me to work against my own discipline some days, and today was definitely one of those days because y'all need to get this work in. I'm gonna go eat. Y'all don't be picking on me, you feel me? If you need a reading, tomorrow's the new moon, so I would say tomorrow's a good day to get a reading, and I don't have any booked yet. So if you want to get a reading, if you want to get a 5 elements consultation, email me tonight. I will check those first thing in the morning and start booking appointments. The earliest appointment I will take is 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The latest appointment I will take is tomorrow. Is tomorrow Wednesday or Thursday? Tomorrow's Thursday. So the latest appointment I will take tomorrow is 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And so the readings, consultations. Also, if you have not received yet the global conspiracy to right all wrongs, let me know. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and put the link. For the global conspiracy to right all wrongs in the comment section. All right. But if you still don't get it, the link is in the comment section. But if you don't get it, you can still go to Etsy.com, and my store is Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates. So go to Etsy.com, Daughter of the Fates, and it is, and just after you pull up my store, just put conspiracy. It'll ask you what you want to find. Just write conspiracy. But you can also email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. I can send you the link directly. Those of you who have been asking for the conspiracy to right all wrongs in song form or in meditation form, email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. I'm going to be posting new jewelry pieces tomorrow, so be looking out for that in the Etsy store. That's all I have for you. All right, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. That sounds good. She said,
enchiladas, I would share if you were closer, man. I wish I was, because I gotta go like hunting for food now. All right, peace, you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mommy and I are one.